Okay, so I think I should be live now. This is the magic moment. Oh, and I can see myself on screen. See myself with my wild and crazy hair. This is it. This is the beginning of the exciting adventure. 10 o'clock has just kicked by. This is when I said I would start this. But let's, wait for people to file in. If people have been, did see me tweet about this in advance, welcome to the stream. And as always, this is a good time for me to chat and just kind of make noises. Because the great thing about me making noises is that I can check if the mic is at the right volume compared to the music. So if I do sound a little quiet, please do tell me. That will be incredibly helpful. As you can see, I have listed on my I've got to bring up the Twitch app just so I can see all my stats happening. I usually get oh, there we go, I'm live and I can get a thing. It says I've got 4 viewers. I can't see it at the top of the thing, but hello everyone who's come along. Usually Twitch brings me up a thing to say, oh, you can follow what's going on. Stream Manager, is that the one? Ah, there we go, I brought it up. So, hello viewers, welcome to the stream. So, what is this exciting adventure I am about to embark on? And please do tell me if the audio sounds too quiet, too loud, all of these things. I have, as you can, okay, so I need to look over there for you to see it. So, over on the right-hand side of the screen, you will see a list of Sonic games. So, I'm gonna end up... Oh, hello, Chippy! Hello, Chippy. Welcome to the stream. I'm glad it sounds okay. Thank you very much. So, over on this side of the screen, you will see a list of 4 games listed under active games. These are the games that are in the shuffler right now. So, I have... when I start the clock, I will start playing these games. Every time Sonic gets a ring, it will switch to a different game. These are games on Mega Drive, 32X, Game Gear, Master System, and Game Boy Advance, and Neo Geo Pocket Color. Every time I beat a game, I will log the time. That goes into the completed games list, and a new game will be randomly selected from the upcoming games list. And the idea is it's basically a relay. When one game gets beaten, a new game comes in to replace it, with the objective being to beat all 16 of the Sonic games. Am I going to do this all in one day? Probably not. But one can but dream. I will probably be spreading this over multiple days. But I want to see what happens. So, I need to get the focus onto the game again. Here we go, I can move around. Hello GFX. Welcome to the stream. Good to see you, and I have just accidentally opened Visual Studio for some reason, because I cannot click accurately, which is a bad sign. Here we go. I'm going to start the timer now, and let's start the games. So, hopefully, I should be able to... Do I need to click on... There we go. So I needed to click on the screen for it to register. So you'll see when I collect my first ring, I'm just going to switch into a new game. And what's the next game? This is Sonic & Knuckles, which is the other game on the current games list. And when Sonic gets a ring, I'll go into Sonic Advance on the GBA. And then there's one more game waiting to come up. That will be Sonic Chaos on the Master System. So we've got 3 different console generations here. One handheld, 3 desktop, whatever, console games. 1 3D and 3 2D. So it should be a fun combination. So we're into Sonic Chaos now. And this brings up all 4 games of the current set are in circulation now. And the game begins in earnest. So, Sonic Chaos to start off, and I mean, I guess if I want to do well, I should avoid getting rings, but just to show you what happens, I will try to not avoid... Okay, so that was a nice quick death early on. This is good, this is good. I'm glad I'm timing this, because, you know, this timing will, you know, this is very good speed strats I'm doing. That early death is there to set specific RAM values, honest. Right. So in Sonic, remember, you need to get rings to defend yourself with. So if I do drop rings, I will probably be going back to get them, which will mean more swaps. But so far, Sonic Chaos not proving too chaotic. It might be that the Master System games are the ones that are kind of hardest to beat, and the Mega Drive ones are easiest. Sorry, the Mega Drive ones are easiest, Master System hardest. I am thinking, looking at the list of games to come up, I am expecting... What's going to be the hardest? I am expecting the one that's going to be hardest to beat to probably be... It's either going to be Mean Bean Machine or it's going to be Sonic Advance 2. Because those are... well, I've done Sonic Advance 2 in a shuffler before, and that was pretty nasty. I am not looking forward to losing track of which flickies I've got in Sonic 3D. So in Sonic 3D, the levels work slightly differently to the other Sonic games, where you don't just have to get to the end of the level, you need to find 5 of these birds trapped in robots somewhere in the level. And I know I'm going to lose track of which birds I picked up. So, yeah, once I get to the final game, it will just treat it as normal. So I'm deliberately going to get that shield there just for protection, because that'll protect me from collecting rings. I am kind of... It's weird that you kind of go on autopilot. I know the first thing I ever do, I always go down to the bottom to get the shield, so I wasn't even thinking. But I should probably start thinking about avoiding collecting rings. But no worries. It does switch randomly between the games, yes. So, it won't... You know, the only thing it's... I think it does a bit of a kind of... Like, it will always try to enforce at least one game's gap. So, if, you know, if we get Sonic Chaos, switch into Sonic and Knuckles, we get another switch, it's not going to switch into Sonic Chaos again. So, it won't switch back on itself, but... I think I implemented that, but I'm honestly not 100% sure. I think that's what it's meant to do, but I, you know, can't remember. Have I already beaten... Act 1 there? Maybe my shenanigans are getting in the way. Am I really already nearly down a zone in Sonic Chaos? If I am, that's pretty special. I mean, it might be the infinite life stuff messing around with it, so if it is, I'll have to switch that off with Sonic Chaos and then reset the game, you know, to stop myself from cheating. But it's a nice, simple, straightforward start. I'm quite happy with this. Let's keep this going. So, 1 act down. I'm expecting the Master System ones might be cleared from the game quite quickly. Sonic Triple Trouble on the Game Gear, I think that, I reckon that might take a bit longer because it functions a bit more like a Mega Drive game. Like, there's more rings, there's more loop-the-loops. But it's relatively easy for me right now to avoid grabbing any rings at all. So, until I get here, it's a fairly kind of ringless interpretation of the level. Now, the A button and B button are a different way around to See, I instinctively wanted to go there to go to the path to get Knuckles. Because you meet Knuckles, he takes you to a special stage. Now, the special stages in the Ring Shuffler are a whole heap of fun. I am not playing any of these with the intention of getting all the emeralds. I think that would be, that's a whole challenge in itself to beat any of them with all emeralds. So, except for the Sonic 3 and Sonic and Knuckles, the special stages in them are fairly, straightforward. But it's going to be interesting which games is it easy to avoid collecting rings in. It might be that I kind of work my way through a ton of games really quickly. Like, but some of them take forever, so it might be that, like, the Mega Drive games take forever because there's lots of moments where they ask you to get, like, they just force you to get lots of rings. But the Master System doesn't have that, the Game Gear doesn't have that. I know the Game Boy Advance does. Sonic Advance 2 is particularly good at forcing you to pick up rings. Like, in the bosses, there's plenty of kind of forced ring pickups, and you really need them because the bosses in Sonic Advance 2 kind of cause you to lose rings quite often, so... Doing quite well so far at avoiding rings in this game, so I do feel quite clever about that. I always wondered, like, how does it calculate your speed at the end of the level in Sonic Chaos? It's, I don't know what that number it gives you at the end is based on. That's always mystified me. Sonic Chaos is a game my brother and I used to have, like, I basically, Sonic 1 on the Master System is the first game I remember playing when I was 5 years old. My brother got it for Christmas, and it just, you know, it blew my mind. And then, you know, we got this later, and it also blew my mind. And I've just made some backwards progress. It's really weird when you're in one game and you switch into, in a 2D game, you switch into Sonic 3D, and it's really disorienting because you just don't know, like the direction you meant to be pressing has changed. So, you know, if you meant to press, if you were pressing right before, you probably don't want to be pressing right in Sonic 3D Blast. No. Oh, I mean, I didn't mean to do that. I thought I was facing a different direction. Otherwise, I would have gone in the special stage just for fun. But let's. I did not. I did a smart. Another act down in Sonic Chaos. So this seems to be the easy one from the roster. So. I mean, place your bets. How long do you think it'll take me to beat this game? I think there's 6 zones in this, 6 zones of 3 acts each. So I am in Zone 2, Act 3 already. So I am nearly a third of the way through the game. With 14 minutes. I mean, it does feel absurdly quick. I think there's 6 zones. It might be 7, but no. And I've got to remember where. And there's the thing. So that's the thing I'm expecting to mess me up quite a bit in 3D Blast, is dropping rings, dropping the flickies. The flickies are the little birds, all of whom I picked up, so that's good. And then, like, needing to go back and get them, but... Oh, the shield, gold shield is useful, because that makes me homing attack, which makes it safer to bash enemies. Cool, so that is... I think this is all the flickies in Act 1. So it should be plain sailing towards the end of Act 1. Okay, so there goes my ring, there goes my protection, so I may need to play a bit more reactively now. Okay, there's a death, that's a death. So Chippy betting 26 minutes to beat Sonic Chaos. So, that gives me 14 minutes. I mean, if I keep on messing up like that, I wouldn't be so sure. But we have our first bet in of 26 minutes. If you think that I will take longer than 26 minutes to beat Sonic Chaos, say in the chat how long you think it'll take me. Of course, when Sonic Chaos goes out of the loop, it will only be replaced with another game, so the journey continues. Guess another question is, how much of Sonic and Knuckles will I have beaten? Is it possible to beat the entirety of Sonic Chaos before beating the first zone of Sonic and Knuckles? So, do I have to play more carefully? Oh, I'm gonna need to... Oh my... The ring went off the top of the screen! That's my protection! Ah, did not keep recording. Ah, sorry to hear it. Did you have fun? Because that's... I guess that's the important thing. Like, if you had fun, then the fun is the bit that's gonna stick with you. You know, you don't need... It's like taking a photograph, you know? If you take a photograph, then that thing no longer lives in, you know, in your memory. It lives in a record. And maybe it's nice that, like, even if you don't have the recording, you have the memory, and that's the important bit. That's what matters. So that might be a nice way to look at it. Oh, awesome! Oh, fantastic. I think I may have tuned in for some of it as well. It might have been while I was away, like, traveling for an event or something. But I'm glad you enjoyed it. That's great. Like, I mean, that's exactly why I made it, for people to enjoy. So, yeah. Which games did you play, by the way? And did it take you long? Like, was it... Because I've seen, like, some speedrunners do it, and they can do it a lot faster than, like, I could. I'm good at these games insofar as I played them obsessively when I was a kid, but I don't know any fast strategies or anything. I've just absorbed a lot of knowledge. Oh, thank you very much. I mean, it's much appreciated. Thank you for playing it, because, like, without people to play it, there would be no point in it being there. So, you know, it's like... And this is the point where I remember that it's... Oh, yeah. It's hard to talk coherently while playing this. So, you, like... When someone says something nice and you want to thank them, like, you know, you want to thank them sincerely, and, but you're, like, at the same time, you're losing your train of thought in the middle of what you're saying because you're busy, like, concentrating on the 4 games. I cannot remember where the 4th flicky is in this level, so I'm going to deposit them and then go looking for the last one. Oh, you did Sonic Blast! Now, Sonic Blast, I decided to not put in the things. I think there's, like... apart from bootleg games, like, I didn't put any bootleg games into the 16 games in today's shuffler. I didn't put in Sonic Blast, because I just thought, oh, I really don't want to play Sonic Blast. Sonic CD, just because I felt like we had enough, like, of that kind of style in there, and I wanted 16, and it was like a choice between that and something like Knuckles Chaotix, and Knuckles Chaotix is a bit weirder, so I went for that. And the other one, I put in the Mega Drive version of 3D Blast, and I didn't put in Sonic R because I thought it was like I think my worry, I might do it if I do this again another time and like maybe try and do it all in one day or something, if like as a charity challenge or something. I might put in Sonic R as the real kind of wild card. Because I'm gonna take some coffee. I'm gonna need it for this boss. I'm glad I got infinite lives. But yeah, I think Sonic R would be the real wild card, so that's the one I elected not to put in for this, just because I don't know if I'd be able to win any races in Sonic R. And I certainly wouldn't be able to win races and get the emeralds, so, because you need to get the emeralds if you want to go to, I have no idea where I am. If you want to go to the final race, you need the emeralds. And so I thought, oh, okay, there's no way, like, there is something about this is, like, the difficulty in the games normally, because caused by the shuffler, kind of comes in fits and starts. Whereas in 3D Blast, in Sonic R, like, it's there throughout the experience. And I think I was a bit worried that I'd end up playing 16 games, but it would be, you know, it would be Sonic R plus 3 others for the whole game. So, I decided to keep it to a sort of safer one. Maybe until I've done one of like a challenge with like Sonic R and a couple of other games, and done that on their own. So I've kind of got my head around it. Then I'll like possibly add it to the choice of 16 and make it into a choice of 18 or something. But that's it. If I do it as a charity thing, then I can make it like a bonus incentive. Like if people donate enough, Sonic R will get added or something. But right now, I mean, I'm kind of just like this. Okay, however long you thought it would take me to beat Sonic Chaos, I'm getting beaten by this game for reasons that have nothing to do with the shuffler right now. So, make of that what you will. I'm clearly not the Sonic Master that I used to be. So, oh, I've got to pick up the flickies again. But okay, so the gold shield is useful, because that means I can homing attack things, and that makes it easier to get bad guys without running into rings. So that's good, I'm happy. But well done on beating the games that you did. I guess Sonic 3 and Knuckles is about twice as long as all the other games, so I can understand why that one would be, you know, on the list of ones that you'd be kind of less likely to finish. With this, I decided to put in Sonic 3 and Sonic and Knuckles separately, just, you know, because it mixes them up a bit. I kind of like the variety, and it keeps the Mega Drive games all of a relative length. Although I think it would be interesting to have, like, one game that's really long compared to the others. Would be interesting. Like, interesting narratively. I think that's one of the reasons I wanted to try this kind of, this relay format, is as a kind of a way to try out like a weird, like a big number of games, but while keeping the interesting narrative, because I think if you put in 16 like and they're all active at the same time, it just becomes a bit of a mess. But when each game has a kind of, okay, you're at the beginning of this one, you're at the end of that one, and that changes over the course of the experience. Like, I think that's sort of just interesting narratively. I also want to see, the reason I want to do this as a kind of relay is, I'm just going to have to concentrate really hard on this, but the reason I want to do this as a kind of relay thing is so that, because, like, when you get to the hard bit of a game, it's very often you'll get to the hard bit of the game when you're either in the hard bits of all the other games, or you've already beaten the other games, so they're not in the list, or you're not dealing with the shuffler anymore. And I kind of like the idea of making it so that I'm nearly there. I beat it! My arch nemesis! I beat my arch nemesis! But yeah. Sonic R is an odd game. I kind of like it just because of, yeah, how out there it is. How it's bizarre, kind of, compared to, like, most other Sonic games, or even most other racing games. It's quite different. And then the cheesy kind of Europop music is, I mean, it sounds kind of straight out of Eurovision. And there's something, it's like how in, you know, Persona 4, like, I don't know any other JRPGs where the battle music is distinctly pop music. Like, you know, you hear kind of orchestral stuff, you hear kind of electronic stuff. It's rare that you have a game where the soundtrack is pop with vocals. And it's like that with Sonic R, is that kind of, the fact that it's got singing and it's real kind of cheesy Europop kind of singing, it does not look or sound or play like any other game. And there is something I like about that. I really like this tune. You're not hearing much of it because the sound effects are playing over the top and I'm talking. But I really like the Sleeping Egg tune. I just, as a kind of, like the I don't know, it's like the instruments or something, the kind of, things, like the, I don't know, I just think that's a really nice phrase. A version of the shuffler where a random level gets played once you complete the one that you're on. Oh, that would be nice. I have been thinking of doing a kind of boss rush kind of thing where it's got save states queued up at the beginning of a bunch of bosses, and every time you do a hit of damage on a boss, it switches you to one of the other save states. So it's like you have to beat all the bosses, but every time you hit a boss, it switches to a different boss. But that's, I can kind of picture how I do it, but I haven't, like, put in the time to actually, like, try prototyping it yet. But that's kind of on my, list of things I want to try out. But yeah, so anyway, yeah, I think I was talking about narratively. I like the idea that you get, you know, you'll be in the easy bit of game one, you'll be in the hard bit of another game, and, you know, maybe you'll be in the hard bits of two games at once, and that kind of, what does that do to the play experience? And then when you've got games which do play kind of differently to each other, like, I kind of, yeah, I like, I don't know, I feel like the design of the games kind of gets revealed somehow by how the feel changes when you switch from one to the other. I don't know, but you can see, like, the fact that I'm getting through Sonic Chaos so quickly compared to the others. I don't know, I feel like that kind of says something about, I don't know, it just flags up something about what's different about the design of that game. Yeah, I don't know, it's kind of, it's a small thing, it's a kind of trivial thing, But I think that's why I like doing these random stuff. It's why I kind of, when I discovered speedrunning, I got really interested in it, and, you know, still am, is because I love this whole thing of, you know, when you play a game differently, you know, you create a new objective or something, and it causes you to play differently, and it kind of reveals things about the way that game is designed, or the way your mind works while you're playing it, that you wouldn't see otherwise, and I think there's something kind of cool about that. So, my hope is that mixing up the order of the games in the shuffler so that they're kind of like out of sync with each other could be kind of interesting and revealing, which is kind of why I wanted to do it this way. I remember there's an extra life back here, and you can see my lives have immediately dipped back down to 5 again. Maybe 1 ring is the optimal number, because when you drop rings in 3D Blast, they do go everywhere. It's also interesting that the jump button in 3D Blast, in the spin button and the jump button are different. So if you're holding down a button in one game and you go into 3D Blast, you're likely to end up doing an action that you didn't plan. Like, I was about to smash that bee robot, and then because I was holding right to run to the right, I ended up just running away from it. It's kind of interesting. So from having, in Sonic Advance, I remember it is funny when you end up just starting running backwards, like doubling back on yourself in 3D Blast. But, yeah, Sonic, it's the Egg Rocket Zone, like, because there's a lot of bottomless pits in it, gets, like, stupid hard with the shuffler. So that's one thing I'm particularly looking forward to in Sonic Advance. Am I on Act 3 already? I think I am. You see, I keep on doubling back on myself every time I get down here. Oh, back I go. I must have been pressing jump at some point where I didn't mean to. Now, when I was a kid, like, so in Sonic 3D Blast, you get more points for depositing all 5 flickies at the same time. And I really should, like, make sure to not do that, because it's actually quite useful to deposit flickies in the ring. Because it stops me from losing them and having to keep on finding them. When we go back to the Mega Drive, I am going to quickly change the button mappings, because 3D Blast has the jump button and the action button the other way round to Sonic Advance, and it's kind of messing with my mind. But I remember, okay, I think this boss is fairly straightforward if you just stay in the right location. I think it might crush you if it lands on you immediately, but let's quickly pause this and go back to the button config. And so A, B, C, there we go. And then we go back to full screen, and it's like nothing ever happened. So now I've got the same jump button in all the games. Where am I going? Oh. Oh, no, no. I did a silly. I changed the buttons, but changed them back to exactly what they were. I'm glad I've got my coffee. That will start to kick in eventually and make me smarter. But how are you all doing, by the way? Are you having a nice morning? It's I'm having a pleasant morning because I'm playing lots of Sonic. And it's also kind of a nice, I don't know, it's nice kind of nostalgia, kind of memories stuff to be playing the Master System ones, because they kind of bring me back to good childhood memories. You know, Master System is what I basically was introduced to gaming on. So work hitting hard before the holidays. That's sorry to hear it. I hope the holidays come nice and soon. Are you taking, like, do you get a break coming up very soon, or are you working right up until Christmas Eve? Coffee doesn't make me smarter, but it makes me dumb faster. Oh, I know that feeling. Anything that makes me more energetic can be a blessing and a curse. It is interesting, though, having played, like, the, you know, played shuffler games quite a bit now. What's weird is that it's kind of stopped being weird to me. It's kind of, like, on a mental thing, it's not messing with my mind switching between the games so quickly, and that it's just the nature of the game. It's just, yeah, this is the game I'm playing. I'm playing Weird Sonic. And that's kind of odd. I'm expecting the brain melting, you know, we're only, what, half an hour into this? I'm expecting the brain melting to start to take hold at some point. But it's interesting that the whole thing of it just jumping between games, where originally I was like, oh my god, that's so weird. That's like, that's just messing with my mind, messing with my eyes. Now I'm just like, yeah, it's just a normal Monday, which is a bit odd. So, oh, okay, that's not bad. So you got working right up until Christmas Eve, and then you get, like, I mean, that's just over 2 weeks, really, isn't it? 2 weeks to yourself, which is good. I mean, we all need the holidays. I mean, I kind of wrapped up with work on Friday, which is why I'm why I'm able to do this today. I'm kind of back, you know, just after New Year, but I am so, like, you know, up for it's a no commitment, you know. It's not the sort of not being busy, because I guess I like to make myself busy by, you know, making games. But it's the sort of having no commitments. It's like, you know, my activities are kind of my own. And I'm also I'm going back home to visit family for Christmas, so that I am very much looking forward to. I always like Christmas with my parents. It's, I lost a flicky. So yeah, and I'm trying to avoid bumping into rings with the spinning top effect, because it's very easy to get kind of, you know what, if I lose the flickies, I'll focus on the spinning top and then go back for the flickies later. But if you jump with the spinning top, which is really easy to do with the shuffler on, then you'll lose the spinning top effect, and I need to keep that spinning top effect and keep it all the way to the bottom of the screen. So I go up here, I get spinning top, and now I want to avoid getting rings because I want to avoid jumping while I've got this, and if I'm jumping in one game, I'll end up jumping in this game. Hey Zach, good to see you. Thank you for the dancing Charizards. That is exactly what I need to start my day, so thank you very much. How are you doing? I also, okay, so, fun thing about this zone in Sonic Chaos is I remember noticing this, like, when it must have been when I was playing Sonic Adventure DX and it had the Game Gear games in it. The music on this level is like a kind of sort of funked up remix of the Green Hills Zone music from Sonic 2. It's like you could sing along to both at the same time, but obviously I'm going to be adding a load of mess into the level, so otherwise I'd sing it for you. Maybe I'll sing for you later. That's so I'm through the bit where I need to pirouette. I'm going to deposit the flickies, and then get this last one, and that will take me through here. Thank you very much, Zach. Thank you. Have you? I guess it must be late-ish for you. I guess like dinner time or something. But yeah, I mean, I feel like I want to offer you some kind of, like, because, you know, I want to offer you some kind of reading or something, Zach, to say thank you for coming on, because you always give me a reading, and I would love to return that favor, but I don't know if there's a way that, for the Sonic Shuffler to, you know, to give you any, tarot goodness. That's my buzzer going. I need to get my door, so let's just quickly pause this. There we go. I'm back. Someone at the door. Another copy of the book. Oh yes, it could be a third copy of what was it? So yeah, Trevor Strunk, who does No Cartridge Audio, which is a very good podcast, a kind of games and culture podcast, and he's just released a book. I accidentally pre-ordered 2 copies of it because I pre-ordered it, and then 6 months later, forgetting I'd pre-ordered it and seeing, oh, he's writing a book, I should pre-order that, went on and pre-ordered 2 copies, and my second copy of that book arrived yesterday. And it is, I would not put it past myself to have gone and bought myself 3 copies of the same book. So, yeah, we'll find out. But it was someone with a parcel for next door, so... So, unfortunately not, but we can but hope. Maybe the next time the doorbell rings. So I want to get up here, because I couldn't seem to go to the right, and I can't figure out why. We'll find out. A re-pre-order, yes! now we just sit and wait for this boss. I remember figuring this out as a child and feeling very, very smart. That you just position yourself atop its head. But yeah, so I've got 2 copies. I mean, I feel like I could return one of them. I could gift someone one of them, but I'm trying to think, like, who of my friends would enjoy reading it. Like, I haven't decided. Or maybe, I don't know. I'll figure out something. It's, I feel like it would make a good gift for someone, so I'll probably hang on to it and then can give it away to someone as a birthday present or something. So, this is the penultimate zone in Sonic Chaos. So, this puts us at so, yeah, okay, it's over 26 minutes, but it's certainly, you know, below the 4-hour mark I'm expecting, you know, some of these games to take. So, I think, well, okay, so the timer on the Master System games always ran slower than it was supposed to, and it's like a sort of, because it was running at 50 frames per second instead of 60. So, just think, you know, you said 26 minutes, but you mean 26 minutes at 50 frames per second, which is at least 1 hour 45 at 60 frames per second. So, you know, you've also got the closest guess so far. Obviously, the closer I get to the end of the game, the more accurate people's guesses will become. But for anyone who did miss the opportunity to guess, we want to find out how long is it going to take me to beat Sonic Chaos. So right now, Chippy3000 has put in a guess of 26 minutes, and that is the closest guess we've had so far. So, if you want to get in on this chance to win a lot of smiles and joy, then you can type in the chat how long you think it's going to take me to beat Sonic Chaos. That's this game right here, which I am officially 2/3 of the way through right now, if that helps you figure it out. So if you want to win those smiles, type in your guess into the chat. Thank you very much, Hypnotics. Thank you, much appreciated. Oh, 26 minutes, 1 second. That is currently our new best guess. So, my lovely audience, if you want to improve your chances of winning the pride of knowing that you are the smartest person in the room, get your guesses coming in. Up I go. I did see, so I went to London to BFI South Bank and took a couple of installations, a box of glitches really. It's the magic box with I'd made a little kind of box of buttons that you could use to control it, which I might show you at the interval at some point. A box of buttons that you can use to control it, and like to do the rewind and to choose between the different settings, as well as another box with like it's Sonic controlled by 4 people at the same time, so each player has one of 4 buttons. So the buttons are mapped to left, right, down, and B. So B for jump. And they have to play Sonic 2 as a team. Nobody knows what their button does. The only way to find out is to press it. And every 30 seconds, all the buttons switch around. And so I took that to the BFI, so I had the glitches on one, and I had the random controller on the other one. And there was someone playing, and who'd played a lot of Sonic. Apparently, he said, "Oh yeah, I used to play this all the time," and could not figure out the sort of pulling down on the D-pad to make the things go up. And it just made me realise, like, because I've always kind of thought there's something about the Sonic games that makes them nice for doing kind of installations and like weird kind of glitchy stuff and kind of like audience games and things, is that they're quite simple to pick up and play. Like, the controls aren't very complicated. Like, all 3 buttons on the Mega Drive controller do the same thing, you know, that kind of thing. And it was watching things like that, you go, oh wow, no, these are actually more complicated than I gave them credit for. And it's just because, you know, because I spent, you know, a lot of my childhood playing these games and a fair chunk of my adulthood as well, that they seem kind of, like, intuitive to me, but it's, you know, it's not intuitive to anyone. So that was a weird kind of strange revelation I had, sort of watching someone play Sonic in an installation. Anyway, that's popped into my head when I was on the kind of grabbing hooks in Sonic and Knuckles, you know, the ones which get you, you have to press down to go up. But yeah. Oh, it is a lot of, it's wonderfully hellish. It's, it is a beautiful, kind of, a beautiful mess. I think I kind of, I like what it does in terms of, so talking about the 4-button controller where the buttons change every 30 seconds. I think I like what it does to take the game that is kind of, you know, it's a single-player game about moving smoothly and swiftly and with momentum, with Sonic, this character who's fast and cool and slick. And, you know, you play the game with a shared controller and he becomes clumsy and awkward and he will kind of slowly saunter into obstacles and he becomes this kind of Mr. Bean character. And I think there's something kind of nice about that. You take something that was not meant to be a cooperative game and you turn it into a cooperative game, and then all of the challenges that come up as a result are kind of like naturally occurring. Like things that were meant to be quite simple obstacles become quite difficult when approached as a team. And I like that because the designer did not put those challenges in expecting them to be hard. They were just kind of like trivial bits of level design just to stop people from falling asleep. And so you find these new challenges that were like, that are present but were never designed to be there. And it's like, it's kind of like found art or something. It's like these are naturally occurring. These are challenges that just exist in the DNA of the game mechanics. And I don't know, I just think there's something kind of quite nice about that. And yes, the chaos. I do love the chaos, unsurprisingly. So I think that was actually the sort of the 4-player controller was the first weird Sonic thing I made. Because I had these 4 buttons, which I made for a kind of a puzzle game called Codex Bash, which was, I guess, plays a bit like an escape room. Although I hadn't actually been to an escape room when I made it, so that comparison was something I only kind of went, oh yeah, later. But it's a kind of, you know, code-breaking puzzle game shared between 4 people using these four buttons. They have to run around the room pressing them. And I was like, I could reuse these to make a game controller. And so I made the random shuffling controller for Sonic. And I was really happy with how it turned out. So, like, and that kind of got me into the mood of hacking around with emulators and things like that. which is how we end up with the ring shuffler, and like in the magic box there's all the things of like every time Sonic gets a ring it edits the level. And so a couple of years ago I started doing a stage show called the Scrambled Eggman Show, which I only did a handful of performances of. I guess it's like, because the Incredible Playable Show, which is my main stage show, which I've not done for a couple of years now, for obvious reasons, like, that I can kind of take around and sort of, you know, I used to, you know, sell it to events. You know, they'd book me to come and perform that at an event, and it was a bunch of games designed to be played by an auditorium full of people with weird controllers. And the Eggman Show was basically that, but with Sonic hacks instead of newly made games, and it was all stuff like every time he gets a ring, it edits your opponent's copy of the level, or every time you get a ring, Sonic gets faster, or using the cooperative controller. And so I would take that around, but obviously, because, like, you know, the IP, like, it's not, I think I would be in hot water if I tried to make money out of doing that. I think it's fine to do it as a kind of, you know, fun, you know, party thing as a handful of, you know, one-offs, but to sort of do it as a kind of business venture would be a bit shady. So I've only done it occasionally, but that was one thing I used to do, like, before I came up with the Ring Shuffler last year. That was the kind of thing that got me on that thread to making it. I am going to just click on the screen just so I can see commentary on man's inability to work through simple challenges with his fellow man. Yeah, I think that does read as an interpretation. I can't remember where I'm meant to go now. I know I'm meant to jump over that top bit. Maybe I'm meant to go through the hole. Okay, and I want to get rings because I need the protection. I think there's a nice thing that comes up because there's nothing that tells you what button you've got. So there's nothing that tells you what button you've got. And so the upshot of that is that the only way to find out what button you've got is to press your button. But everybody's doing that at the same time, so you can end up, you press your button, and this is funny, the way people kind of get convinced about what their button does. You press your button, and Sonic jumps. And even though someone else was pressing their button at the same time, you become convinced that your button is the jump button. And it's very hard to be dissuaded from that idea. It's kind of weird how stubborn people are, because that sort of thing of, no, I press my button and Sonic jumps, you know, feels like kind of gospel to you. And it's weird that it can feel like your button makes Sonic jump even when it doesn't. Even when there's a bit of a delay because someone else is doing it. And it's because you've already convinced yourself. And I kind of like that. Oh yeah, I'm looking forward to Chaotix. I am not attempting to get all the emeralds. I think Chaotix, if I was trying to get all the emeralds, would be... I mean, that's... Well, that was fun. Hello, Yoshi. Welcome to the stream. And yes, these are more Ring Shuffler shenanigans. So yeah, I was just saying, I'm expecting Chaotix to be nasty. I'm not trying to get all the rings, and I'm expecting the Chaotix special stages to be nasty with the Ring Shuffler, because every time, like, because you need to get lots of rings in order to do well in the special stages, and you need to get rings to stay in the special stages. And also, it's very easy to fall out of the special stages. So, yeah, I'm expecting. I mean, that's the next level challenge, is to try and beat Sonic and Knuckles. Try and beat a bunch of these games with all the Chaos Emeralds. I know someone nearly did it. So, an Australian speedrunner, I think it was. I can't remember his name. But did it with Sonic 1, 2, 3, and Sonic and Knuckles, and he got all but 2 of the emeralds. And it was like 2 emeralds in Sonic 2 he couldn't get. And it was a real kind of, nail-biting challenge. It was really fun to watch. But, I mean, the Sonic 2 special stages, they are nasty with the ring shuffler on. Like, they just, like... Yeah, he really had to sort of strategize how he was doing it. Would the ring shuffler exist without COVID? Is a very interesting, question. Possibly. So, I mean, the reason I ended up doing it, so, because I had been hacking around with weird Sonic stuff, between, like, for a few years at that point, and not entirely sure what to do with it, and I guess the Eggman stage show was the closest I'd come up with for an answer to, oh, this is what it's all leading up to. And I'd also started doing kind of art videos, like, in 2019, I'd kind of made an art video using Pokemon and having that kind of deteriorate as it was played, as a kind of trying to sort of represent the kind of decay of an ecosystem under human intervention. So, like, I think, and that's when I ended up making the feature, was when I was playing around trying to make art videos using a Mega Drive emulator. So I'd started putting in things like the thing where colors get deleted every time you pick up a ring. Like, that's something I made before I did the ring shuffler to try and make art videos out of. And so I was on that thing, but I kind of... It became... I think because I couldn't do live shows anymore, like... It was definitely in summer 2020, because I couldn't do the live shows anymore, and I was kind of feeling kind of creatively a bit kind of... It was like a creative drought for me. I was like, I don't know what to do, because I've had my kind of... My thing kind of taken away from me. Like, here's my normal approach to do things is, okay, how would this work on a stage, or how would this work in an exhibition? And I couldn't do that anymore, so I started, like, making, like, glitchy effects and trying to make art videos out of them as a way to kind of sort of re-engage with, like, creatively, and just kind of get my creative juices going again. And that was during that phase in, like, summer 2020 is when I came up with the ring shuffler, was when I was playing around with that stuff. So it's hard to say, because, I was making this stuff, like, before the pandemic, but the pandemic is what caused me to kind of bring it back out of storage, because I kind of needed it for the, kind of to get the creative juices flowing again. But yeah, the Pokemon one where the kind of world decays as you play, that was like a real kind of a learning experience, I'd call it, because I think the art I made out of it, I don't think was very good. I did the Eggman show. This was in December 2019. I took my Dr. Eggman show to an event in the Netherlands because they'd had me doing the Incredible Playable show the previous year, and they really liked it. And they were doing, it was like the theme of their exhibition this year was Broken Worlds, and I said, oh, well, I'm working on this new Eggman show, which is about kind of glitching games. That sounds like it would suit the festival really well. And so they said, yeah, let's have the Eggman show. So I went over there to do the Eggman show, and I'd been working on the Pokemon, like, art video, which was also about a broken world. And so I said to them, look, I've got this. Do you want to show this in the exhibition as well? And they said yes. So I showed it in the exhibition, and it was a real kind of experience of watching people walk right past it and not engage with it. And it was like, because it was like this 27-hour video art piece of this game of Pokemon where every Pokemon battle, like, will decay the data on the cartridge, so that it becomes glitchier and, like, specifically slower. Like the heat death of the universe, it becomes slower as time goes on. But a lot of it is just footage of it doing nothing. And when I watched people walking past it in the exhibition, I was like, yeah, I can see why people are doing this. This is really obvious. Like, they're walking right past it because it's not doing anything. Like, you could stand in front of that for a minute, and then if your friend asks you, oh, what did you see? You wouldn't be able to tell them. And it was like, and I thought, okay, that's a real failing of that as an art piece. Like, and so, like, at the beginning of 2020, that kind of, I started streaming, like, more kind of improv-y stuff. I tried to come up with 1,000 game ideas, and I ended up coming up with 500 over a period of 8 hours. And that as an art video to kind of try and create something where someone could walk up to it at any point in time, and they could watch it for a minute, and then, you know, if they bumped into someone else at the exhibition, and they asked, oh, what did you see? They would have a story to tell. It's like, oh yeah, there was this guy, he looked really exhausted, and he was talking about cucumbers. Or something like that. Like, there's a kind of narrative hook, and it's like, oh wow, I saw it. It was early in the day. He seemed really energetic. And I had no idea what he was talking about. And you speak to someone else, and they say, oh yeah, I saw the guy was just like, he looked totally out of it. I mean, honestly, he looked kind of depressed, like, because he couldn't come up with any ideas. And, like, and I think that's, oh, hello, Gamer Chris plus Pinball. And I guess so your name is Chris, so I will say hello, Chris. If you prefer to be called Chris rather than Gamer Chris plus Pinball, that's quite a long name. But yes, welcome to the stream. But yeah, and thank you very much for coming along, and I'm assuming Octo... Oh, you used to go by Octo Chris. Okay, understood. Sorry. I was like, oh, did someone called Octo Chris, like, link you to the stream or something? No. Okay, I got it. But, well, welcome back, Chris, formerly known as Octo Chris. Welcome to the stream. So, could have been Sega Junkie. Sorry, I'm looking at the old message. I've been talking about myself. So, I missed some of the messages. But yes, so this time so the way this one works is that every time you collect a ring, sorry, you already know this, every time you collect a ring it switches game. There are 4 games queued up in the roster. So it will be switching between the 4 active games. When I complete a game, it will go into the completed games pile. and a new randomly selected game will take its place in the upcoming, active game slot. So I'm probably going to finish Sonic Chaos first, and let's imagine Sonic Advance 2 gets randomly picked, and then I'll be playing Sonic 3D, Sonic Advance 1, Sonic & Knuckles, and Sonic Advance 2. So the idea is that I keep playing until all the games on the roster have been completed. So the only time I'll have, the only time I will have fewer than 4 games in the shuffler is when I have completed like enough games so there's no more in the upcoming list, if that makes sense. So it's like it's like a relay race. I finish one game and then I move on to the next one. I feel like there has been a bit of a spike in difficulty in Sonic Chaos. And also in navigating 3D Blast. So, we'll see. But we are near... If anyone else wants to put in a bet for how long they think it'll be before I beat Sonic Chaos. Because the current best guess is 26 minutes and 1 second. Then... feel free to, yeah. I am very easily distracted. Hello, Crispy T. Oh, thank you very much. I'm glad you like Journey to Lavender Town. Thanks. I mean, I really appreciate that, because, well, it's like... I'll be honest, I haven't had a lot of feedback on it, so, I think I've kind of, that's probably shaped how I've regarded it, is thinking, oh, I haven't got a lot of feedback on it, that's probably telling. But, so it's nice to hear that it connected with someone, so thank you very much. But I think, yeah, being able to skip about on YouTube and find the weird stuff, and I guess that is, you know, there's 27 hours of footage. A lot of it, there's not much going on. But when you find something that belongs to you, like when you find something, I like to imagine that it belongs to you. And I think, and that's what makes it special. And so I guess that's my hope for it. I don't know if that's what your experience was, but that was certainly part of my intention. So we are onto the final boss. We're on to the final boss. How did you find out about Journey to Lavender Town, by the way? Because, yeah, I guess, I do have a listing for it on my website, but I don't know, like, if people sort of look that far down the list, if they look at my portfolio, or if it's... I remember I was tweeting about it at the time, so, you know, it could be that. I guess just kind of curious to know, really. Get the ring for safety. Oh, that's a good idea, Robin. And thank you very much for coming along. Yeah, I think going through it and, like, picking out the weirdest moments, and because, like, there were some really... My favourite bit, and it occurs quite early on, one of my favourite bits earlier anyway, is when I spoke to Brock. And I'm right near the end of this, but I am quite liable to die on this bit. Because I remember this bit used to give me hell as a kid, but no! I have beaten Sonic Chaos, so that is our first game. So that is... Let's queue up the thing. And... So that's... Oh, I've got to... When's time? When's time? I guess... Let's say time is when it fades or whatever. Does anyone really care too much? So there we go. There's Sonic Chaos has been completed. 1 minute, 10 seconds, and so many seconds. But Robotnik has got away with the emeralds. Oh no. Oh no. So that is one game down. So Sonic Chaos is complete. So that gets removed from the shuffler. Who wants to find out what the next game is? I'm gonna press the complete button, so that's gonna give me a time, and we're gonna find out what the next game in the list is. So 3, 2, fun. Sonic Chaos got completed, and the next game is Sonic Triple Trouble. So we've got from 8-bit to 8-bit. I am going to take a quick break. And I will be back in maybe 5 minutes or something. So I will this will go to a demo, won't it? So I will. I'll just switch into a game so you can get some music. Oh. I'm clearly collecting rings. Okay, toggle games in shuffler. If I take out Sonic Chaos, and there we go. So I'll leave Sonic to tap his foot. I'm just going to pause the clock while I take a break. But I will be back soon. But in answer to your questions, how is this going to work with Dr. Robotnik's Mean Bean Machine? Is that Puyo Puyo? Yes, that is Puyo Puyo. That's a Mega Drive version of Puyo Puyo localized for America and Europe. Every time you match 4 beans, or your opponent matches 4 beans, it will switch games. So that's how that one will work. Good moments with the ring shuffling game emulator. So the emulator, I guess there's 2. I call it Alistair's Magic Box. Is one of them, and then there's the big BizHawk Ring Shuffler. The Magic Box does Mega Drive games, and it's got a whole bunch of different weird features in it, like, whenever Sonic gets a ring, it'll scramble the level data and things like that. So that might be one thing you're looking for. The other one is the BizHawk Ring Shuffler. If you follow the link, which side is it? It's over there. I'm going to try point to it. Oh, that's close enough. I'm pointing close enough to it. If you go there, that's the one that switches games and works on more consoles than just the Mega Drive. So the other one is kind of Mega Drive only, really, and Master System and Game Gear. This one works on N64, 32X, Mega CD, Game Boy Advance. So that's what I'm playing on here. What's the next one? Oh, you found out about it on the Facebook post. Awesome. Oh, well, thank you very much. I think Brock was maybe 1 hour into it. I think I may have had 2 conversations with him. And they were long. There's a lot of him just standing there. But, turn the sound up, because he makes some very interesting noises. So, I'm going to be back in about 5 minutes. I'm just going to make a little text box. Back in 5. I'm just going to add that to the screen. And I'll be back very soon. I'm not trying to be ominous. I'm just clearing away my coffee mug and replacing it with a mug of fresh tea. So, but I'll be back in like 1 minute. Just, but I also hung up the washing is the other thing that I've been doing off screen. So it's. But I don't know. I think ominous is nice. I reckon I'd be quite. I think I'd enjoy being ominous. I might have to change into like a black cloak or something, like Emperor Palpatine style. Laundry stream, yep, that'll be the next one. 16 hours of laundry. I mean, I guess there is something in that, the idea of doing a kind of art stream of hanging up laundry for 16 hours or something, or like film yourself every time you wash your dishes, just film yourself washing the dishes and like put together like a supercut of all the dishes you have washed in the past year, and that would make a fun art video. I mean, by fun, I mean, I'm sure it suffer from the same problem of not really having a kind of narrative to it. I think that's the thing. What would change over time? I mean, I guess meals. If you filmed yourself eating for a year, and you could see how your taste in food changed, but also would the food that you ate change because you're kind of doing it as a performance now? Like, that's an interesting question. And my microphone is on. I'm glad I checked that. As a gimmick stream, I've seen worse ideas than just a camera on your washing machine. I don't know, you haven't seen my washing machine. I might have a really boring washing machine. So, I'm going to start the clock again. There we go. And clock is on again. I need to add Sonic Triple Trouble into the shuffler. So let's toggle games and find Sonic the Hedgehog Triple Trouble. It's switched there immediately. So, the adventure continues. We get a very compressed shout of Sega from the game. Alright, the adventure continues. Let's do this. I guess that this is one of the two games I'm kind of... Well, okay, games I'm least familiar with are this, Sonic Pocket Adventure, which I have beaten once. This I've beaten once, maybe twice. I think I might have beaten it without emeralds and with emeralds. Possibly. Sonic Spinball I have never actually beaten. So, that'll be interesting. Knuckles Chaotix, I have only beaten the once or twice, maybe. But I don't remember it being particularly difficult. So, I think that's just going to be a bit of a kind of brain melter more than anything else. Because of, like... Knuckles Chaotix has a stupid number of rings in it. But yeah, so what's making, I can't remember which way I meant to go. And that's what's making, so we've got multiple challenges here. Sonic and Knuckles right now, I have to jump. There's a death pit, so I can't really press jump while I collect rings in the other games. So I should focus on getting rings while not pressing jump, in hope that I switch into Sonic and Knuckles and can just make progress along those hangles, because that's the hangles are the nasty bit there. Because if I jump while I'm on the hangles, then I will fall to my doom and have to start the level again. So that's what I'm trying to avoid right now. So what I might do is get those rings while holding right, in an attempt to just get past the hangle. Which I'm pretty sure is the official name for one of those things. Let's go from that so I can see the thing. Yes, the birds follow you around. If they get hit, they could, like, if you get hit, you drop them all. But if they get hit, they will stop following you and you have to pick them up again. And they make a little kind of tweety sound. To show their fear. They are scared. They need their Sonic to help them. But even that compressor's still like a quarter of the cartridge. That is probably very true. Yes, I've watched, is it John something? I know who you're talking about. So yeah, Robin the MB saying, the studio lead for Sonic 3D Blast has some really interesting videos. Game Hut is a channel. And yeah, it's fascinating. I love the stuff about, like, how they put together the opening video for, like, that cinematic right at the beginning of Sonic 3D Blast. And how they managed to compress it all is really quite impressive. And look, I got almost the whole way to the end, and I forgot my own advice. So, right now I can just play through the others as normal, but once I get to the hangles, I need to remember to concentrate. Only press right, don't jump. That's the rule. And don't let the spring get me. But yeah, I am playing this level kind of mindlessly at the moment. But I have been in... have been in the same bit of Flying Battery in Sonic & Knuckles for a while now. But I also feel like by getting that run of rings there off of that spring, I kind of managed to take 3D Blast out of the equation, and that could be a good bit of strategy, is to put yourself in situations where, you know, the character is getting rings frame after frame without you pressing a button, so you don't have to think about keeping that game safe anymore. Thought I saw a crab. Right, I want to try and make use of this invincibility. So yeah, the meta aspects where the games interact are kind of cool. That's kind of my hope, really. That's kind of what I'm most excited to see. So I'm glad that's clicked with you, because that's certainly my intention. So I grew up with the Master System games. I think, so to me they seem a little bit normal, like more normal than I reckon they probably do with other people. This is also, it's the Triple Trouble's the Game Gear. So, yeah, does that affect it? I mean, I guess the resolution is a bit lower than the Master System, so it might seem a bit more pixely and chunky. Especially watching it kind of full screen. The Master System, though, I mean, I think Sonic 1 on the Master System looks quite nice. It looks quite kind of understated compared to the other 8-bit games. You know, the choice of color is a bit more muted and tasteful. and there's less noise in the background. Like, that's a really noisy background they have there. Okay, that's really hard because you have to spin in the air before you can hit the thing. But I don't think there's any rings in this level. But yeah, Sonic 1 on the Master System, I think, looks quite nice and clean in a way that the others didn't. And I think, like, the other games kind of wanted to try and replicate the kind of bold look of the Mega Drive games. And that possibly makes them seem a bit more, I guess, a bit kind of cheaper in a way. A bit messier. Whereas Sonic 1, I think, like, I mean, the word I used was understated. So I'm going to take this slowly and just land on top of it and then wait. Because I'm not in a rush. Okay, that was lucky. Yes, I wonder, I'm sure, like, because you've got a lot of, like, look at those, you know, light and dark browns right next to each other that would have kind of faded into each other somewhat on the Game Gear screen. That probably does change the visual experience in quite a meaningful way, so you're probably right on that. Act 3 in this zone has amazing music, so that's something to look forward to. And I guess because there's no rings in that level, you'll get to enjoy that music with nothing to interrupt it but my dulcet tones. But yes, I mean, so much of Sonic 3D Blast seems to be me being lost and going, oh god, where am I? I'm trying to avoid rings in Sonic and Knuckles if I can. I really thought I was going totally the wrong way there. Honestly, I was like, yep, I'm I'm just on a wild goose chase here, a wild flicky chase. Let's see if I can find... I mean, if I can find a place to deposit the flickies, that's almost as good as finding flickies. So I think I've done a full loop of the level. So that's good. Don't want to give my rings to Knuckles. Okay, so we're getting very close to the Hangles again. I've not really been concentrating on Advance 1, but now I'm on a fun moment with flickies. So I've just lost a bunch of rings in 3D Blast. Oh, okay, that was interesting. I thought I'd nearly jumped off of the Hangles. Okay, so, reminder. Just hold right, hold right. And then I'm going to go back to that bit and I'm going to hold right. That's the thing. So, how far are we through the games in play? So, I would say we are about a sixth of the way through Sonic Advance. We are about a sixth of the way through Sonic Triple Trouble. We are about a sixth of the way through Sonic and Knuckles. I'd say I want to say roughly a sixth for all of them. except for Sonic and Knuckles. Sorry, except for 3D Blast, where we are approaching the halfway point, I reckon. I can count the number of zones. Was it 6 zones or 7 zones in that one? Because we're in zone 3 of 7 right now. So yeah, maybe I'm not as far through it as I thought. Am I on a loop in this level? I feel like I've been on that spinning angle a lot. But I did make it past... Okay, so I did make... I hadn't even noticed that I'd got past the bit that was kept on killing me in Sonic and Knuckles. I just kind of like... totally kind of zoned out during that, in a way. Like, as soon as I passed it, I was kind of on autopilot. Which is kind of weird. But yeah, I mean, I feel like I've not had to go off of autopilot much yet. So, and the Flicky made its way back to me somehow. I do not know how it did that. I thought it was in the Pit of Spikes. Maybe they jump out of the Pit of Spikes. Like, I know they, like, if they're in lava, they'll fly out of the lava, but I didn't think they did that on the Pits of Spikes. But, you know, every day's a school day. So, 4 out of 5. Just want to avoid rings, avoid getting hurt, find the ring, big ring, the checkpoint, which I think is down here. I was doing so well at not getting rings. Something caused my ring count to change during that screen. So that's odd. Different. Okie dokie. So. Now I need to be holding left for Sonic Advance. I have this bit I'm in Sonic Advance has caught me out in a previous thing. Time taken too long. I've never seen that before. I did not know it said that. Time taken too long. Oh, thank you. Thank you, game. So I no longer need to hold left. So I can just play normally. Oh, I don't want to fall down there. But I don't think it's a loop. it's... Ah, God, so much going on! Too much going on. Help me. Those spiked floor things in Sonic 3D right now. Okay, yes, okay. This is a bit where you end up going into a loop if you're not careful. But I can't remember what I need to do in order to avoid going into a loop. So... Right. Let's get this guy. Green Flicky. Oh, that makes sense! I left Sonic 3D Blast running while I made T. That... Okay. Now I don't feel so bad. Now I don't feel like the game was dissing me too hard. But clearly Sonic 3D Blast does not value my tea drinking time. It's very important. I need my tea making time. I need to hang up my washing. Do you want me to have damp clothes? Is that what you want, John Burton? there are not a lot of rings in this level. I'm surprised at how much I'm able to do without getting rings. Okay, so here's the boss with the cool music, so it's time to jam. I'm seeing a dancing raccoon from Yoshi, which I'm assuming... Oh no, there are rings in that level. Okay, so I guess less jamming opportunity. Yeah, it turns out I do have a too much going on limit. Okay, which way am I meant to go? That's the constant refrain in 3D Blast, is which way am I meant to go? Have I been this way before? Like, getting rings creates a trail. It's like a breadcrumb trail. It's like if you see rings, you haven't been there yet. Okay, so there's rings, there's an enemy. That's where I'm meant to go. And I'm trying to slowly roll up to it, and that was a bad move. I really do not want to get spiked, because that will cause all my flickies and rings to go everywhere, which will cause me no end of excitement. Just one checkpoint down. Okay, what's next? Don't think there's anything I need to get up there, so there's a bad guy. Just enjoy the beautiful music. I haven't not played this in a long time. I cannot remember what the boss is or how to beat it, so... This may be one of those bits that requires multiple attempts. Turn up the volume to enjoy the beautiful music, and then when I start to... Oh well, oh, we've lost the cool train music. Oh, and there go my rings. Okay, alright, that was quite straightforward. And so the active games thing, I'm just changing this in the menus. I would like to add this as a thing that you can kind of set up from the emulator, but I haven't got around to that. So really, it's just, the new thing is the UI for it. So I've set up a UI, it's just a Unity application, which is what you see on the left-hand side of the screen right now, which is tracking the time for each game, and it's selecting what's next, and then, you know, once it's selected, I pick that out of the menu. I would like to build all of this into the emulator to kind of make it easier to run, but right now it's basically a very simple bit of UI managing it. It does all save it, like, the progress and things, like, to the hard disk, so doing this over multiple sessions will automatically... It'll keep track of what I played, how long I took on what thing, how much time I've spent, and things like that. So that's something I kind of realized while I was making it. Oh yeah, I'll probably need that. It's funny, there's a certain amount of stuff I do on autopilot that I'm realized, oh, I'm going to have to change that because I want to avoid getting rings. But yeah, I mean, my main reason for doing this was I wanted to see, like, I guess how the experience changes when... it's a combination of things, because I want to put kind of games which are kind of slightly different but not drastically different next to each other. Like, if you do all the Mega Drive games, they are all of a kind of similar style, but if you include the Master System games and the Game Boy Advance ones alongside them. They're of different styles. But also, it was like, if you do like all 16 games at the same time, it's going to end up a bit of a mush. There's no narrative there. You can't, like, whereas with this, you can go, okay, this game, you know, this game I'm near the end, this game I'm right at the beginning, this game is giving me hell and has been in rotation for ages, and things. So I kind of think, I kind of feel like 4 might be the magic number for the most things that you want to have shuffling at the same time, you know, in terms of making a challenge that's kind of easy to follow, but having 16 games and doing them like a relay kind of creates an interesting narrative. And, you know, you might get the hard bit of Game A going on during the hard bit of Game B, or you might get the hard bit of Game A going on while none of the other games are hard, and, you know, that can affect how you approach it. So I kind of want to create opportunities to sort of shuffle up when things will be easy and when things will be hard. Controlled chaos, yes, that's, I think that's it. It's, I guess it's the showman in me is going, okay, I want to create something that's fun to watch because it's, like, so, you know, it's surprising and unusual, but at the same time, what needs to be done to make that followable? What needs to be done to make that have, you know, interesting ebbs and flows that, you know, naturally exist within it? Why am I going this way? This way's a lightning shield. I don't want the lightning shield. So yeah, that's, I guess that's where my mind is. What's the narrative? What's the saga? And of course, in a certain, like, even though there's a sort of certain amount of kind of, you know, control that I'm adding to that by making it not just, you know, all 16, you know, randomly sorted. Like, it's a kind of control where I want to keep the randomness, you know? I don't know what the order's going to end up being. I don't know, you know, I want to keep a certain amount of unknowns going on during the adventure. Like, I don't know what Mean Bean Machine is going to be like alongside the other games, and that's an interesting part of the adventure, is getting things like that where you're like, okay, yeah, I don't know how Mean Bean Machine is going to sit with the others. I mean, I vaguely, like, Spinball and 3D Blast are a couple of wild cards, like, because they play so differently to the others. And I have seen, like, Argic and Amber Cyprine playing with them, so I've kind of got a feel for what those games are like when they're in rotation with other more traditional Sonic games. But I haven't tried that myself, and I want to try that myself. So, yeah, so that's the story behind this. That's right. Have a great day, Yoshi. Thanks for coming along, and thank you very much for the good luck. Have a cracking day, and also have cracking streams yourself. Everybody go and check out Yoshi Chief. Yoshi Chief does a lot of cool streams, and has played around a lot with the shufflers, and that, and is well worth watching. So check out Yoshi Chief on Twitch for some incredible streams. Right, another boss. I'm just gonna try and limit the number of rings I'm picking up. You want to try and get at him from the high ground and get at him from behind. Can't remember if you need to be on higher ground. You don't need to be on higher ground. You can just be behind him. So I'm just going to lure him down towards the lower end of the screen. And then hit him when I can. And that hugging heart is, thank you very much. That's, thank you very much for the lovely emoji. Appreciate it. So, this should be fairly straightforward, because it's these sort of... The bosses are often phases of the game where you don't really need to collect rings. Which means that normally bosses are a kind of straightforward part of the game. The thing that makes that, you know, not so... you can't really count on that is Sonic Advance 2. When that comes up, the bosses will be... And knowing this from prior experience, the bosses are some of the hardest bits of the game in that, because the rings come thick and fast during the Sonic Advance 2 bosses, and you need them because you get hit a lot in Sonic Advance 2 during the bosses. So, where do I go in this bit of the level? Am I meant to go left here? And then this is the bit where it matters that I am not as familiar with the game. Oh, and that was enough. That was enough to get the KO. So, at 3. So we have done 3 zones in this. We've got 4 more to go. So I guess we are approaching the halfway point in 3D Blast. I mean, so far it feels kind of like Sonic and Knuckles has been the most chaotic of them. Like, that's definitely been my feeling. I feel like I'm making least progress in Sonic and Knuckles. Which could just say something about the style of the game, I don't know. Like, I can't remember if there's... Checkpoints are good. Checkpoints are always good. I don't think there is a bad guy up on the other side of that snowy river. But I have to try and crack this thing open to get the flicky. Oh, the ice is going to be fun, isn't it? Right. Okay, so up we go. Let's deposit these 2. Got 3 more flickies to go. 2 more flickies to go. I think there's Knuckles through there, so I don't think I need to worry about going that way. I'm not touching anything. I just let the game do what it needs to do. It's got to learn to fend for itself eventually. Just take me all the way up to the top. So yeah, the Master System feeling fairly generous with its ringless things. The 8-bit games seem to have, like, so far they've had areas of lots of rings and areas of no rings. So I feel like I dip into Sonic and Knuckles as quickly as I dip back out of it, whereas it feels like certainly with Triple Trouble and 3D Blast and Sonic Chaos, I go into them and I stay in them for a little while. Which is possibly, I mean, I feel like that's got more to do with the nature of the Mega Drive Sonic games than anything else. Like, okay, so there's that other flicky is inside the penguin. So, yeah, like... In Sonic and Knuckles, it seems that I don't go far without getting into a situation where I kind of have to collect rings. But with the others, I feel like I'll get a chunk of space where there are a bunch of rings, and then a big chunk where there are no rings. Like 3D Blast. Like, you'll have moments, ringly moments, and then you'll have a kind of a stretch where there are no rings. And that's kind of interesting. Like, it's a different style of play compared to doing just the Mega Drive ones, or indeed just the Game Boy Advance ones, which have the Game Boy Advance ones, like, certainly Advance 2 and 3, have these segments where there's, like, it's all the rings. Hey, I know this, boss, we fought you in Sonic Chaos. And maybe that's just, it's just, a, like, it's not, it's like, yeah, okay, here's a thing that's weird about the Mega Drive, the big four Mega Drive Sonic games, in comparison to most other games, in the way it treats its collectibles. It's that, yeah, Sonic 1, 2, 3, and Knuckles on the Mega Drive, you know, they treat rings like they're water. You are drinking up rings all the time. And, you know, that is part of what gives them a kind of different feel to other games, you know? It's, I'll have to do it with the Mario games at some point, although they are a lot more varied. Like, they are kind of more inconsistent in, like when I tried to add, Yoshi's Island, I couldn't really decide, like, what counts as a coin in that game. So, whereas there's a kind of consistency of Sonic games tending to have big piles of rings all over the place, and that's how they do their collectibles. And maybe that's kind of unique, and maybe the momentum being a thing of, to play with the momentum, the game will put you in situations where you are forced into getting lots of rings, because it's giving you lots of rings as a way to say, hey, look at the awesome stuff you're doing because of all this momentum you have. Whereas in other games, like, collectibles work differently. The collectibles in a game are like, a challenge, like, oh, if you stretch yourself, you might get a collectible. Whereas in Sonic, collectibles are there to make you feel powerful when you're doing the thing that you would be doing anyway. I don't know, I feel like that's a kind of, must be part of the design in some level. So up I go, and round and round. So I've just got to check some messages. Oh god, I was distracted. I needed to check some messages. Sorry about this. I think I need to go, it's basically going to the right in this game. This is what happened when I got distracted by my phone messages. It was like, oh, I've realised I've got a bunch of messages. I was like, oh god, I've got to check in case anything's important. So, but fortunately it doesn't seem to be anything important. Missed call, but I guess I'll leave a message if it's need my attention or send me a text. But yeah, so you see this, you know, big chunk of the level. No mandatory rings. It's like, you want to get rings? Yeah, it's up to you. And maybe that is just sort of part of the difference, like, you know, in terms of, like, what makes the Master System games the Master System games, like, there was an element of they were trying to recreate the Mega Drive experience on lower hardware. I think Triple Trouble is a great example of that, because Triple Trouble, you can tell they have tried to make it look and feel like a Mega Drive game as best they can. And they've done a good job, given the hardware. But, it is interesting that that thing of, like, the whole mandatory rings thing is a thing that they haven't quite captured as well, you know, it feels, and is that because they just can't do as much physics, so the whole thing of the rings are there to make you feel extra excited when you are, you know, interacting with the physics, like, doesn't happen in the Master System games because there isn't as much interesting physics going on. So, I can't remember what this boss does. But, okay, I mean, it seems... it's certainly more straightforward than the kind of worm boss that was in Sonic Chaos, so that's nice. I feel like that worm boss in Gigalopolis was the only time Sonic Chaos really seemed to give me much trouble, and that was just because I wasn't very good at it. Had very little to do with rings. And I'm just kind of hammering the jump button mostly to capture my dropped ring than anything else. Down it goes. Oh, I'll get... Oh, wow! I did not realise that... I went down to look at my... Just check my messages again. Do I have to do something now? Oh, there goes my ring. Okay, yeah, that's the boss over. Right, I kind of zoned out a bit there. Oh well. A boss that can kill you after you beat it. Yeah, certainly. I used to, with the Master System Sonic 1, the Jungle Zone boss in that, so it's the third boss, that will, like, after you beat it, you have this really awkward jump to make to get to the end of the level. And it's like, I used to be able to beat the boss and then never make that awkward jump. And it's like, because you're jumping off of a slope. And, oh, it used to drive me up the wall, like, when I was, like, 7 or 8. Such is the way. I seem to catch that Flicky using the tail end of my band of Flickies, and that's Tails. I don't really need Tails. So, not even Dark Souls does that, yeah. That's... I mean, I think, you know, I would consider Sonic Triple Trouble to be the Dark Souls of video games, you know, to be honest with you. It's the Dark Souls of Citizen Kane themed video games. So I have not tried to get all of the emeralds while doing it. I have seen a speedrunner do it, try to get all the emeralds in the, like, the big 4 Sonic games, with this effect on. And they managed to get, basically, I think they got all the emeralds except for 2 from Sonic 2. And it was extremely, it was an experience to watch that. I haven't tried doing that myself. Maybe one day. Oh yeah, okay, the bonus stations. It's particularly Sonic 2 because it is, like, there are so many rings. And when you get to the final ones, like jumping into a bomb gets so easy, especially when you've just been thrown into the games. thrown into the game. Like, you really have to strategize how you do it. Like, in the other games, trying to find a space where you can just kind of make them redundant, so you're only focusing on what am I doing in Sonic 2 right now. And of course, you get a limited number of, you get a limited number of checkpoints, chances to do the special stages in all of them. But I mean, the Sonic and Knuckles special stages, like, if you can avoid getting a perfect, then they're fairly, you know, fairly gentle. But yeah, Sonic 3D Blast, Sonic 2, you're forced to get a lot of rings. I mean, the Sonic Advance special stages are a nightmare at the best of times. So, I've kind of not even, you know, I've got all the emeralds in Sonic Advance 3. I've not even, like, come close with the others. It's, let alone with the ring shuffler on. I mean, things like gambling machines become quite useful. Like, you think, oh, gamble machine, that's going to be so nasty. But actually what it does is it's quite useful if you want to take a game out of rotation for a while. And you can put Sonic in a gambling machine. So I'm holding right because I want to go right in Sonic and Knuckles, otherwise I'll plummet to my death, and I just spotted that, so no. Oh well. So that sends me all the way back to the start of this level. So, Death Pits. Anything where Death Pits are a thing seems to be the most dangerous, dangerous part of the level. And of course, the games with the most Death Pits, I think, are the most, nasty. Sonic Advance 2 has a lot of Death Pits. I feel like that's the game I seem to have talked about sort of most consistently today in terms of ones I am expecting a certain amount of fear from. So a text message about my COVID booster, but it was just to say book one if you haven't already. And I have! I've got my COVID booster tomorrow afternoon. So I've got that to look forward to. When I say look forward to, I got quite lucky in terms of side effects from my boosters in that I didn't get any off of my first two jabs, so I'm crossing my fingers and hoping that means I won't get any side effects from my jab tomorrow, but I mean, I know what wishful thinking is, so just play it by ear. I got paracetamol in, so it'll be fine, but better to have side effects than anything else, and especially, it's Christmas, I've got no commitments, so if there's ever a time to be poorly, it's now. I say this, like, obviously, I think it might be different if I didn't work as a freelancer, but I work as a freelancer, so time off for me is like, it's not, I don't get a, if I take a day off work, then I have to find another day to do that work, so, so I would rather have a sick day during a long period of holiday. But, oh well, good strategy. That's what it's all about. Pretty gnarly side effects for the first two jabs, but just a numb arm and tired for the booster. Oh, sorry you had gnarly effects for the first two times, but that's reassuring that you didn't get it so bad in jab number 3. That's good to hear. mean, I'm quite happy. I didn't get, like, side effects off of my flu jab either, so... Maybe I'll tell you what, I'm probably just lucky is what it is. Or at least have been lucky so far, and I know usually, in cases where I am lucky, life has a habit of, biting me in the bum. So, you know, I'm going in with low expectations, but I am going to feel very happy to have that extra element of safety. You know, that's the big thing. That little added security of knowing that you've got a boosted level of immunity will be nice. Of course, there is nothing that can inoculate you against the havoc of the Ring Shuffler. Just stay hydrated and drink plenty of tea. That's the strategy I'm taking. Checkpoint is good. We've got some lovely jazzy music. I would say, so far, there's not been anything in these games which has kind of mashed my noodle, you know. There's nothing which I've gone like, oh god, that's a nasty difficult bit. So it'll be interesting which bits in the games do that. So that's a free pass to the... I don't know what happens with the... I can't remember what happens. Is it you need 50 rings and then jump on the Emerald TV and that will take you to a special stage? Or it's like, once you've got it, if you end the act with 50 rings, it takes you to a special stage? Or... I can't remember. I am in a bit of a where do I go moment in Triple Trouble right now. To assume I go to the right, but maybe where I came from. Ooh, okay, that's a platform that raises up and down. That might be the direction. Thanks for coming along, Tatrat815. Thank you very much for coming along, Tatrat. And thank you very much, Hidden Wizard. Much appreciated. So, am I going to complete all the games and have I tried getting... Oh, sorry, I have read that. I talked about the emeralds thing. Why did I do that? I saw those spikes and I was like, oh, I bet that's the way to go, and just jumped right into them. So we all learn... Oh, I got a checkpoint. I don't feel so bad now. I guess we must be past the halfway point. I shall hang my head in shame. I think we must be past the halfway point in Triple Trouble now. So there is definitely a thing of the Master System games being a lot more gentle than the Mega Drive games. But yes, no, Sonic needs to learn. He needs to learn that spikes are dangerous. It's like... Because now he's experienced spikes in a safe situation. And he knows not to touch them again. And he'll remember that for the rest of his life. And then when a situation comes up where someone's like, you want to buy some spikes? And he can go, no thank you. I know that spikes are dangerous, as are bottomless pits. You want to buy some spikes for 10 rings? I got spikes, I got bad necks, and I got bottomless pits. What do you want? Aha, I need to roll to get through there. So that's the thing in this game is the kind of air roll, where you'll jump, if you bounce off of a spring, and you can't tell where you're going, if you bounce off of a spring and press the jump button while in the air. Yeah. I mean, that's it, yeah, like, I can imagine that being something from Adventures of Sonic the Hedgehog, of, like, Robotnik dressing up as a dodgy salesman to, sell spike traps from the inside of his coat. Oh, it's just Tails. Hello, Tails. Unfortunately, you're not Badnik, so, you're not what I'm looking for. So, I need to find a way to roll up of that thing. There we go. There we go. So, 4 flickies found. 1 more to go, and there it is. That's quite a nice sort of bit of precision jumping there. It's a kind of platforming challenge that didn't seem to be present in Sonic Chaos. Oh, Sonic, you fiendish blue. I need to think of an insult for Robotnik to say in that thing. I'm just a lowly street merchant. Would you like to buy one of these rings from my jacket pocket? Oh, you have foiled my fiendish scheme. I'm gonna work on it. Okay, this is my new life goal, is to develop a really good Robotnik voice, so it can cast me to do the voice of Robotnik in a new Sonic cartoon. Okay, so I don't know, this might be some Sonic chit chat that will bore the pants off of everyone, I don't know. But, I was listening to an 16-bit version of Robotnik's theme tune from Adventures of Sonic the Hedgehog, you know, the kind of funny Sonic cartoon from the 90s. And I noticed the music, like there's lots of trills in it. It's not da 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 da, but it's da 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 blip ba da ba da 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 da. So you can hear the trill in my voice there, and I was like, that sounds like the way Robotnik rolls his R's. Like, I can't roll my R's. I'll need to learn to do that if I want to audition for the role as Robotnik. But like, Long John Baldry was the voice actor for Robotnik in the old in the Adventures of Sonic cartoon, and he would really roll his R's, and it's like they've reflected that in the music, and I wonder if that was intentional, like, or, you know, kind of like subtly kind of like one of those things that's not intentional but kind of like just subtly suggested. Like, there's like, oh, we need to make something that sounds like the voice actor. Like, but anyway, it just kind of, I don't know, I thought it was interesting. Yeah, but I do like the Sonic cartoon. I think, I mean, unsurprising that the wackiest one is the one that I like most. It's also the first one that I watched, so it was like every Sonic game was kind of every Sonic cartoon was kind of in comparison to Adventures of Sonic the Hedgehog to me. But I do like, you watch it now, and there's lots of things. I like how weird it is. I like how, like, someone had a lot of fun designing weird kind of alien-looking people and doing backgrounds that look like kind of Wile E. Coyote backgrounds on another planet is kind of what they seem to have gone for. And then just watching the way Robotnik is animated, like they really enjoyed animating his buttocks. Like, the way that he kind of, you know, and Dr. Robotnik, I think, is this wonderful kind of campy villain that I just think he's just, like, wonderfully outrageous. A very kind of, like, pantomime dame kind of performance. And there's something about that I... Oh, how did I die there? I did not know. Whatever killed me, I did not know could kill me there. But yeah, I did really, like... I watch it back, and it's like... I mean... You can tell from the animation that some of it was done on a shoestring budget. And some of it was done... Am I meant to... Is this a start point or an end point, that tube hole? It's by the steps, so I think it's an end point. Yeah, it is. Got crushed by a flicky ice spot. Oh, confound it! I got crushed by a flicky ice spot! So it's got a bit of an old man tone to it when I do it. I kind of want to... I want it to sound kind of plummy, like Frasier, you know. Kind of that kind of plummy, posh, like... Is he British? I'm not sure if he's British. Kind of thing that Kelsey Grammer kind of voice. I think that would be a nice thing to do, but I don't think I have that voice in me. I need to practice. I just need to get in front of a mirror with a microphone and practice. How would I do the voice of Dr. Robotnik if they cast me? So it's lost the fire from the front, that makes it easier to defeat. Having to get that ring to recover and then being jumped out of the game is something that could become difficult. Maybe not yet, but possibly later on. Frasier has a mid-Atlantic accent, that sounds about right. Yeah, that's like, who is it? Lloyd Grossman. He had a mid-Atlantic accent, didn't he? Yeah. But yeah, I just think, like, it's like some bits, like, that, you know, in Adventures of Sonic the Hedgehog, you went, that looks like it's been quite cheaply animated. And other bits you go, oh, that's been animated with a lot of affection, like it's... The animation is fluid. The animation is kind of like... Watch Dr. Robotnik and see how they animate his buttocks. And that is done with charm and fluidity. And that's like good animation. Am I meant to go down here? The fire shield is what I want. That's not what I want. Well, I made it a little further that time. What's the chances that we end up in Sonic & Knuckles for the entire run? Like, it ends up being the last game I beat. I do like the boss music in this game. Okay, so that's the moment where I collect rings to save myself when I get hurt, and that throws me. Okay, how do I... Guess I need to go to the left here? Oh no, no, I was... Which way do I go? I think I meant to go down... and then left. Follow the trail of rings. Just one hit on Robotnik. I'm just going to wait down here because it's safe. I don't need to chase after him. I'm not on a speed run. But I like this music. It's got a kind of gravitas to it. Oh. And I get to miss the music for a little while. Well, not too long. And why is, like, that, like, seems to be the, like, note sequence for tension. And was it the note sequence for tension before Jaws came out? Or it's like, does like, sound tense and menacing because Jaws conditioned us to think that way? It's food for thought. Oh god, I'm drowning! I'm drowning! Where do I go for air in this game? That's air. Do I go up? Is that going to take me back to the beginning? Ooh, rings. Oh, I'm in 2 ice levels at once! If I timed triple trouble differently, I would have been 3 ice levels at the same time. Try going up again. Was that all that was up there? Okay. I guess it's good timing, because it's nearly Christmas, so, let's have some Christmas levels. It's one of my kind of pet hates in games is when they do a snow level and they put Christmassy music in it. Because it's like, I'm going to be playing this at times which aren't Christmas. So... I mean, I feel like the Lightning Shield is a bad move, but I kind of think it's better to have a shield than no shield. Okay, so I need to go up and to the right in Triple Trouble. But I guess I've cleared most of the rings out of my path. Which way do I go? Follow the path with fewest rings. The absence of rings will guide me home. There we go, I've got a good absence of rings now. Oh, you don't lose all your rings in this game when you get hurt. I've got 10 rings, even though I just should have lost them all. I did not know that. I thought this game was like a normal Sonic game, like if you get hurt you lose all your rings. So that's good. I guess you only lose 10 rings per hit in this. It's like Shadow the Hedgehog. Down I go. Ooh, I'd forgotten about this. Oh well. My reign of terror is over. That snaky thing reminds me of Echo the Dolphin. I only have a vague idea of where I am and where I'm going in this game now, so this is a bit of a maze. I mean, I don't think it is actually a bit of a maze, but it's just, it feels like a bit of a maze. Or kind of, I'm just going in different directions, trusting and hoping. Like, hoping I'm going the right way, and trusting that this isn't a kind of maze level. Like, there's a bit in Sonic Advance 2 in the fire level that kind of loops you round on yourself. And when the games keep on switching, it is hard to keep track. Like, you just forget. You end up in another game and you forget, oh yeah, the level loops round on yourself. And then by the time the moment where you have to pay attention to that comes up again, like, you've forgotten it, and you end up falling into the loop again. Thank you very much for coming along, Crispy T, and hope you have a fantastic day. Feel free to come back later, because I suspect I will be playing this challenge for a long time, over multiple days, so yeah, feel free to check in anytime. But yes, thank you very much for coming along. Have yourself a fantastic day. And look after yourself. And everyone else. And all the Flickies. I dropped a Flicky. Come back, little Flicky. I am your friend. Okay, is this the bit that killed me last time? Coming up. Oh, little seal. Is that... Oh, it's gone. Bye-bye, seal. Okay, so this isn't the bit where I need to be careful. But I am going to get rid of the lightning shield. Because I don't like those rings coming towards me. And I cleverly jumped over a bunch of rings. So that is another game down. Sorry, another game down? Sorry, another level down. And the boss should be fairly straightforward. Not much cause to collect rings in this level, so... You just need to cause the snowmen to blow up, and then Robotnik will float back down again and become vulnerable. Oh no, he comes down even if there's snowmen in the way. I thought you had to get rid of all the snowmen before he came down again, but evidently not. Ooh, I got hit. Better not die in that level, otherwise I kind of feel like I'm, I'll feel like I'm a liar for saying that, oh yeah, this bit's relatively straightforward. Okay, I am glad I don't have the lightning shield here, but I do need to take it slowly and just try and stay still in Sonic & Knuckles. Okay, so that was good, that was good. I was worried I was going to fall off again to my doom. Should only be one more hit on this, I think. I like the way in this game you see the damage like building up on the glass on Robotnik's machine. That's really nice, I like that. Get a ring for safety, and then try to avoid getting these. Let the magic happen. So remember, I've got to remember what's coming up, and it's the... Coming up... Okay, this bit. This is the bit that got me. So, I am clear. I am clear. I'm a happy hedgehog. Got past the tough bit in Sonic & Knuckles. Fell to my... No! Okay, I thought I was going to fall to my death there. Okay. Well, this is a new one. I'm gonna have to see if there's a... Let's see, emulation. Is there a rewind? Tell me there's a rewind in this. Okay. I'm gonna have to time out this game because I am stuck. If you can see where I am here. So, let's turn off infinite time. And then let's set the speed and wait for it to time out. Because I am stuck in here. That's a new one. It's going at 400% speed, so he might be here a while. This is new. I don't even know. I mean, I'm hoping the time is going to run out. Does this game have a time limit? Oh. And I can't even see the timer, so I don't know how close I am. While that's going on, I'm going to look to see if there's a level select cheat in the Triple Trouble. Because I might need to back out of the game. Hold up until Sonic picks up the third gem, then press start. If this doesn't time out, I might have to do just that. There we go. Time over. Okay. Come back. Stop. There we go. Well, that was some experience. Infinite life switch back on, and let's speed to 100%. Well, that's a new experience. I did not know I could get stuck in a ceiling. So, right, let's keep up the show. And hope it doesn't happen again. Oh, I wanted to spin dash, but it wouldn't let me. No, I've lost my fire shield. Which means more opportunities to lose rings. I try to jump over rings when I can, but it's not entirely trivial. Avoiding getting crushed, though, that's a good one. Getting air is useful because I spend more time underwater than I would normally. On account of all the shuffling. I was looking at the rings like that are on screen to try and remember which way I was going. Right, down the tube and through into the next stage, picking up a flicky. What do I do here? Oh, God, I could try leaving these flickies here. Okay, I'm going to get a ring and then I've got to go back and rescue that one. Because otherwise I'll just lose track of what I've found and what I haven't found. Am I meant to go through the floor there? Please don't hit me, fire. Where's... there it is! It's over in the corner. Do I go down here? Oh, there's a bubble generator. And hope that this is the way towards progress. Do I just wait here for the Flicky to come back to me? No. The answer to that question was no, I do not do that. So, up here I go. Okay, so making... I don't know, I feel like I'm happy with the progress I'm making through Sonic 3D. This is the third to last zone, so it's getting harder. And the lava, I mean, I feel like the lava is my my greatest enemy right now. There are a lot of sources of harm in this level, which is causing me to lose rings, and then I need to get rings, and to get rings I need to switch games. Can't remember what's down there. It might just be Tails or Knuckles. Oh no, Fire Shield, that's useful. That's really useful, because that'll get rid of all those rings I'm losing. Go. And let's see, where did that Flicky get to? Because I don't have to worry about the fire anymore. Come back. Alright. Up I go. I didn't need to jump there. It's kind of force of habit. You go. Oh, well, there goes my fire shield. It's so easy to do that when you're switching from game to game so fast. I was the architect of my own demise. Maybe I'd try pressing nothing for a little while, because I'm in a lot of bits where the wrong movement will just get me hurt, so I'll try to avoid pressing buttons. If I see rings, I'll try to collect them while pressing nothing, just like that. I guess I'm mostly worried about... Sonic 3D is the one I'm kind of most worried about getting hurt in. Because getting hurt in Sonic 3D means losing your Flickies, and then you have to round them up again, and that can become a kind of vicious cycle. You know, you keep on having to loop back on yourself to collect whatever Flickies you missed. Like, there, now I've dropped everyone, but I can get them all safely, so that was okay, that wasn't so bad. But that's what I'm most worried about, is dropping the Flickies. Whereas in the others, if you get hurt, you just kind of press on. Unless getting hurt means falling into a bottomless pit, and that's when it becomes a problem. Oh, bad move. That's okay. I was a little worried I was going to throw myself into a spike pit and die, so... Okay. Well, that's a new one. What do I have to... We have to fast forward again. And I think I... fun times at Planet Alistair. We need to wait for this game to time out. Okay, remind me to make a save state near those spikes. Or something. That's not cheating, is it? And hello, Nick Somatos. Welcome to the stream. Oh, Christ, not this again. After all that. Well, worrying is... I mean, if I was one of the... You know, one of the developers of Sonic Triple Trouble, and we were, like, 1 week from launch, then I'd be worried. I am neither of those two things, so it's just frustrating that I have to remember not to do that, but I will make myself a save state. I think it is, like, once I get to that conveyor belt... Once I get to the conveyor belt with the rings and it's got spikes above it, type into chat to remind me to make a save state, because otherwise I will forget. I'm just going to check I've not put infinite time on. I have not. Come on! I've not put an insta-death command into this game, so there we go. So it's config, speed back to 100%. And we're back in the room. No more of this, please. I've seen enough, game. I've seen enough. You can't keep doing this to me. I've been so good this year. I've been a very good hedgehog. I've clapped and cheered. Let's keep on going, keep on believing. Never give up. This should be fairly straightforward now. And this one you just have to kind of wait out. Is this one of those ones? No, you can't just stand in one place and it'll refuse to hit you. It's a time to relax. Meditate perhaps. Robotnik's there on his computer playing the Ring Shuffler. Looked him there. Oh no! You broke my Ring Shuffler! Why did you do that? And he runs away. Oh, bye-bye Flicky. Get... Yeah. Okay, that was a death that was bound to happen. Oh well, at least I wasn't too far into the level. Nope. Oh well. I guess there's worse deaths to get in this game, so it's better than being stuck in a ceiling for 10 minutes. be a quote for the box. Okay, so here's the bit where I create a save state. There we go. Save state made. And let's hope that this never happens again. Maybe I should focus on getting lots of rings in the other games so that I can kind of largely ignore everything that's not... Oh, okay, I got it back, I got it back. And just focus on getting through that bit without jumping. Fire shield is useful. Is there anything down this way except rings? I don't think so, but I don't want to chance it. Okay, I did jump, but I didn't get thrown into the ceiling. So that's good. I got so distracted by the name the Poopy Butt Ronald McDonald. Welcome to the stream, the Poopy Butt Ronald McDonald. I got so distracted by your name that I stopped paying attention and died. Which is I'll be honest, I'm quite happy with. That is an outcome that I am happy to end up in. But yeah, welcome to the stream. I hope you're having a super day. But yeah, just to fill everyone in on what's going on, because I realise I haven't done that in a while, and I just jumped, and that's going to cause me calamity. What is going on in this stream is that I am playing... I've got 16 Sonic games. Every time Sonic collects a ring, he will be switched into a different game. There are 4 games in the pool at any one point in time. So there's 4 games in the pool. Anytime I beat a game, a new game gets randomly selected to replace it in the pool. So far I've beaten 1 game. I've beaten Sonic Chaos on the Master System, which took me 1 hour and 11 minutes. I am making good progress in Sonic Triple Trouble, which is what replaced Sonic Chaos. And Sonic 3D Blast, which has been in there since the beginning. And I'm kind of doing it to see what happens if I do, but I kind of like the idea that you pick a bunch of games like in tandem with each other, and different games that are in different styles will kind of affect each other kind of differently in terms of how you have to play to negotiate having multiple games. So the thing I've noticed so far is the 8-bit games seem to have, like, a lot of chunks where there's not so many rings, which is, makes life a bit easier, makes it a bit forgiving in moments. As does Sonic 3D Blast, except Sonic 3D Blast, whenever you get hurt, it becomes really frantic, because you have to get all the flickies, but the flickies, like, end up flying around randomly near rings, and it becomes this whole thing of suddenly you have to interact with the danger in a way that you didn't have to before. Like, you have to put yourself back into spaces where you're going to collect rings or you're going to get hurt, and it becomes a bit more of a... I don't usually swear So let's say a cluster fudge is what it becomes. Yeah, the Mega Drive games do a lot more of the thing where they stick you in situations where the game will cause you to pick up rings, kind of whether you intend to or not. Oh. Bosses are interesting because when you get hurt and you need to pick up a ring in order to stay safe, and then that will take you out of the game, so you'll forget where you were in the boss. That's an interesting turn of events. Death pits are evil. Death pits are probably the worst source of danger in the games. Is anything where you can fall and hit the bottom of the screen becomes like that much more difficult because you have to react so fast, and if you mess up, if you're holding the wrong button while you switch, that can really mess you up and cause you to, you have to go back to your most recent checkpoint. And that can be really nasty. And yeah, Sonic 3D Blast in tandem with other games, where most of the games you're going to be pressing right, or pressing down to spin. Yeah, water has been a little bit dangerous. And situations where you're holding right or holding down to spin, you switch into Sonic 3D Blast, that will cause you to run into something you don't want to. So, Sonic 3D Blast becomes awful on account of having games alongside it that don't function like 3D Blast does. So, some force rings here, but that's okay. I need to find out where that one missing flicky is. It's in a robot somewhere. Is it up this way? I think it is. I think it might be Knuckles down here. No, it's 10 rings. I don't want 10 rings. There we go. There's our friend. I shall call you Friendo. Another level down in Advanced 1. So, making good progress in this one as well. So I just need to go up and out. But it looks like we might have a bunch of completions happening around the same time as each other, which is interesting. Which also means we're likely to have the hard segments of the game happening at the same time as each other, which is also interesting. I think Egg Rocket Zone in Advanced 1 is going to be kind of nasty. But yeah, Sandopolis, a lot of forced rings in this bit, so it's not too bad. Is there anything meaningful down here? Extra life! Yes! That gives you up to 5 lives, and then the emulator will cap me at 4 lives at some point. It's not updated the UI yet. Maybe there's a different flag that tells it when to update the UI and show I've got 4 lives. Unless I haven't switched on... I've not switched Infinite Lives back on. That's why. There we go. So that just rings down here. Oh, that's Knuckles. Oh, now I'm all the way at the beginning. Oh well, I can find my way back. I'm a smart guy. Have the navigational powers of an albatross. Down the tube I go. Am I meant to go up this way? I hope so. I think I'm meant to go through that hole there. I'm glad I've got the fire shield. That's incredibly useful. Getting all these switches out of the way is kind of useful in a way. Like jumping on here just to flip me into a game. I feel like it's going to come quite useful in places where if there's something difficult to do, putting into the games into a state where they'll have to switch and you just leave them to it can be quite good, so you only have to focus on the one game that's giving you trouble. So I can go up, avoiding all these rings, not thinking about whether or not I should jump. Guessing up here is a place to go. Yep, there's a bat. Pick up a flickle. I'll go down this way. Okay, so I do need to go down somewhere. Oh well, nothing's going to switch me out of this puzzle. See if I can switch myself back into it. Yes, I did. There we go, I'm holding right now, that should be enough. And I need to hold right here, I think? Or not? Okay, maybe that wasn't it. Maybe this isn't the way I'm meant to go at all. I can't remember how I arrived here, so it might be that I do actually have to go to the right. I thought I'd come from the right. Yeah. You'll see the ring count will at some point snap back to 5, I think. Okay, so that was... Well, that was a short-lived power-up, wasn't it? Okay, there's a baddie. And one more to get. Where is it? Ah, there we go. Okay, so that is 5 flickies, and that should be enough to take us to home base. And there we go. So this is Act 2 of Volcano Valley done. We are making good progress. We are very near the end of 3D Blast. So we'll get to take this one off the list. Making good progress. Drink some water. I go this way, I hope. No. I guess there's some things you never forget how to do. I've not played that boss in a long time. Instant death. Okay, let's go. Which way do I... Am I going backwards? I think I'm going backwards. It's hard when you can't remember what the levels do. Okay, I'm holding right and down. There we go. And then up I go, avoiding the rings. Oh, something's... Okay, so that's the way I came in. So I do have to go up and to the left. I'm just forgetting my way through the levels because I'm like, I can't remember where I am. And to be fair, I've not played Triple Trouble in a long, long time. Like, except for testing the magic box. Like, I have not, like, I've not really played much more than, like, the first zone over and over. I think I'm going to need to get that air, though, in advance. So, go up and to the left and hope that is the right way. And hope that I'm not stuck in this zone forever. Stay away from the snake. Okay, this feels like progress. And I've got rings, so that's safe. I can see a lot of things in Gene Gadget Zone and 3D Blast that would do me harm. So I'm assuming I need to go up and into this tube. Checkpoints are nice, I like checkpoints. Especially in those levels where you risk getting stuck in the ceiling. Okay, I'll go without the air, because I like to take risks. I'm a risky boy. Oh. That thing came out of nowhere. Lots of rings, lots of hazards. It's a good combination. How do you like your coffee? Lots of rings, lots of hazards. So... is everybody having a lovely day? What are people eating for lunch? Have I left behind a flicky I shouldn't have? Yes. I have to go back for that one. Can I go back in? Yes. What's everyone having for lunch? I'll probably take a pause on the next completed game in order to go and have lunch. So I need to decide what I have. I did get myself some nice, like, pasta the other day. Got myself some fancy ravioli from Sainsbury's because I was like, I'm gonna treat myself to some fancy ravioli. Because, well, I hadn't been into Sainsbury's for a while because I'm kind of limiting my supermarket visits again. For reasons I think everyone can identify with. And, I'm gonna drown. I think I'm gonna drown. I thought I got air really recently. Mozzarella sausage meat pasta with roasted broccoli. Ooh, that sounds lovely. So I'm, like... I'm vegetarian, so, the one thing, like, the thing is, though, I can totally, like, get the appeal of that. Like, this mozzarella and sausage meat pasta does sound really nice. Like, I mean, I guess that's the thing, like, I've not eaten... What? I have never seen this before. Has anyone seen this before? He's in this... What is this? Is this a new thing? Is this because I started talking about pasta? I don't know. I mean, anyway, the pasta thing was that I guess sausages, because a lot of the flavor comes from the spices, like in a way you can kind of replicate that with a lot of like vegetarian things. So that's putting me in a mind to try and make my own ravioli and try making sausage meat ravioli and see if I can make a vegetarian version of it. Okay, I'm gonna have to go down here and see if that affects, and it does. Okay, that was weird. I was kind of stuck in spin dash mode. I couldn't jump. I could only kind of like make Sonic scoot left and right, and when he did, it was like he was on some kind of pressure pad, like, or something. And I'm very happy with myself. And I just realised that was you, Chippy, saying that you're having the sausage piece pasta, and of course you know I'm vegetarian, so, but yeah, you do not get... Sonic's lung capacity is really small in this. Maybe it's because they made his head larger and his torso smaller for the advanced games, that he doesn't have as much lung capacity anymore. But yeah, it is putting me in the mood for going, I should try to make my own ravioli sometime. And also, I should try making my own, like, sausage alternative, like, things. Oh yeah, no, meat alternatives have got really good in recent years. I mean, that Beyond Meat stuff is very good. I last ate meat 19 years ago. So, like, I think there's things that taste very, like, that I would say, oh my god, that tastes very authentic, that people would go, no, it's not remotely close to meat, and it's just because my memories are so distant. But, the Beyond Meat, I remember my dad, before I was veggie, my dad used to make, burgers, and, you know, you'd, like, and the burger patties had this kind of texture. They had this kind of chewy texture, but, you know, a kind of, like, there was a kind of graininess to a meat. Like, you know, most fake meat has this kind of consistency that is kind of uniform, chewy slab, which I quite like. But the Beyond Meat burgers have this slight crumbliness to them that is just like the burgers that my dad used to make. And that's pretty impressive. Like, and so that sort of kind of brought back memories a bit, which is nice. But the thing is, I mean, yeah, a general... It used to be, like, Quorn, which was... the Quorn mince I've always thought is pretty good. And there's a lot of kind of Quorn things which are nice, but I think there's a lot of sort of, like... It's like the Quorn chicken breast was always, like... This is... It's always tasted a bit of nothing. And I think it's so much easier now to get vegetarian food, like, meat alternatives that taste nice. The thing is, like, I think if you took away meat alternatives, I would be happy without them, because I do like my vegetables. Surprise pesto. Is that, like, when you jump out of, oh, I'm gonna drown. You just jump out from behind a corner and throw pesto at someone and go, surprise, pesto! But yeah, Sainsbury's has quite a few good alternative meats things, like Tesco, sorry, Co-op. The kind of meatless burger, like, there's, because Beyond Meat, like, you can get it in the supermarket, but it costs like £5 for 2 patties. You can get in the Co-op their kind of own brand fake meat patties are like a quarter of the price, less than a quarter of the price. They're £1, more than a quarter of the price. They're £1.50. But yeah, you can get kind of meatless patties for £1.50, and you get 2 in a packet, and they are very close to the Beyond Meat stuff. So that's what I can recommend, is the Co-op's own brand meatless burgers. And they're very nice. Lovely consistency to them. They don't have the crumbliness that the Beyond Meat does, but they do have a very kind of chewy consistency that, to me, is very close to meat. So they're my recommendation. Unless you see the Beyond Meat stuff on special offer, and then I'd say give it a try. I used to make my own veggie burgers. I've not made them in a long time, but it's really like it's mostly beans and a couple of slices of bread. And I'm having to concentrate really hard because I know the bomb dropper thing is there. But yeah, it's like a couple of slices of bread, an egg to bind it. You mash it all together smash it all together and mix it all up. And you end up with a pretty tasty burger. And that used to be one of my go-to recipes. I've not made that in years. I think Chippy, I think you have cooked me, like homemade burgers at some point. I think you have. That does definitely ring a bell. I think I go down, but I'm going to grab air before I check. No, I don't go down, but at least I'm near the tubes. From now on, we shall travel in tubes! I'm out of the water! Please be the end of this zone, because I've not been much enjoying this water level. Normally I don't mind water levels in games, but I'll be honest, this one has been a bit of a drag. Is this me going forwards or backwards? I think this is me going... Okay, so... Okay, I've got to go all the way to the top on this bubble. That's, I think, what it wants me to do. I think this is possibly... Yeah, I seem to remember when I did... Because I first played this as part of Sonic Adventure DX. So... you know, as an unlockable game on the GameCube. And I think it was one of my kind of... my feelings on this game was that the water level goes on forever. And it really does. I feel like I've been in this level for an eternity. And I'll be honest, I don't feel like I'm doing anything particularly difficult in this stage either. So I've just got the boss level, and then I am done with water level. So, onwards and upwards. The journey continues. Tidal Plant Act 3. I can feel the kind of... the sort of the fatigue starting to set in of having been doing... Because the thing is, like, when I started this, I kind of was surprised that I seem to be taking the shuffle effects in my stride. Like I feel like I've got to this boss largely without thinking so far. I've been kind of on autopilot in Sonic Advance 1. I mean, I know this boss is difficult because you have to time when you jump on the things, because you have to, like, think, do I want to go get air, or do I want to do damage to Robotnik? And then you lose rings, and then it takes you out of that loop. Which is why I want to do the kind of boss rush shuffle at some point. But I feel like I've been kind of in some sort of autopilot in chunks of this. Air. Oh, I got air and damage. That's good. Go me. Hi Jim, welcome to the stream. I am glad you are enjoying it. But yeah, like, so, what's my takeaways at the sort of 3-hour mark is that, I guess, yeah, there have been chunks of some of the games I've had to concentrate, and other chunks I've been able to kind of largely autopilot. I feel like Sonic's 3D's been the one where I've had to concentrate the most so far. Sonic and Knuckles in patches. Sonic and Knuckles seems to appear and disappear in fits and starts. I think just because there's more rings in it than any of the other games. So, you know, I'm rarely in Sonic and Knuckles for more than a few seconds. What else can I say? There's a lot going on right now. Yeah, but now I'm 3 hours in. I'm starting to feel the tiredness, and the tiredness. Come on, ring. Thank you. And I wonder if that's going to affect how I play. Because I definitely, for the first 2 hours, I felt kind of fresh as a daisy. So, and it was weird that the switching, as a kind of visual effect, just wasn't... It was like, yeah, I'm just taking this in my stride. I'm not really thinking too... Like, it doesn't feel weird to me anymore. That's the thing. I've been playing around with this game switching effect so much that... Like, it stopped feeling weird to me. In fact, like... Seeing Sonic not switch when people collect rings has started to seem weird to me. I was I was playing around with some games, you know, in an emulator yesterday, and I was testing out Triple Trouble just without the ring shuffling going on, and it was weird how odd it felt for it not to switch when you get a ring, and then, like, yeah, so it felt odd for the game to, like, not switch when I got a ring. And then, what was the other thing out of that? I don't know. I can't remember. But, yeah. It takes a bit of adjustment for me to go, oh yeah! Yeah, the rings, they're just rings. They're just the thing that Sonic collects. They don't mean anything. Yeah, oh, I love the bit where it all switches really fast. I think, like, in my last of these weird runs, we had, I did the Sonic Advance games, and, like, Advance 2 and Advance 3 get really kind of, like, you get a lot of moments where there's just rings coming up all the time. So it'll be interesting if we get both of them in the same rotation. I reckon Sonic and Knuckles... Sorry, not Sonic and Knuckles. Knuckles Chaotix is going to give us a lot of that kind of stuff as well. Of switching rapidly. So if we get, like... you know, Knuckles Chaotix, Sonic Advance 2, and say Sonic 2 at the same time, it might get a bit more hectic. Whereas, yeah, the Master System games seem to kind of, like, you'll get moments with rings and then moments with no rings. And it is kind of odd, but that's, I guess, the way these games are, like, that's just the way the levels are designed. They don't have so many of the bits where the game will send you through loop-the-loops, and the loop-the-loops will force you to pick up rings. I might be a while picking up all of these lost flickies. I also have no idea where I'm supposed to go in this level. So there'll be a lot of trial and error. Likewise, this level I've kind of forgotten. I think I meant to go to the left here. Well, maybe that just takes me to the start. Maybe that whole thing was just to get... I'm going to leave those flickies there and come back for them. Oh no, they came back to me. Well, that was very nice of them. Is that the start of the level? I don't think it is, because otherwise I'd have picked up those rings already. There we go. One ring for protection. Yeah, I mean, 3D Blast is feeling a bit more frantic now. Those electrical pads that that activate when you step on them are kind of nasty. Maybe I need to go... Okay, I think I need to go to the right here, maybe? Oh. Is this the route to progress? That was a good bit of weird switching. Okay, I'll deposit the flickies so I can't lose them. And then I need to find 2 more badniks. I see them. They're on this area of the map, so that's nice. 1. Come on, Flicky. Jump into my arms, please. I'll deposit you, and then I'll go out to the next one. I don't want to have to keep on chasing flickies. You lose your flickies, and then you switch game, and then you come back in, and then you're like, oh, get the flickies, get the flickies. You get the flickies, and then you lose the flickies, and then it's a vicious cycle. Which way is progress? I'm gonna guess down. That's a checkpoint, that's good. Is that a fall to my death? No? I feel like this level may have some death bits in it, I can't remember now. Okay, so I need to get that glowfish. I'll be patient here, that's what I'll do. That's how they get you. What is that thing? It's like some creepy duck robot. Kind of nightmarish. I think if I go to the right, no, it's forcing me to go through all that. And I don't like not having rings. I nearly had a penguin jump in my face. We've all been there, right, haven't we? At risk of a penguin jumping on your face. It's kind of classic Monday shenanigans, really, isn't it? now we can take a break, relax, and let this thing jump into the sand. A good time to stretch, have a glass of water, eat some lunch. I probably will be stopping for lunch in maybe half an hour or something, because you can't game and not eat. But let's keep this fire going. Hello, monster. Would you like to follow me into this quicksand? I hear the quicksand is very nice. Come and bathe with me, robot. You will really like it in the fire. In the lava, I mean. Not lava, quicksand. Come into the quicksand and be my quicksand buddy. Yay! Ooh, rings. And now it looks like Sonic's got a giant head of hair. Perfect. So, I think after this level we'll be roughly at the halfway point of Sonic and Knuckles, which is 3 hours and 21 to take us to the halfway point of Sonic and Knuckles. But the others, I feel like we are approaching the end of the game. Triple Trouble is nearly done. It is interesting how much they vary in length, but it definitely feels like the Mega Drive is like the big four Sonic Mega Drive games might be the biggest source of a long time needing to be taken. Right. Come back, Blowfish. I'm just gonna wait for you. I'm not gonna try and get clever. There you go. Progress. Onwards, onwards. Is everybody looking forward to Christmas holidays? Does everybody have a break coming up? I just went back to the start of the level. But do people have holiday plans? Anything coming up for you? I've got a very, very quiet holiday ahead, just home visiting my parents, which will be very nice. Okay. Where do I go? This is a bit of a loop, this bit. Yeah, so I've just got... Should be a nice, quiet set of holidays for me. Aha! Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. I think I always like the time off and it's nice, like, it's always a nice relaxing time just at home with my parents, so... Oh my god, this level's like a maze! So I need to go down, and then I go up into the upper tube. And that takes me down here. I go along this way. Maybe I don't go up these tubes. Maybe that's what I'm doing wrong. Can I go up there? Yes, I can. Okay, I didn't think I could jump that high. This must be the way to the exit. There we go. Okay, I'm a happy bunny. one more ring down. I feel very, very smart. I got all my Christmas shopping done, so I can kind of focus on just chilling now. Yeah, Game Boy Advance has a lot of rings. I feel like it gets even worse with the other two Advance games, especially the bosses in Advance 2, which kind of, there's a lot of bits in Advance 2 where the bosses force you to collect rings, but the bosses are also, the bosses will damage you really easily in Advance 2. It's hard to avoid damage with Sonic Advance 2 bosses, so I'm expecting them to get pretty, frantic. Oh, we are very near the end of Triple Trouble. Has taken slightly longer than Sonic Chaos. Sonic Chaos was a bit of a breeze. I think there were a couple of moments where I had to kind of think, but not on account of there being rings. Sonic Chaos was kind of mindless. It just kind of sat there in the roster and got played. So, I don't remember where the start of the level was. Okay, that's the start of the level, so that spring was just meant to annoy me. Because I was like, oh, it's springing me up, that means I need to go up. No. That's just there to be an obstacle. But yeah, I mean, I am finding the context switching sort of, I think that's the thing that's kind of mentally draining, is the very quick context switching over and over again. Even if you're not doing anything too taxing, like in the individual games, the fact that you're having to think this, now this, now this, and I feel like that's what's starting to get tiring. That's when I'm going, when I feel myself going, I feel a little mentally exhausted, it's on those, it's in the switches, which is interesting. It's not just a kind of general sort of sense of mental exhaustion, it's that kind of, when it switches, that's when it goes, that's when I can kind of feel, it's like a little jolt of, I think it's the closest approximation. If I was to describe it as a noise, it would be, oh, I can't go up that way. Right? Do I have to go up there? I think I do. Alright. That's the platform I need to stand on. Sonic 1 GBA. Oh, well done. Oh, yeah, if you could, feel free if you want to either, add to the GitHub repository, and I'll get to, I know there's some pull requests on there that I haven't looked at yet, which I should, but I should merge those in. But yeah, if you want to either contribute to the GitHub repository, make a pull request, or just, send me the files or the instructions or whatever, that would be really helpful, yeah. That would be awesome. Sonic 1 GBA. That will be a popular one. Everybody loves that game. go. And then onto this thing. Remembering I have the air dash. Remembering I'm going left this time. That's also a hard thing. Every time there's a game which requires you to go left, I just forget so quickly. And then immediately I'll switch back into it, I'll be going right again. Oh, so that was your first instance of playing the original Sonic the Hedgehog. I'm so sorry. I did not respond in time. That was not the way to go. This is the wrong door. I think I meant to go this way. I can't remember. Oh, I'm lost and I don't want to lose the flickies, because then I'll have to pick them up. Am I going backwards? I'm not going backwards. That's good. I was pretty sure I was going backwards. But I was like, I've made a decision. I need to follow through on it. To follow this path to the bitter end. And there go the flickies. And then it's the jumping ones. The jumping ones on the electricity. My bestest friends. Please don't be annoying, jumping flickies. Don't jump around on the electricity, because I'll just keep on getting you and losing you. Thank you very much for the kind words on 3D Blast. I mean, to be fair, I do have Infinite Lives switched on. Although, I don't think I have had a death yet in 3D Blast. Oh, no, I had a couple. I got the snowman killed me. The snowman that I have no idea how it killed me, but somehow managed to kill me. Wow, I did go all the way back to the start of the game, and there's a mouse! I know not to dawdle too much on this level, because you get those moments. Yeah, there's not a lot of opportunities to get extra lives in 3D Blast. And now I need to find my way home. Did I go up? I think I go up. I pressed up. I think that was the right thing to do. And there we go. I made it to the exit. Whew. I'm looking forward to lunch. I have no idea how close I am to the end. But I'll probably take a break at the next completion. That will be my plan. Next time I complete a game, that's when I'm going to take a break. I think because you have to navigate 3D Blast so differently, anything that causes you to switch out of it can really mess you up, because like you have to reorient yourself every time you return to the game. It's like, where am I? Where was I trying to get to? Because you can't kind of, I don't know, it's harder to map, and you're mapping it in like a completely different way to all the other games. It's hard to kind of build a picture in your head of, okay, here's where I am, here's where I need to be. Like, Ooh, that's not good. Okay, I've got rings. Rings is helpful. Oh, I've got the blue shield! The blue shield protects me from electricity. No more lightning shield. That's probably a good thing. If I can hold on to this blue shield, that will be incredibly helpful in this level. Oh, I have no idea if I'm making any progress at all on this level. Oh! No, there is a special stage to do that. Can I get it? I don't think I can get to it. It'll close up by the time I go back there. Oh well. Nearly got into a special stage. I just don't know if I actually implemented special stage rings as a trigger in this. Is this the right way? Maybe that's where I want to go. So I want to go up and then hold right. Is this the path to freedom? I need to get there without dying and spawning all these little penguin dudes. Okay, this feels like a suddenly very tough level. Tried to get Socket Battle into it, where every time you get a KO it switches, but only got it in screen transitions of some sort. Yeah, I can imagine that's I guess it's... So I've not actually played Sonic Battle, so I don't know, like, what's in that, like... And I guess part of the fun is going, okay, what is the thing here? What's the equivalent of the ring? Like, is it just collecting a ring if it has rings in it? Or is it, like, doing damage or something? But, yeah. And then once you've figured out what you want to be the trigger, actually finding the bytes that change can be tough too, because, like, it's not always obvious. Really dependent on the game. Ooh, extra life. I feel like I should try Sonic Battle at some point. Like, as a kind of educational experience. I mean, I've heard not great things about it. And I have totally forgotten where I am and where I'm going. In several games. Okay, that mouse is good. I lost my blue shield, that's a shame. I think I'm going backwards now. I think the ghosts will want to eat me soon. I'm just looking for one robot, and I think I know where it is. I think I did actually run past it. It was right near the beginning. But I think it's quite easy to find a bit of this level that loops round. But yeah, now I feel like I've got two maze-like games going on at once. I got 3D Blast, and now Triple Trouble's turned all maze-like. And so it feels kind of, you know, a bit much at the moment. But we'll see how I do. Avoid the rings as best I can. I wish I had the blue shield. That's why I wish I had the blue shield. Oh, are you talking? It's going to become a maze once I get to Egg Rocket. Yeah, a maze with bottomless pits. So, yeah, that's something to look forward to. Where do I go? I don't remember where I'm supposed to go in this level. Why did I let those penguins kill me? That's gonna be, that's what I want on my gravestone. Why did I let those penguins kill me? I feel like that might have been oh no, that was the right move. I was like, I probably jumped off into some oblivion there. Bottomless pits. This is where I probably shouldn't start by spin dashing. I think that's where I'm messing up there. Just be normal and relaxed, Alistair. That's all I ask of myself. Oh, clouds! Bouncy clouds over a bottomless pit. That would be nice. So I think I'm supposed to go down here, and then I think if I go up to the left here, there should be an enemy somewhere. Maybe not. No. Okay. Let's think. Where have I not checked? Checked up here. Is there a baddie up here? No. I think I'll tread carefully along here, try and check this section. Oh. Down I go. Try that again. Okay, I'm just... I think those clouds have probably seen the last of me. Yep. Yep, no way! Did Sonic... Did they just never get the game in stock or something? I remember I was huge into Worms 2, and when I found out they were working on Worms Armageddon, which was, you know, the game that came next, I was like so excited for it, and it seemed to take forever to come out, and I think it got delayed and things. And then when it did finally come out, I found out because I saw it on a shop shelf and was like, huh, Worms Armageddon's out. I remember, like, there was a time I was looking on the Worms website every day, like, wanting to find out news. I was like, oh, is there a release date for Worms Armageddon? And then, yeah, and then I just, like, saw it in a shop one day and was like, huh. Yeah, I'm glad I've got infinite lives. I think that's, that is saving me a little bit. Right, so. If I just leap and leap like a salmon and hope it's over here somewhere. Oh, am I over the clouds? If I just hold right, I'll be over the clouds. Whatever I'm doing, I just need to press right when I get rings. Oh! Oh, okay. I thought I just launched myself off the edge. Thank you very much. Yeah, I mean, I think it's a good idea to split up the games because I just think it kind of switches up the drama. I want all the, you know, because the games get more exciting the harder you go on. Like, the kind of maze-like segment, I feel like this is the bit where Sonic Triple Trouble got interesting, when it got weirdly maze-like, and it's like, yeah, I cannot remember. If I switch out of the level and back in, I cannot remember what was there in the first place. Where is this last robot? I should probably just stop getting rings, and that will be my, Stay away from it. Nothing over here. No, that's not... That was the wrong door. I didn't know that was a bottomless pit. Stuck at Route 99 for forever. Yeah, that sounds about it. And now right to the beginning of Triple Trouble, whatever that zone is. It's not over there. Just want to get switched back to Triple Trouble. That's what I want. I mean, 3D Blast. I got what I wished for. Should have thought about that. So, I don't think... Okay, definitely no enemies there. No enemies here? Anyone in here? No. Anyone over here? Hello? Hello? A section of the pit. Is it not up here? Okay, where is it? Towards where I was going. I'm afraid I don't know where I was going when you said that. So I guess you got the start area. So you got the start area, and then you've got the big ramp, and then you've got the slide. I think those are the sort of... So this is the slide, and this is the electric pit after the slide. And then we go back into, and I'm calling this the start area, because it's where we started. And yeah, it's that. Does that help you describe where you think it is? Appreciate the help, by the way. So, I'm going to go... So, I go through this tube, and it takes me to the top of the ramp. So, I'm calling this bit the ramp. And up here, this is the top... We're at the top of the ramp. And then we've got, like, the side section. Is there a side section to the left, maybe? This is a side section at the... Like, the first side section from the ramp. Maybe, yeah, I haven't tried all the way to the right yet. Yes, there's a bit over here. Aren't I the fool? I have learned the errors of my foolish ways. I thought I tried everything and I hadn't even bothered going to the left. And for my foolish antics, I shall be rewarded with a lightning shield. I am glad. I am glad to be out of that mess. So let's hope I can hold on to this thing. And that should take me to the end of the section. Let's see what we got. I don't need to get the TV yet. Take it easy here. No need to rush. Come on. Oh, I didn't mean to get that. Now if I really want another lightning shield, and I'll... Okay, well that's a good reason to get one. So, get the penguins, get the rings, I feel like I'm having to concentrate really hard to get these jumps right. Okay, it threw me in the right direction, so I'm kind of happy with that. Cool. See. Now, this is the bit where I am totally bemused. Only the vaguest idea of where I'm meant to go. Don't stay put for too long, or you'll get electrified. Like that. God, I guess at least whenever I switch into that, I will be at a point where I've just picked up a ring. It says wishfully. Those electricity pits are nasty in the ring shuffler. I'd not appreciated that. Right. Avoid the spike pit. Oh, that's my buzzer. I think that might be a delivery. I'll be back in a second. Hello? Fantastic. I'll just buzz you in. I'll be down in a minute. Thank you. I got a parcel. Just an Amazon package. Anyway, cool. Right, where am I? Invincibility is good. I like invincibility. But I need to work out where I want to go. It's really, I feel like I'm having to concentrate really hard to figure out, like, where I'm supposed to be going in there. Oh, no. Okay, so I've freed a Flicky, but it's not following me. Interesting. There we go. Okay, so you go in there. Okay, I think this is the end of the level. So that's good. We are at the boss in Sandopolis. Oh, that's going to be fun, that bit. I hope it's not too far away. Doing that one boss before, like, before it had a chance to do anything about it used to be one of my favourite party tricks. Am I going the right way? I don't know. Oh, I've been here before. Huh. Oh, you can just go back away. Well, that's good. Oh. I'm so close to a checkpoint, I really want to hit that. Oh, I'm so happy to get that checkpoint. That's the best thing this game's done for me so far. But yeah, doing this, like, this boss before the music spawns, like, if you get it, if you get in fast enough, you can just beat him up before the boss music even starts. I enjoyed doing that. But yeah, I mean, I think I would like to see them re-release the Game Boy, the GBA and DS games, because they are really good games. And, like... And it would be cool for more people to get to play them, and I think, well, it is. I feel like, you know, when you're re-releasing old games, and it's sort of, I don't know, the story that it tells, where you release the same games over and over again, as this is the history of whatever. Like, I feel like Nintendo does it a lot with Mario, where it's like, oh, we've put Super Mario Brothers on something else, and it's like Nintendo has a much bigger history of, you know, important and influential games, but they kind of release the original Super Mario Brothers and the original Legend of Zelda on everything, and then make a big fanfare about, oh, we brought the original Legend of Zelda to our new console, and it was like, it's not newsworthy anymore. And you kind of think there's so much stuff they have in their back catalogue that you go, that would be like, the ones you really want to celebrate is the obscure stuff, the stuff like I would never have played this unless you brought it out again. And I guess if you bring them out in a collection, there is a nice... I need to focus on pressing right and not pressing jump. Yeah, I think it is interesting, although I wonder, with that specific case, I wonder if there's a sort of sort of straightforwardness thing. I don't know what the DS is like to emulate. I don't know if taking out the touchscreen element and replacing that with the thing is kind of you know, difficult. But it would be cool to see, yeah, all of that added extra stuff put in, instead of just a kind of a straight, you know, re-release, you know, which is the same as the re-release was on the Wii, you know, ultimately. You know, you've been able to play Super Mario 64 on, you know, you're able to play that on a classic console when the Wii came out. It's like, that's, so... you know, the opportunity to add something special. Like, I like what they've done with the... like, even though I haven't actually played them, in concept, I do really like what they've done with the kind of the special versions of the games in the, whatchamacallit. You know, the NES games and Super Nintendo games that they give you as part of the online service. Like, and they bring out special versions, so it's like, oh, here's, like... Contra with infinite lives or something like that. And I kind of like that as, like, okay, we will give you it, you know, as you remember it, and we will also give you some special updated thing. So it's a kind of why not both? It's like, you've got the perfectly preserved artifact, and you've got the kind of, well, here's an interesting way to rediscover that game, or a way to play through the whole thing that will fit into your into your modern lifestyle. Like, I don't know, I think there is something nice in what they've done with that. So, but yeah. But yeah, I would like to see more, you know, I guess when they do the re-releases of things, like to do them re-releases stuff that's not just the classics, you know? I think it's good to have these re-releases as an opportunity to access stuff you wouldn't have seen otherwise. It's like the, you know, the bonus features on the Blu-rays. You know, you put the bonus features on, so it's like, yeah, you like this film, but also now here's an opportunity to find out all about the making of that film and stuff you've never thought about how it was written or how it was put together. You go, oh, I'm really glad I saw that. Yeah, I guess that's an opportunity when, you know, where everything's getting re-released. I think, like, Konami, they've converted the Game Boy Advance Castlevania games for the Switch, haven't they? And I think that's a nice one to do because, like, yeah, Castlevania, like, has been huge on the Game Boy Advance, but, you know, that's not, like, a story you're going to hear all the time, because, I don't know, like, not a lot of stuff gets brought back from the GBA. I don't know. So, yeah, I think variety. Variety is the spice of life. The more things, the better. You need the popular and you need the obscure. Like, that's my big life lesson, I guess. Pearls of wisdom from the person melting his eyes on stream for you. Did get a checkpoint, so I feel like that's some form of progress. Okay, I think I go over here. I don't need any more flickies from up here. There we go. Don't need to worry about that platforming. Was the lightning shield a good idea? Probably. I'm not too worried about Sonic and Knuckles because I'm not having to think in Sonic and Knuckles, but I am having to think in Triple Trouble. I'm frequently having to think in Sonic 3D Blast. Like, okay, now that's a situation where I will have to think. That's not the way I want to go. Down. Okay, that's not the way. You're getting to watch me concentrate really hard now. Because you have to try and remember what combinations of actions you've already done. I'm trying to avoid situations where I'm going to lose rings, because if I lose rings, I'll have to pick up rings, and then... Or not. Okay, well, there go my rings. I did get the checkpoint, though, didn't I? So that's good. Right. Definitely get that. Oh god, this is exactly where I was. It can't be that way. I'm gonna go right there. Thank you very much, and welcome to the stream. Enjoy Videos 99. Really glad you're enjoying it. Oh god. No, I died. Ah, well. It's not the one I'm trying to concentrate super hard on, so I don't mind losing a life in advance 1. It's going to be interesting to see which game I finish first out of 3D Blast and Triple Trouble. Is this way back to the start? Yes, it is. But yeah, between 3D Blast and Triple Trouble, I feel like I'm very close to the end. But there's all... Yes. My plan is to eat once I've finished like the next game. That is, I'll be honest, has been further away than I thought it was. So yeah. And you can hear for that big delay. That's what happens when you don't eat, is you end up with big delays while you zone out. So it is probably high time I do eat something. So yes, that will be the next completed game, will be lunchtime. Okay, so this is the bit where I just need to press right a lot. Because whenever I get rings, so I'm going to let this thing hit me, and then I'm just going to hold down the right button just so I can sidle along that doodad. There we go. So I'm past a bit that killed me. And now I've got to remember what I wanted to do in this bit. Okay, I could see... Maybe that's where I want to go. Down. No. This level is excruciating. That triple trouble level is making me want to scream. It really is. As it's losing flickies. Right, up. Well, maybe it's down. No. It's not up. Right. Up. Left. Down. They all lead you to the same place! What am I missing here? Oh god, what am I not seeing here? I guess I haven't been up on that yet, so... Using the rings to figure out where I haven't been, but because it's hard to remember what I haven't done yet, it becomes quite hard to track what I need to do. Oh, God's sake! Thank you, game! Oh my God! Oh, that level broke me! That level absolutely... Oh, that level was painful. And that's why I haven't played Sonic 3D, Sonic Triple Trouble in a long time. Thank you very much, Chippy. It is much appreciated. Oh, I can feel my brain's about to melt through my ears. But I think this takes us to the final boss, which I couldn't be happier about. I just want to take these flickies to home base. Okay, I've got all 5. Now I need to get back up there to get to the home. Okay. Oh no, this is... Please don't be the start of the level. It's the start of the level. Now I've got to find... Where's the place these flickies need to go to? Alright, I can get this. There we go. Hey, get away from my flickies. No. I can calm down. I'm past the worst. The worst. One of the worst ordeals in the game. Because it just gets that much harder when you're... Like, because you're not in the level the whole time, you keep on switching out of it. You kind of... You forget what the layout was. And so you have to keep on remaking your plans from scratch. So for these kind of maze-like segments just become kind of mind-numbing because you're having to recreate your mental model of the game from scratch every time. Is it this way? I think it... This looks like a different direction. I think this is the way to the end of the segment, which is good. Keep those hazards away from me. Okay, done with flickies. No more gathering of flickies needs to be done. So it looks like we are looking at a very similar completion time for both Sonic 3D, with 1 level and 1 boss to go, and Sonic Triple Trouble with 1 boss to go. I reckon Triple Trouble, because I think I'm on the final boss of that now, I reckon that'll probably finish first. But if I avoid collecting rings in this level, I shan't, then that may change. so looking forward to lunch. I'm going to eat so well. I think I'll need the energy. This way. Final boss coming up, I think. Oh, we've got Metal Sonic. Oh, I think that's who I have to fight now. I can't remember this bit of the game. Oh wow. As long as I can pick up that ring again, I'll be fine. Right. I don't need to go anywhere specific in 3D Blast now. I can just kind of mosey my way to the end of the level. I hope... Oh no, I'm gonna have to do the arm bar thing again in Sonic Advance. Oh well, I've got that to look forward to. I can just pick up my ring again after he takes it, so... Metal Sonic down. On to Dr. Robotnik. Oh, and there's a checkpoint there, so that'll be helpful. I do like the giant Robotnik in this level. I think if I ever become a genius inventor like Dr. Robotnik, I will make a giant statue of myself with tubes that you can roll around in. That will be my gift to the world. Oh, I'm gonna have to do the Hangle bit again. Okay, from now on, every difficult bit where you have to hang on to something and it's bad if you jump, that is known as a hangle. If anyone ever asks you for the etymology of hangle, I came up with that word hangle on one of these streams to describe... Oh, there's Knack. Do I hurt him? Oh wow, it's Robotnik and he's inside the TV. How did he get in the TV? Who let that guy on telly? And meanwhile, speaking of final bosses, we've got the final boss in Sonic 3D Blast. So, place your bets. Will Sonic 3D Blast finish first or Sonic Triple Trouble finish first? Not how the boss works. Okay, that's one boss down. What's he doing this? What is that meant to be? Oh, a flamethrower. Okay, I can jump up and hit it. Sonic jumps quite high in this game, doesn't he? Oh, there goes a ring. Gotta catch it. Ooh, so we are expecting Triple Trouble will finish first. I feel like it's based on which one do I mess up in most. Because the only times I'll pick up rings now are when I get hurt. So I think there seems to be more chances of me getting hurt in 3D Blast, but I'm less familiar with the Triple Trouble final boss, so it could go either way. One down. You can hear the tension. It's like me going totally silent is the tension. Also, we are back into Triple Trouble. But I did get hurt. The race is on. Okay, so you can hit the electricity. The electricity doesn't hurt you. Wait for it to do whatever that is, and then just keep on wailing on him. Okay, so that's one defeated Robotnik. Is this the end of the game? Every ring we're shuffling. Every ring we're shuffling. Ah! Welcome, everyone. Welcome to the stream. Thank you very much for coming along. So, we are right near the end. But thank you very much for coming. We are right near the end of Sonic 3D Blast. And right near the end of Sonic Triple Trouble. So, currently, I do not know. I mean, I think I may have just beaten Sonic Triple Trouble, but I don't know. No, I haven't! Okay, there's plenty more Triple Trouble to go. Which game is going to get beaten first? Sonic and Knuckles, we are in Lava Reef. And then Sonic Advance, we are in... What's the one that's not this one? We're in that level. I've been on for 4 hours. I'm starting to go a little bit mad. But it's all part of the fun experience. I'm not sure what. Oh my god, it's all coming off Alistair now. what this boss's thing is. Oh. No, 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 no. Don't kill me. See, I don't mind having a lightning shield in Sonic & Knuckles because Sonic & Knuckles isn't a game I need to concentrate on right now. I had a lot of fun with Triple Trouble because, like, the final zone is, like, maze-like. And I just, every time I switched out of it, I couldn't remember where I was when I went back in. So, to be honest, to put Sonic and Knuckles into a position where I'm like, look, whatever happens, happens. Like, I'm safe, you know? I'm not scuppering myself by collecting rings in Sonic and Knuckles. Sonic and Knuckles can kind of play itself to an extent. But so, here, Sonic Advance, we've got death pits in this level. So that's good fun. And that thing there. So that I need to be very careful of. I cannot jump while I'm holding onto this, otherwise I will chance falling off of it. So I have to be very careful about whether or not I'm holding down the jump button when I am, when I'm doing this. But thank you very much for raiding, it is much appreciated. I do appreciate a good raid. So this bit's fairly straightforward. Robotnik on his TV. There we go. Down he goes. This next bit is fairly straightforward. The kind of flamethrower from above. If I drop rings, I just pick them up again. They're in the same place where I dropped them. It's like, yeah, no, easy peasy. The next bit in the Triple Trouble boss, I don't actually know, like, the last time I beat this game was possibly 15 years ago. So, I don't actually remember what the thing is supposed to be in the boss. And every time I get hurt, I get thrown out of the game, so... So, I'm having a tough old time trying to figure it out, because, I'm not exactly getting perfect information. Oh, thank you very much! I enjoy making toys, I guess. Okay, so if I stay in one place, does he stop shooting me? I don't know. Do I just have to, like, avoid the lasers for a little while? Maybe I do. Okay, or maybe not. The lasers don't seem to be slowing down. Come up on the right-hand side. There. Looks like he's about to appear. I hit him once. Twice. I think okay, so when he, like, hides for a bit, you can hit him twice and then you need to sort of go into the space. Now, I nearly jumped off of that. Honestly, I nearly jumped off of that thing. So yes, for everyone who has just joined, every time I collect a ring, the game will change. There are 4 games in the roster. When I beat a game, that game will tag out and be replaced with a new game, which gets added to the roster. I've beaten 1 game so far, that's Sonic Chaos on the Master System. I am out of rings. And this is just me failing regularly at this boss now. God, I used to, like, back in the day, I could... Okay, well... Which is going to finish first? Triple Trouble or Sonic 3D? That's the... Place your bets, people. And then once they're beaten, a new game will appear in the roster, and it will take their place. So let's... So this bit... should be straightforward. I feel like I've done it enough times. So... The thing is, like... What stops me from dropping rings right now is, like, just not making mistakes. But I can't trust myself to not make mistakes on these bosses, clearly. There's possibly some of it is the sort of the fatigue that comes from, you know, being doing this for 4 hours. I did take a break at about the 1 hour mark after I beat Sonic Chaos. Well, that's, I probably need another cup of tea. That's what I need. I got a checkpoint, so I never have to do that hanging wire bit ever again. And I am happy for it, because the number of times I have fallen off the hanging wires has been outstanding. Okay, hit him once, hit him twice, and then run away. And then get my ring, get my ring. Ring of safety. Ring of safety, safety ring. But yeah, Sonic Advance was fairly mindless for a kind of good chunk of gameplay. And then I think this level's where it started to get tough because of the bottomless pits. Come back, ring, thank you. I have to say, you all chose a dramatic moment to come and join, so well done. Maximum drama. Why did I do that? Oh, God. Okay, one more hit, and I can get rings. Okay, good, good. I'm safe, I'm safe. I'm a happy, safe. Oh, there was a ring there all along. Okay. Come on, believe in yourself, Alistair. Right. So one of the weird things when it switches from a 2D game into a 3D game, having to reorient yourself is quite kind of mentally tough. You have to think, because you kind of forget, like, which way were you supposed to be going? Like, that all changes. So, okay. There we go. Another hit, another hit. Just trying to avoid. See, as long as I don't get rings or don't lose rings, I will be, like, the status quo won't change. And I can kind of relax into it. Oh, that was nasty, but didn't kill me. I can keep on getting the ring. Oh god, I feel like I have to concentrate really hard on this. Especially because it just, like, kicks me out of the game so fast. I brought that upon myself. Sonic Golem. I have no idea what Sonic Golem could possibly refer to, but that's going to be my name from now on. If it turns me to pure madness, and it's like, oh, the rings, the one ring, got it, the precious. I need the precious. Give me the precious. God, the precious, the precious! No! Oh, it's like you get thrown back into the game. It's like you just messed up and you've got like 1 second to respond. It's, oh, I beat him! This looks like the end of a game. I think if you voted Sonic Triple Trouble, Sonic Triple Trouble was the winner. I hit Sonic. There we go. That's the end of the game. That is the end of a game. So, with free Knuckles from his prison, he has learned the error of his ways. Ah, they shake hands. I don't know if I've actually seen the ending of this, so let's wait for the credits to roll. And when the credits roll, we will roll to find out what is the next game, game number 6, to join the roster. Oh, but Knack, he's happy because we didn't steal the emeralds off of him. So let's keep this going. Alright. Try again. That's okay. I don't need to. We are tagging out Sonic Triple Trouble. And we're going to find out what's next. And the next game will be Sonic 3 on the Mega Drive. So, let's just go into the shuffler. I'm going to remove Triple Trouble and add Sonic 3. So there we go. At 4 minutes and 40 seconds, that is when we beat... Why is Mean Bean Machine say completed? That's weird. Sonic Triple Trouble is what got beaten. I may have to fiddle with this. And promote Triple Trouble. Oh wow. Sonic Triple Trouble's complete. Okay. Well, we'll just, okay, if I deactivate that, that'll eventually end up being Sonic 3. I think that sounds about right. There we go. The monitor thing is a new thing that I made up, and I have no idea what that bug was, but it, I swear I set Sonic Triple Trouble. But it tells you the time I completed it at. So Sonic Triple Trouble got beaten at 4 minutes and 41 seconds. Sonic 3 got added to the roster. Blah, blah, blah. So, 2 games down. I think we're very near the end of 3D Blast. We are nearing the end of Sonic Advance. Although, I know Sonic Advance will get very difficult very soon. So, let's see what needs to be done next. Just whack this guy. Don't get hit by the flame. The longer I can stay in 3D Blast, the less I have to readjust to being in 3D Blast. That's, I wonder if it's going to feel a bit more relaxed when I don't have to make that mental adjustment anymore. Because I find myself having to keep on kind of adjusting my mental model of the world for, oh, 3D Blast is back. I've got, like, I'm moving along 2 axes now. Have to actually pay attention to where I am in 3D space. I've got no rings. So it is, I mean, I am kind of just getting beaten by not being very good at this boss, but also every time I mess up on it, I kind of get punished for it. And I think that has an effect of, like, you know, yes, I mess up, but also whenever I get thrown in, I have to readjust. And I only get a chance to make so many mistakes before I'm kind of, well, one mistake before I am yeeted back out and have to fend for myself. But that is the experience, that is the joy. The joy of the experience. And down I go. Okay, 1 down. I'm getting better at this bit. I am getting better at this bit. Figuring out where you're supposed to place yourself to hit the blue flashing lights is quite weird, because, like, it's not obvious where that is in the 3D space. I feel like, as a kid, I kind of got that down. Like, I got the feel of it. Also, I used to be willing to accept a hit in a way that I'm not with the shuffler up. Yeah, let's keep this shuffling fun on the go. Come on. Must be like one more hit on this bit. Right, I'm gonna get these next 4 rings. 3 rings. It's affecting my ability to count. Oh yeah, I've got Tails in this one, so Tails will be able to pick up rings for me. So that'll make things fun as well. A little bit of unpredictability. Right. So let's... No, missed it. Oh wait, I can just hide under these things, can't I? I remember that. I could have done this the whole time, is just you just go under the armpit and hide. That's... If I'd remembered that, we would have, I think this game would have finished before Triple Trouble. But I did not. So really, you were betting, like... You know, is Alistair smart or is Alistair stupid today? That's what you were betting on. Or at least, to be charitable to myself, can Alistair remember all the cheeky strats from his childhood? Ah, well, that's the adventure, isn't it? So, in we go. So, down the hole, and this is another one where we can just hide under an armpit, so I think this is plain sailing from here. We are nearly ready to replace Sonic 3D Blast, which has been a special kind of nightmare. 3D Blast was okay, but what I didn't like about 3D Blast was just getting lost. It was so easy, it's been so easy to get lost in this game. Like, you wouldn't believe how easy it's been to just kind of not be able to tell where you are and go, oh, and it's like the context switching when you go from a game that isn't 3D Blast to, oh my god, the thing's coming after me. When you go from a game that isn't 3D Blast into a game that is 3D Blast, it's like a real kind of, it really does mess with your head. So I think I have to go downwards here. Okay, so I just got to take out that next arm, and then I will be good. So I can just jump here. I am nearly done. The coffee makes me done faster. That's... I shouldn't have had that coffee this morning. That's what, if I'd had the coffee this morning, I would have beaten Sonic 3D first. But we are done with Sonic 3D at 4 minutes 48 seconds. I'm feeling very happy. I am feeling very happy. So I am at a point where I am ready to make myself a sandwich. We don't have the death weapon. Oh no. Yep, so we've beaten it. I do feel like I need to eat something. So this is a good time for me to take a break. I'll probably be back about 5 minutes. I will take some time to chill out for a bit, so stick around. If you want to find out more about how to play all this stuff yourself, follow the link up there just above next to my head, and you will be able to see. It's a version of the BizHawk emulator that allows you to switch between games. Like every time you collect a ring, every time you collect a coin in Mario, or power up health in Metroid, things like that. The Puyo Puyo games, if you like Puyo Puyo games, there's a ton of Puyo Puyo games which are supported by this as well. What else can I say? I need to record complete time. Yes. Okay, so when I record complete time, it's going to pick the next game. So I want a little drum roll. Let's have a little drum roll. I want to see like drum emoticons or something in the chat, or just type the word drum into chat for the upcoming selection of the next game, because I've just beaten 3D Blast. And so when I click on the complete button, 3D Blast will go into the completed games list, and the next game will emerge. What will it be? We've got the upcoming games. We've got two normal ones on Genesis. Knuckles Chaotix, Sonic Advance 2, Sonic Pocket Adventure, Sonic 2 on the Master System, another Game Boy Advance game, could be Sonic Spinball. Let's find out in 3, 2, fun. And the next game is Knuckles Chaotix. So, Knuckles Chaotix is going to be the next game added to the Shuffler. I'm going to take a quick break for 5 minutes or something, but do stick around or tell your friends. On Twitter, I'm AGHison, just like I am on here. I need to shuffle. I need to remove this game from the Shuffler and put in Chaotix. So let's Chaotix in first. What did I just removed the wrong game, didn't I? This is fun. You're getting to watch me. Actually, you can't see what I'm clicking on. So I need to go. Sonic the Hedgehog 3 is on. Sonic 3D Blast is off. And here is Knuckles Chaotix. So this is bound to be a lot of fun. Because Knuckles Chaotix, if you have ever seen it, it does have a lot of rings. So there'll be a chance of picking up lots and lots of rings. I'm going to stick this in the demo mode for a while, so it might end up switching to another game. Let's see what happens. I'm going to put in the text back in 5 minutes up on the screen again. Alright, so I bet they're going to collect a bunch of rings. How can I make this look pretty? And there we go. We switched into another game, and that will keep on going until eventually someone stops moving. And it's Sonic 3 chose to stop moving. So, background color. Background opacity, back in 5 minutes. There we go. Let's have a nice font. What's my nice... Do I have the Sonic font on here? Don't think I do. Oh, well. I'll put Gil Sans. There we go. Why am I thinking about what font I'm on? I'll put... There we go. Impact. That's impactful. Back in 5 minutes. I'll try and move so you don't hear Tails jumping all the time. That's be useful. Where are you, Tails? Okay, he seems to have stopped. So I'll leave you to enjoy the beautiful music. I'm going to go and get myself some lunch. But like I say, back in 5 minutes. Have yourselves a nice break as well. So I'm about ready to come back. I'm just going to make myself another cup of tea, and then I will be with you shortly. So, So, welcome back, everyone. Thank you for waiting, and I can see a bunch of you did have stuck around while I had my lunch, so thank you very much. I appreciate that. So, I have just eaten a delicious lunch of cheese roll, salad, and apple. And I'm looking for a box of tissues. But anyway, where was I? So, we are going to start the timer again. To continue the run, Sonic 3 has been added. We have 3 of 16 games completed. So, you know, that's almost 25% of the way through, right? I have no idea how long it'll take to do all 16 of these. I am going to split it over multiple streams. So, if you do want to see more of this, I guess subscribe is a good idea. Or follow. I don't use Twitch a lot, so I can't remember what follow or subscribe. But basically, the one that you click on and it gives you notifications to say, oh, Alistair's got online. That's probably a good way to find out if you want to find out when the next streams of this will be, you know, because obviously I'm not going to be all 16 games in one session. Another way to find out is to go to my Twitter, which is AGHerson, which is the same as the name of this channel. So, and I'll be posting to say, oh, I'm doing such and such and such a time. Anyway, I am no longer back in 5 minutes. The timer starts again. The other earphone goes in. And that. So, I just saw it like this. And yes, I can see you just followed me. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mega Man Dragonoid. Thank you for following me. It is much appreciated. So yes, so anyone who has missed the explanation of what this all is, every time Sonic gets a ring, it will switch him to a different Sonic game. There are 4 games in the roster at any one point in time. Every time a game gets beaten, a new game will be added to the roster to replace it. So far, we have had Sonic Chaos, Sonic Triple Trouble, and Sonic 3D Blast have all been beaten from the roster. Sonic and Knuckles and Sonic Chaos, Sonic and Knuckles and Sonic Advance have been there from the start. Wait, is there a sort of controls menu for this? Okay, I may end up having to mess around with the controls. Because I don't need to worry about which one's the A button and which one's the B button anymore. So, okay, let's shuffle around. I need to shuffle around the controllers for the Mega Drive. So, A button is to call back, B button is to hold, and C is to jump. So I think that's the combination of buttons I want. It's a good thing in all the other Sonic games. Yeah, there we go. That feels comfortable. Like, all the 3 buttons do the same thing. So I don't have to... I can just kind of map them as I desire. But yeah, so... yes, so... So every time you get a ring, it switches game. Every time I beat a game, it gets removed from the roster. I have 16 Sonic games that I have handpicked for Playing Delight. And I guess the main reason to do this is to see what happens. So the Ring Shuffler is a thing that I kind of built, I guess the first version of, like, last autumn 2020. So just, I don't know, out of randomness really, to see what would happen if I did it. But that only worked on Mega Drive games. Well, Mega Drive, Game Gear, and Master System. And I wanted to add the Mega CD, 32X, Game Boy Advance games in there. And so since then, this year, I worked on making the BizHawk emulator, which supports multiple consoles, which emulates multiple consoles, making it support the shuffling effect. And I got it to work earlier this year. So I kind of wanted a way to enjoy the weird range of different games that you can, because you can put, like, you know, Sonic and Knuckles side by side with Sonic Advance and that. And I was like, well, how does switching from one game to the other affect the play experience? And I think I like the idea of, because I could just put all the games that it supports in together and say, you know, everybody just, like, they will all be in the shuffler, but then you'd spend ages to make progress in any one game, and there would be, like, no narrative to it, no tension. And I like the tension of having, you've got some games that are really close to the end, some games that are really close to the beginning, and it kind of creates this exciting narrative of which game right now is the one that you, like, really need to focus on, which ones are the ones that you can kind of leave sitting on the side, and things like that. So, right now, I'm not too worried about how I do in Knuckles Chaotix, but Sonic Advance I'm going to have to concentrate really hard on. And that, I kind of guess, it kind of creates an interesting dynamic. Just in terms of, yeah, what, as a player, what do I have to pay attention to? I mean, particularly we had this fun stuff with Sonic 3D Blast, where, like, mentally, it was really challenging because every time you switched into it, you had to change your mental model of the way the games worked. Because all the others are 2D games where you mostly go to the right. Sonic 3D, you're going in four compass directions all the time. And it's a game where you get lost, and it's a game where every time you get hurt, it will set you back, because you'll drop your flickies and then you'll have to pick them up, and picking them up will cause you to run into hazards and lose rings, or you'll pick up the rings that you drop when you get hurt. And it's a real, like, I would say, in terms of amount of messiness for my brain, I would say that that 3D Blast has been the kind of toughest so far. Whereas through the bulk of the Game Gear Master System games, except for right at the end of Triple Trouble, where I had to concentrate so hard because it came like it's turned into like this maze. I'd kind of forgotten what the last levels of Triple Trouble were like, and they're just like these big horrible pipe mazes. But anyway, I digress. Where was I going with that? So, here's, if you've never seen Chaotix before, we're introducing the mechanics, which is this thing where you've got two characters joined by a ring. One of them is the computer, and one of them's me. So right now, I'm Knuckles, and the computer's Espio, the chameleon, changing colours. And you go through the levels together. You're connected by this kind of rubber band effect, and you can kind of pick up your buddy and throw them about. And I mean, the game's called Chaotix. It feels pretty chaotic to play because you will get pinged around in all kinds of directions you don't want to. I don't consider Chaotix to be a great game, but I do consider it to be an interesting game, and I'm looking forward to seeing where it goes because there are a lot of rings in it, which means it is likely to get quite calamitous. In terms of how much thinking you need to do, I don't know, because that's the thing, and I feel like what made 3D Blast so hard was that I needed to think while I was playing. And figure out, where did I want to be going? What, like, I know I've got so many more flickies to get. Where was I planning to go to get them? And you forget. Every time you switch out of the game, you forget where you were. And it's a real kind of... It's like reading a book and constantly losing your place. And you end up reading the same sentence over and over again. That's what 3D Blast felt like. So I'm curious to know what these other games will throw up. I mean, I've done Sonic Advance 2 in a shuffle, and that was particularly interesting because the bosses were brutal. Like, in Sonic Advance 2, the bosses force you to collect rings, and they also put you in situations where you will get hurt a lot. So you're losing rings, you're picking them up, and you have to context switch all the time. Like, you get switched out of Sonic Advance 2, you get switched into Sonic Advance 2, and every time you have to go, wait, what was it I was doing? What was I trying to achieve? So far, I've not had to do that with Sonic & Knuckles. Sonic & Knuckles, I've been largely able to go on autopilot so far, which is interesting, because I feel like Sonic & Knuckles has probably caused the most swaps so far, but I kind of feel like I paid least attention to it, because I can kind of, I don't know, autopilot through it. There's been few moments where I feel like I've been at risk of death. But, so I know this level, Egg Rocket in Sonic Advance, is a tough one. That's, But yeah, so I'm expecting Sonic 3, I expect I'll be able to largely autopilot, but let's find out. I mean, I think that's the interesting thing with doing a challenge like this, is you find out, like, which bits you weren't expecting to be hard became hard, you know, whether it's, you know, I guess with this, the context switching is probably going to be a major cause of, unpredictable shenanigans. But with other hacks, like, you know, like, say if you're sharing a controller between multiple people or something, then, like, bits of the levels that were never intended to be hard start to become hard because it's reliant on you communicating with each other. So, like, all the weird hacks and things that I make, a lot of what I'm trying to do is try and kind of create a situation where the games will become difficult in a way that you wouldn't expect. You thought I was saying, hola! Hola! I mean, maybe, look, it could be that Knuckles Chaotix is set in Spain. And it's like, okay, so this, I know, if I switch into Sonic Advance right now, that thing that I'm flying over is kind of that gap I seem to remember has caused me trouble in the past. So from my previous playthrough of Sonic Advance, I remember I need to kind of pay attention to when I go on that big jump. And when I go on that big jump, I need to make sure to not press anything in any of the games. Because if I press a button that do I go right? No, I think I go left. If I press a button when I go in there, like, I think I need to hold right, I can't remember, but if I do the wrong action, I will fall down to my doom again. So here's a good moment of needing to concentrate. But Sonic 3 should be good. Tell me if my audio is alright, by the way. I am a little worried that Like, I set it up possibly for an Alistair that was less animated than I am right now, so I might be, like, speaking really loud into the mic, in which case I can turn it down if you're getting a bunch of feedback. Like, if I'm clipping, really, that sort of noise that you get when someone's speaking too loud into a microphone. So just let me know. As we go, continue into many Olas. Now, I know in Lava Reef Act 2, the boss is probably going to be difficult. Having seen... Will I be forced into a special stage? The special stages have the shuffler effect in them as well. Yeah, I'm forced into a special stage, but that's okay. I'm going to try and get a perfect. Oh, I won't bother with the perfect, actually. But I will bother with getting the emerald. At least I can say I've done it. Knuckles can climb up walls, if you did not know that. That's his thing. Everybody's got a thing. So I think I just need to hold right. So whenever I get near rings, I'm going to hold right. So I'm going to try throwing SPO at this and holding right in hope that I end up in the right location. So I need to throw SPO onto there so he presses the button. And then get him to hold. There we go, thank you. So I get lifted up with him. Oh well, I did not stay in that special stage for long. It was clearly not meant to be. But the run continues. So I wonder how... Okay, I did get over because I forgot. I totally forgot I was supposed to be holding right for Sonic Advance. It just kind of totally left my mind. And I think that's one of the things, is that you'll have a situation where you need to do something, and then you go, wait, I can't remember what the thing was that I was supposed to do. It's like you're constantly doing the thing. It's either you are reading a book and losing track of your page and then reading the same sentence over and over, or it's like walking into a room, forgetting why you came in, leaving the room, remembering a room, going back in again, and then forgetting why it was you came in the first place. It's like... that's... When the shuffler is at its most dastardly moments, that's what it feels like. Oh, I need to go left, so I'm going to hold left while jumping around. I'm going to go left and hope... Yes, okay, that was the right thing to do. Now, I think there's a bottomless pit below me, so I want to tread very carefully on here. Because I do not want to lose all that great progress. And I just want to tap the directions now, because I don't want to send Sonic Advance running off the edge. Okay. It's that you've got to keep on, like, remembering where was I in each game, particularly when there's a game where you need to go to the left, because you won't be thinking that. Like, it feels like it's rare that you need to go left in a Sonic game. So when it comes up in the shuffler, it's really messes with you. And now I need to hold down right for Sonic Advance. Because that's where he needs to go. Otherwise, I think he'll fall into a bottomless pit. So even though I didn't need to hold down right there, I am pressing right on my joypad to make sure he Well, maybe I don't need to press right. And there we go. I think, like, this is perfect shuffler moment. This is exactly... This is the magic. This is, like... I mean, obviously, when it's, like, switching constantly, that's pretty cool. When, like, from a gameplay perspective, when you're in a position of keeping on needing to remember what it was you were doing, I think that's when the shuffler's doing its thing, you know? That's when it's, out to get you. Can I just stand on there with him? Or is it he the only one who can stand on it? Oh well, don't need to know. I'll just let him carry me up. And jumping all the way to the bottom of that. It's not too far. Could be worse. Could be a death in Egg Rocket, which is where I am right now. Have I already been here? I don't think so. I'm just pressing nothing and hoping. So, keep it going, keep it going. I really can't remember, like, have I done this bit? Oh, yes, I think I died here. I remember this. I died here. Feels like something out of a, like, vampire novel or something. I remember this place. It is where I died. So, I don't know what to press. I don't know whether to go left or right. I think I'm just going to let him drop down. Oh, that was the wrong move. So do I hold down right or not? How much scripting went into this? So, I mean, I guess by scripting you mean programming? Like, as in that kind of scripting. Not like script like you would script for an actor. And in answer to that question, it's hard to say. So what I did is, I mean, the way this works is there's an emulator called BizHawk, which is open source, and it's all written in C#. So I downloaded the source code for it and added my own routines. So I basically found the update loop, or I found a bit which happens once per frame. And I added a line of, like, some lines of code to sort of say, check these bits of memory of this game is running, and then a whole thing for, like, reading from, you set up a text file to tell it what games it can shuffle between, and I'm going backwards. So that's how it all works. So the reason I didn't go for a BizHawk tool is because I did not know what a BizHawk tool is. I don't know a great deal about BizHawk, or and honestly, like, this was the first idea that I came up with, was to, like, okay, I can bake it into the emulator itself, like, yeah, so that's, I guess, why I did it this way. I did write a Lua script for this, kind of branching off of Brsentia, did a shuffler that shuffles on time, and so I kind of, built off of his code for a Lua script to shuffle on getting a ring. But the problem with that was there was a kind of delay every time it switched game. And I thought, well, okay, the way to get rid of the delay I reckon, if you're not using Lua, because I think that's where the delay's coming from, is from reading Lua. And I thought, yeah, well, okay, how would I do it? I guess I would bake it into the emulator. I mean, that's what I did. If you've seen Alistair's Magic Box, which was kind of my first sort of public version of this idea of the game switching thing, like, that's also all built into the emulator. That's built into Genesis Plus. Yeah, honestly, I didn't know what... it was like, okay, I reckon I can figure out my way around the code well enough to be able to tell what I need to do or what I did to change. So yeah, I did things the hard way. That didn't work. Whatever I just did was the wrong thing. But yeah, I reckon, yeah, a BizHawk tool. I'll be honest, they might be just as fast and like easier for other people to use, like to install and everything. In which case, I think it would be really cool to do this as a BizHawk tool. But yeah, honestly, it's a combination of my ignorance and my kind of, I guess to be charitable, my spontaneity. It's that, oh, I think I know how I would do this. Let's go into a special stage. I think I know how to do it, and then just do it that way, like, rather than looking up alternatives. I do not have a Discord, but I am on Twitter, at AGHerson. Okay, so I've not put in, an event for collecting rings in a special stage in Chaotix, so you can enjoy a calming special stage for a little while. But yeah, I mean, if you want to chat about it, just send me a message on Twitter, and I'd be more than happy to, like, you know, talk you through whatever would be helpful. Or, you know, if you want to just bounce ideas around, also to just bounce ideas around. So, yeah. I think you can send private messages on Twitch as well. I'm not sure. I'll be honest, I don't know Twitch that well either. So, yeah, Twitter is the best, kind of, most consistent way to reach me. There's also my email, games@alistairhson.com. If you go onto my website, if you follow the link above, and then just basically go to alistair.games, and at the bottom of the page there should be a link called Contact, and you should find my email in there. That's probably a good way to reach me. I mean, if you want to chat in person, we could always set up a Google Meet or something. I can't remember if bonus blue spheres get carried over to the next one. No worries. Well, send me... Okay, so I just... Yeah, sorry, I'm concentrating and then looking at the messages. I say, yeah, if you want to, like, send me an email, games@alistairhson.com. If you go to alistair.games and then the contact page is somewhere at the bottom, that's a good way to reach me. If you wanted to, discuss, I'd be happy to set up a Google Meet with you if you wanted to chat about stuff, but otherwise, be happy to chat over email if there's any, anything I can help with or any ideas bouncing around that you want to do. I'm always up for bouncing ideas around, so, yeah. Well, the thing is with the All Emerald challenges, the All Emerald challenges are really fun with the special stages, with ring switches in the special stage. They're just stupid hard. But I don't think they'd be as fun if they weren't stupid hard. Okay, this is a new one. I guess this is a bug in the emulator. Who do I want to take? I guess I'll take Vector because he's the weirdest looking. I bet it must be, some rendering thing in 32X, because apparently 32X is quite hard to emulate. And I got Charmy! I'll be honest, Oh, you wanted SBO for the thing? No, I like the way he jumps like a wheel. I will probably change characters on every level. But, I just like the way he jumps like a wheel. Like, that's kind of cool. Switching and losing cows when you get 2 out straight. So, I've done... I mean, I guess... It depends what you mean by colours. In the Magic Box, which just does Mega Drive Master System and Game Gear, there is stuff like, you know, it will change the colour palettes when you get a ring, or it will, my favourite one is it will delete a colour from the universe every time you get a ring. So, whenever that colour needs to be drawn, instead of drawing that colour, it will make a kind of, like, a black gap in the middle of the screen, so it's like a kind of black hole that emerges to eat the game, and eventually you won't be able to see the game at all. And I really like that one. That's one that I made as a kind of sort of art piece thing. I liked the way that, you know, the consumption, the process of consumption, by which I mean collecting rings, caused this thing of destruction. Memory addresses to check. Yes, so if you are looking... So, BizHawk 2, like, run Melvin BizHawk and for the ring shuffle to be more accessible. Yes, that would be. And, I mean, if you were able to put that into action, that would be awesome. Like, I would be over the moon to see that. But, so, yes. But in terms of... I mean, yes, if you... In the GitHub repository... there should be... I mean, you might be able to see the data for the various games. It won't be well commented, but it will be there, so it could be of help. Otherwise, what was it? Okay, I mean, if you Google Sonic 2 RAM editing, and it's like... I don't think it's romhacking.net, but it's another kind of hacking website for Sonic. It's like a wiki, a Sonic hacking wiki. I could remember the name of it, but that's where I've gone to look up memory addresses, and that's been incredibly helpful. So, if that's any use to you, that's my recommendation of where to look for memory addresses. I guess different fan bases for different games have set up the equivalents for their favourite games. So I know there's like, I've, you know, found like Zelda wikis where they've got lists of useful RAM addresses for, you know, Ocarina of Time and, you know, Adventure of Link and things. So that could be a good one. Okay, cool. Sonic Retro, thank you. Thank you very much. I'm sorry I'm going to pronounce your name wrong, but is it Gimdy Grilson? Apologies for mispronouncing it, but yes, Sonic Retro is exactly where I'm thinking. If you're looking at Sonic stuff, Sonic Retro, that's been where I've gone to find useful RAM information. Oh, sorry, GLMD, sorry. Well, thank you very much, GLMD Grilson. And if I'm pronouncing Grilson, I hope I'm pronouncing Grilson right. And there we go. I don't know what I need to... Do I need to... I'm going to try pressing right again. I think it might have been a false negative when I fell down the floor during that last time. But it might be that Sonic Advance is not as far through the game as I thought it was. And then here's the thing with Sonic Knuckles Chaotix is getting lost. I forgot that was a big part of Knuckles Chaotix. It is very easy to lose track of where you are in Chaotix. A bit of a Scrabble hand, I like that. Right, I'm going the lower route because I remember that. The frustrating thing with Sonic Advance is there's that hard bit coming up, but it takes ages for it to come round again. And by the time I come up to it, I kind of forget that I had to pay attention to it. Rings are my enemy. They sure are. I mean, sometimes it is useful to go for a big, long path of rings. The case where it's useful is when you've got something like... You've got a level with a really hard bit in it, and you kind of don't want to be distracted. So you want to, in one game, you want to force Sonic to pick up a ton of rings, so that in the other games, in the game that's hard, like, you don't have to kind of... You don't get taken out of it so often. You know, you don't get... in terms of your concentration, you can focus on it. It's like that. I'm happy to... Just jumped over the string. Oh, this level's going to break me. I was thinking, oh yeah, I'll be through Sonic Advance pretty quickly. Which way am I going? Am I going backwards now? Eventually I will reach a direction I cannot run in Chaotix, and that will be the sign that I'm making progress. So, I know before the boss in this level there's a bit that's going to be stupid hard, where I have to jump on platforms that have rings on them, and immediately jump off again, before they fall. So, that's, something I am not looking forward to. And it is coming up. It's right after this bit. So we've got Knuckles. I take a big sip of my tea because here it comes. I've just seen this on other people's streams and gone, oh god. So I'm gonna get oh my god moments in 2 different games now, which is kind of what I hope to see with the way I'd set up the challenge to sort of, you know, do the kind of relay race between the different games. Oh god. Am I allowed to be pressing jump when I jump on these things? I don't know. Oh. So far I can get past that bit on my, and here the bottomless pit emerges, and it switches in and out so fast. Okay. Oh! I did... Yep, that death floor was creeping up on me. Is this... Okay. So I hold right. I'm just holding right. Okay, that was good. That was what I wanted to do. I wasted a lot of time believing that I didn't have to hold right. But now I want to hold nothing. I feel like if I need to choose between dying in Sonic Advance and dying in Sonic and Knuckles, I feel like I want to die in Sonic and Knuckles just because it doesn't take as long to get back to where I was. But I am being very careful with whether or not I'm pressing the jump button now. And really don't want to fall, because you can fall back down onto the floor again. So I'm being very careful with when I'm... Oh, okay, that just clipped my foot there. The agony! The agony. Well, that was stupid. Let's see if I can fall down to the... There we go. That's a good thing. If If I get to a chunk of rocket which takes off, that's good. Because that is progress. I'm going to get a ring just to switch into Sonic Advance while it's safe. Just kind of eliminate them from the equation and allow me to focus on Advance, because I really don't want to lose the progress I've made in Advance, because it takes ages to get it back. I think I go through the tube to the left. And then I need to figure out where do I go after that. But if you looked at my thumbs right now, you would see me avoiding pressing buttons as much as I can. It's like Street Fighter. Stop pressing buttons! You do get a lot of rings in Chaotix. There we go. I'm not going to go into the special stage. Oh, it doesn't make you change character at the start of each level, does it? You keep that character. So yeah, someone said they wanted Espio. I like Vector because he's like a big wheel. So I guess I'm going to keep him. I don't know if there's not a way to change your main character. Unless I get in a kind of switchy thing. Because there's a kind of switch characters thing. In which case I'll end up with Charmy, who is kind of overpowered, so I would feel a bit bad about taking Charmy. Alright. Marina Madness. I've got a case of the old Marina Madness right now. Okay, I can avoid landing on a bunch of these rings, but I need to jump up there. And I don't want to jump off of anything. Okay, come on, Sonic. Good work, Sonic. Good work. Okay, I will need to jump. That was good. That was correctly holding down the jump button while I switched. That's... Did I get a checkpoint there? No. Ah, that was the smartest thing I did. I knew I needed to jump immediately in Sonic and Knuckles, so I held down the jump button when I landed in Sonic 3. I landed on the ring while holding the jump button down to force me to jump. And it was the right move. I'm very happy about it. Oh, wow. Charmy. What are you doing? Are you doing a Sonic Triple Trouble on me? I don't think I can get past this, but fortunately... Oh, wow. Is the rubber band tied into the scenery now? It is not. Oh, well. There is a button you can press to recall your buddy if you lose them. Is this forwards or backwards? It's so hard to tell. Oh, I lost my water shield. I got a water shield. Timed that well. After all the fuss I'd made about losing my water shield, there I go. I could have almost lost it again. So an area without any rings, that's nice and comfortable. Oh, that's not what I wanted. Okay, I think I need to go inside the rocket. I think I need... Okay, so I need to jump on that, I think, and go up above. Yes. Okay. I don't want to fall and lose all this vertical progress. So I am treading incredibly careful right now. If there was a way to task this, I mean, in a way, I guess the task for this wouldn't be massively dissimilar to the task for just playing them normally, just they would switch all the time. But I wonder if there's something else you could do, like... Does that make sense logically, what I've just said, or am I missing something? But I mean, I would love to see speedrunner races in this thing. But I kind of, like... I think the thing with speedrunner races is, like, a speedrunner race, you couldn't do it on a big public marathon, because I think particularly if you do the big four Sonic games, like the 4 Mega Drive ones, inputs carrying between games. So, with Genesis Plus, I had to make some changes to make it carry button presses between instances of games. Or at least I certainly did on the Mac. I can't remember if I needed to on the PC. And maybe that's because I was hacking around with the wrapper on that one, rather than the emulator itself. Ignore me. I don't think I had to on Genesis Plus. I definitely didn't have to with BizHawk. With BizHawk, it just, like, automatically seemed to carry over my button inputs from one game into the next. I didn't need to make any changes. So, if that... it might be different, thinking about it. I can't remember, I guess, with the Lua script, Resensha would have figured that out in advance. And I think he did have to figure out how to make button presses carry over. I don't know what you'd need to do with the BizHawk tool. As I have admitted to, I don't actually know what they are. Yeah, I mean, just, you know, editing the emulator, like, just raw, I didn't need to worry about that bit. Yeah. It's pretty good. Okay, that's interesting. Oh, yes! Oh, that would be nice. Yeah, getting them running at the same time would be interesting. So there is also, like, one of the things in the in the Magic Box, which is the one that just does the Mega Drive games, is it's got this thing, every time Sonic gets a ring, it writes random data into the level layout. And I think it would be really interesting to see a task of that. I would need to make it so that the changes that it made were deterministic instead of random. So, you know... I forgot this was a thing. Yeah, making sure the games don't interfere with each other. I do like the multiple Mega Man games all going simultaneously stuff. I think that's amazing. That's so cool. But yeah, so if it was deterministic what change it made in what location, then having a ring shuffler that's... Sorry, having an emulate task that is choosing to get specific rings from specific locations in order to make holes in the level that will allow it to beat the level faster. That could be pretty interesting. Now, how do I get out of this? I think I just need to hit onto a tile with exit on it. Yeah, use an in-game... Yeah, I guess there is, you know, just time on top of the in-game level timer, or, you know, the frame count or something, and use that as the random seed. That would work. Okay, I'm gonna have to hold left because I don't want to lose progress in Sonic Advance. I'm just keeping on holding left, even if it kills me. You have to pick one game at a time, and Sonic Advance is the one where I'm furthest for a checkpoint, and it's hard. Okay, so I think I'm past, but I need to avoid pressing buttons. I think this takes me to a checkpoint. It does not. If I time out before I get to a checkpoint in Sonic Advance, I will scream. Oh yeah, the optimization's like, if it's making holes in levels or making ramps that you can sling yourself off of, that would be cool. Okay, I guess this isn't the way I'm supposed to... Oh, can I go through that? I can. That's one of the things I like. And there's a checkpoint! One of the things I think is kind of odd about Knuckles Chaotix is there's a lot of cases where it's not obvious what's in the foreground, what's in the background, what's solid, what's like what you can jump through. So that's a complete level. No special stage this time. Yeah, I mean, okay, so it is, they're basically are just swim forms. Huh. Okay, yeah, that sounds like, yeah, BizHawk tools are a lot like what I've already done, except without hard coding them, because that is literally what I've done, is I've, you know, I'm calling something on frame, and that's when it's making the checks, is it's just looking up on frame. Yeah, go ahead, do it, GLMD Grillson. But yeah, that is basically what I'm doing, and I've just kind of hard-coded, kind of baked it into the emulator, which is what makes it awful to set up, because it's like, and hard to keep up to date with the, like, because it's not modular, you know, it doesn't, when you want it so that you can use the effects with the latest version of BizHawk, and yep, my emulator doesn't do that. It's kind of linked to a specific version, and you know, you'd need to hard code the update. So yeah, I mean, I am totally on board with like a BizHawk tool to-do list. And yes, please do email me later. Like I say, look, over there is my web address, and somewhere on my website is my contact form, but basically games@alistairaitchison.com. Alistair Aitchison, name spelt like it is at the top of my website. It's a horrible name to try and spell. Let alone know how to pronounce when you read it, but that's, yeah, but I would be delighted to hear from you. And there we go, an instance of what's in the foreground, what's in the background. Yeah, I mean, I guess as far as kind of community groups, I'd be happy to join in with... Oh, I'm Charmy now. I want to be someone else. Okay, okay, I'm Vector now, okay. I thought I would become Bomb. Am I going the right way? Welcome to Knuckles Chaotix, the game where you will hear someone say, am I going the right way? But yeah, I mean, I'm happy to take part in any community that's interested in, like, playing around with this. I'll be honest, I kind of wouldn't have the time and energy to kind of manage such a community myself. But, I mean, if there's, like, a hacking Discord group that people are already a part of or something like that, so, I mean, or something, I can join in with that. Wait, sorry, you mentioned getting in touch with me on Discord, and it's like, you can DM people individually on Discord, can't you? So, I just don't have a, like, Discord server, but I do have a username. Cannot remember the name and number for it. honestly, the easiest way to get in touch with me is by email. I think I can climb up there. So, no, I can't. Is it because of Charmy? Yeah, Discord does have individual GM, so I do use that, but I can't remember because it's like the username. If it's just a username, then it will be the same username as I have on here, AGHerson. But if there's a number that goes with it, I can't remember what the number is. But honestly, the easiest way to reach me is through email. I mean, if you wanted to, you know, I'd be more than happy to be a part of that. I guess, like, you know, it's really, like, as I see it, it's kind of, it's, you know, cool to be a fun stuff, a cool part, stuff's going on. But, you know, I guess it's like, I wouldn't want to, like, commit myself to sort of, you know, like, do you know what I mean? Like, it's like, I'm more happy to kind of chat about stuff and commit myself to a kind of project, so to speak. The reason being is that I'll usually have a dozen different projects going on at once, like, it's... I guess I don't like to kind of create a responsibility for myself to keep up to date with them, because otherwise it just becomes too much for me. Yeah, okay, you get what I'm trying to say. Thank you very much. But, like, you know, it's the thing is that I would be more than delighted to, like, contribute and chip in, if like, just being any form of reliable is the thing that I cannot do, because, yeah. But thank you very much for being so considerate, by the way. I do appreciate it. And thank you very much, Foodmasku. Welcome to the stream. Good to see you again. I hope you're doing well. What's new with you? And I got crushed. I didn't think I could get crushed there. Okay. So we found... I feel like now that I'm relatively safe in Sonic Advance, I can kind of focus my attention on Sonic and Knuckles. So that's what I should do now, is really just pay attention. Of course, every time I try to pay attention, and now I go into Knuckles Chaotix, and it's like, I've forgotten what I was trying to do. Like, I end up in Knuckles Chaotix for ages. Exactly, I think that is the reality of it. But yeah, like, I appreciate your understanding. I mean, I guess ultimately the thing that kind of, like, if other people pick up the reins of it and, like, you know, and make something even better out of it, that is awesome, you know, like, and if people don't, that's fine too, you know, but it's a kind of case of, as long as something cool exists in the world, that's the, as far as I'm concerned, that's the main thing that I'm kind of after, out of, like, these weird experimental things. And, like, I guess my kind of, like, on a creative level, what sort of tends to excite me the most is coming up with some weird new thing, like, rather than sort of maintaining something, which is possibly why the Magic Box is as messy as it is. If you've seen, like, you know, some of the UI in that is like, oh god, it's a mess of menus, which I would love to update and make it easier to use. But then I end up getting distracted going, oh, I want to make a game where I stick ham to my face. Oh, fantastic. Thanks. Well, I shall get back to you as soon as I can. And thank you very much for the email. Sonic 3 may stick around till the end of the run. It's possible. Ah, fantastic. So, what is next? Photonic Base again. And I think the interesting thing with these levels is they are kind of like the Knuckles Chaotix levels. I mean, maybe a time will come where it will I will think otherwise. I think Knuckles Chaotix has this weird thing about it where a lot of the levels are kind of largely indistinguishable from each other. Oh my god, that's... Well, at least I know what I'm doing. And I'm close to the bottom of the screen, which means I will get back to that point. But I need to jump onto a ring now, rather than run into it. Did I do the weird vector air dash thing even though I was on the ground? I feel like I did. So, could this be a safer way up than going to the right? I am going to have to really concentrate on Sonic and Knuckles. That's some beautiful parking there from Sonic there, look at that. Okay, so I am going to end up going back down into this bottom area, but maybe if I go up here, I can kind of avoid it. But I guess I want to be careful not to jump there. And I always fall into the same lava pit. Oh, that was split-second reactions right there. I didn't get crushed. Okay, here's the... So every time I get a ring, I need to hold right and jump. That's how this will work. No, I didn't press right and jump. I didn't press right and jump. I knew I had to press right and jump. I did not press right and jump. Oh well. Maybe that's just my thing from now on, is I just keep on pressing right and jump, and just aim to land on the rings in Sonic 3. Oh, but right and jump is not a good combination in this game, is it? Because that puts me down here. Oh no! Oh god, I'm gonna fall down that pit again. How did I get all the way up there? I have no idea what I did, but it seemed to be the right thing. Down I go. No! Okay, that's okay, because I'm quite near the beginning on this. I'm focusing on Sonic and Knuckles. Focus on Sonic and Knuckles. Alright, let's try this. I want to just jump into the ring while holding right. that the way... Is this the way I came? Or is this... I don't know if I'm going forwards or backwards. This game is like that, isn't it? No. Okay, I'm... Okay. Okay, I need to... I'm thinking really hard about what I need to be pressing in order to make progress in Sonic and Knuckles, and it's not switching me into Sonic and Knuckles. This is... Okay, yeah, that's fine, that's fine. I can live with that. I can live with that. Shield is useful. Shield protects me from making mistakes. Okay. I'm trying really hard to avoid collecting rings. I think I will get enough time to react in Sonic and Knuckles. Not anymore! I just focus on... Stay still and focus on reacting. That's it. Okay, I'm going to go very carefully. Because as soon as I see myself switch into Sonic 3, I want to... I just want to be not pressing anything, so I'm arriving in Sonic and Knuckles with a kind of clean slate. And it's... when you really want to go into Sonic and Knuckles and it won't let you go into Sonic and Knuckles. Just try not to press any buttons. No. Come on. Okay, so this so far is the hardest bit of the game that's not so hard because it's like a maze. Like in Triple Trouble, I think that was possibly the hardest bit, but it was because it was like a maze. This is the hardest bit because of kind of like motor skills reasons. It's like you kind of want to try and take your finger off the controls as much as you can. Just to kind of reduce the chance of havoc. Okay, I just want to hold right to get over to the other end of this. Through that tube, that's okay. Avoid pressing buttons if I can help it. Oh, I was so close. Checkpoint right there. Checkpoint right there. Ooh. Havoc Regardless. That sounds like a good name for like a character in a... They call me Havoc Regardless. Havoc Regardless, P.I. I am so close to getting Sonic 3 now. I am, like... I feel very, I feel like I'm getting the measure of it. And it's this thing, you just need to avoid... It would shuffle if you collected rings in Blue Sphere, yes. I feel like I need to avoid... Like, in Sonic and Knuckles, what I need to do is, like... avoid pressing buttons. That's it. That's all. I just need to create a situation where I know what Sonic's momentum going to be like when I arrive in Sonic and Knuckles, and I want it to be as close to a standstill as possible. The special stages it doesn't work on are, the Sonic Advance special stages, I don't think they do anything special. I think it's just Sonic 2, Sonic 3, Sonic and Knuckles, and Sonic 3D Blast are the only ones that have, like, that can switch out of the special stage. The other ones, I don't think I've coded it in. I think that's it. It's, yeah. So, the big 4 Mega Drive games, plus 3D Blast, like, recognize rings in the special stage. I don't think the others do. At the very least, it's a mixed bag. I think I meant to go this way, but to be quite honest with you, I don't know. Oh. Right, okay. So, build up some speed. And let go. And that's the use for that mechanic. I forgot which way I was going. Okay, I'm near the tough bit. Okay, how do I want to avoid losing my rings on that platform. Good, good. Okay, not good. Not good. Just focus. Oh! I'm holding right and jump. I'm holding right and jump because that's what I need to be holding in Sonic and Knuckles, and I did it! I did it! Checkpoint! Checkpoint! It's still hard. It's still got bottomless pits, but I got a checkpoint. And that's all I want for Christmas this year. Is a checkpoint. There's more to go, but I'm halfway through it. I don't know how more, because then they've got the platforms that, like, lower down. And I feel like they are possibly a bit they may be more forgiving. There may be fewer of them. There's only one way to find out. But, oh god, that bit is, brutal. Absolutely brutal. Okay, let's keep this going. Knuckles, Vector, and Charmy, the dream team. I feel very calm. Speed slider. Just stretching my face muscles a bit. And then possibly the tension's starting to wear away at my face. So, okay, so I think there's one thing of rings there, which I may be able to avoid with clever jumping. I don't think I can. Okay, this is fine. This is safe. I did get past the nasty bit. Lightning shield. Good. I think I can do the next bit without losing rings, so I'm not too worried about that. I really thought that was a death trap right there. But I need to... Do I just have to go back the way I came now? Okay. But so far I've been in a kind of yes, 10 ring boxes will cause it to shuffle. It's really looking for any change to your ring count, except for changing it to 0. And if it sees that, it will fire the event and go, I want you to switch. So, yes, the memory addresses, it is about finding the right memory addresses. And the nice thing about them, well, it took me a while to work them out for 3D Blast. But I did eventually. Because it does it by digits. It like uses a byte per digit or something like that. I can't remember off the top of my head now. So it took me a while to find for 3D Blast because I didn't realize it was doing that. Oh. Okay, I think I need... I'm just not pressing anything and just letting the game do what it needs to. Let it... No, okay, that was bad. I thought I could jump there by avoiding the spring, but I won't be able to. I can get... Oh, okay, that's okay, that's okay. I can get up here. And I think this has been the opposite of progress, because I've already been here. And I need to remember how I got there. I don't know how much time you're supposed to get on that clock, whether 1 minute 20 seconds is not a lot of time remaining. But okay, I need to get up above that bit. That's okay, it's better than death. Oh. That was the opposite of perfect timing. So back I go. Feel like I've spent a lot of time in that section. And the fire shield will make things nice and easy on the boss. Because now I don't need to worry about jumping on the platform. I can run, I can just stand in the lava. So, the way this works is it is checking changes in memory addresses. That was just easier to find because I found... this was on Sonic Retro. It had listings for like where the memory addresses were, and I could check them changing. Checking for specific functions being called. Well, okay, it's less obvious how to do that. Every problem is solvable. I don't know where I'd start with that one. I mean, I don't know if there is a thing... You can probably track, like, basically intercept the thing in the emulator that's sort of emulating function call being made to the... like a call being made to the CPU and kind of intercept that and look for specific checks being made or, you know... that, but off the top of my head, I can't think of what exactly the thing is you'd be checking for and where you'd find out what that thing looks like. So that's why this is all done by looking at memory addresses. So, we are very close to the end of Sonic & Knuckles. We've got, Hidden Palace will be a very short act. And then there's, one act of, Sky Sanctuary, 2 acts of Death Egg. Oh, Charmy's taking us into the thing. I just need to get him out of here. Where's the exit? There it is. Oh, I missed it. Have another go, Charmy. Landing on the exit. Good work. If the instruction pointer is at a specific address. I guess that would make sense. Yeah. Where you'd find what instruction, I guess. Okay, when there's a will, there's a way. Off the top of my head, I mean, the first puzzle to solve would be, what, yeah. Which, function address corresponds to which, instruction pointer corresponds to increment ring count, I guess, would probably be the first thing to look for there. That's just off the top of my head. If you kill an enemy or get hurt, you immediately stop. So it's like, what, you want to do it entirely non-violently. That's quite nice. So one thing that does exist in the, in both versions of, like, the Shuffler, as in the Magic Box for Mega Drive and, the BizHawk Ring Shuffler, is for an event, like giving it a cooldown afterwards. So what you could do if you wanted to detect an enemy getting stomped in Sonic, you could check for has Sonic's has the score gone up? Because if the score's gone up, you've hit an enemy, but also the score goes up on the counter at the end. But you can make it, like, ignore cases where the score went up on, like, if it was within the last 5 frames and it had already done it, then it will only trigger once. And then it can tell the difference between the score counting up and the score, like, going up because you hit an enemy or something. That might be a neat way to do it. Having had a look at Mega Man, it looks like for enemy damage seems to be kind of allocated kind of dynamically. It seems to have a space which it reserves for enemies and then keeps damage values there, but it's not 100% consistent where that will be. But maybe I just wasn't looking hard enough. Hello, Aramaman. Hope I'm pronouncing your name right. But yes, please, welcome to the stream. Thank you for coming along. Hopefully it should be self-explanatory what's going on. Every time Sonic collects a ring, it will switch to a different Sonic game. 4 Sonic games will be in the selection at any point in time. Every time I beat a game, that game will be removed from the Shuffler, and a randomly selected game will be added to the Shuffler in its place. So I am near the end of Sonic and Knuckles. So when I beat Sonic and Knuckles, I'm going to get a time for when I beat it. That's going to go onto the list so you can see the journey of what I've been through. And a new game will be selected to fit its place. Maybe it'll be Sonic Advance 2, maybe it'll be Sonic the Hedgehog on the Master System, maybe it'll be Sonic 2 on the Mega Drive or Sonic Spinball. Could even be Dr. Robotnik's Mean Bean Machine. Yeah, so... Yeah, I think... I don't know how dynamic it is, like if there is a very consistent space Mega Man always uses for enemy data, and there's always a specific location within that space that stores the health within, for that enemy. But I guess it would be a little more involved than, say, tracking Mega Man's health, which is always going to be in the same spot. But I guess that's the fun of it, isn't it? The detective work. Because when you find it, you go, oh! Mean Bean Machine is not on the list. It should be, but Knuckles Chaotix is on twice. I bet I've made a mistake. So I need to identify what exactly the mistake is that I've made. There is a source data file somewhere. So if Knuckles Chaotix gets picked up again, I will, then one of those Knuckles Chaotixes will become Mean Bean Machine, I guess. And what else is... Yeah, I've got multiple instances of the same game. So I may need... Oh my god, yeah. Okay, that's gone funny, hasn't it? I'd not noticed that. Done. I can fix that. I just, yeah, need to tweak the source file. So I'm tracking all that information in a text file, and then, like, every time a meaningful change happens, it will edit said text file, so I can just edit the correct names back in. Now that's on my mind, I might actually... No, I'll do it when I finish a game. I will update it to be correct. Yeah, it's just a text file. It's, yeah, just plain text. It's like... It's a little Unity program that's sort of, you know, reading from it and writing to it. Because, why not? Don't worry, plain text, it's all, yeah. I'm basically just parsing it, like, in my own weird way. Yeah. So yeah, but the nice thing about it is I can just jump in and go, well, today, okay, I've made a mistake, I can just... If the times are wrong, then I can just edit in the correct numbers into the source file. Well, exactly. That's it. I kind of, as far as I'm concerned, I'm not so fussed about whether it's done elegantly. With stuff like this is all experimental, so what bothers me is whether or not it's done. So, like, I'm happy to, if... The music hasn't started, that's weird. If, like, getting to have a go at, if... doing it in text because it meant I didn't have to look up how to do it as Jason or whatever, like... if that means that I could run this stream today rather than having to wait until tomorrow, then that's the thing I want to go for. Because like I say, it's all experiments. I want to see what happens when I do it, and the clean version will be for another day. I guess there's a, like... I think there's a difference between code that you're writing as part of a team, which other people need to be able to read in order to work on it, and also code which you're doing for something like, okay, this will be, maintained, this is a longer-term project. I think if I were to do a lot of the stuff, if this was to become a longer-term project, like, this, the screen status thing, I guess I would just, like, if it was that big a deal, I'd redo it, but honestly, it's fine for the purposes it needs to be fine for. I think that's something I've kind of learnt over the years, is like, yeah, there are plenty of cases where you will want the tidy, clean code version of it, and sometimes you want the version that involves least thinking because it's not really that important. And that's sort of, I guess that's, like, when it, my process when it comes to programming is, it's like, you just make a judgment call on, well, what am I trying to achieve here? Am I trying to just put something into the world that didn't used to be in the world before, or am I working on a long-term project which you know, needs me within in a month's time to look at this and not want to tear my hair out. I'm not planning to marathon this all in one stream. No. Well, maybe one day. Today is not that day. So I'm expecting this will take multiple streams, and I'll do today and tomorrow, and then I'll have a break over Christmas because I'll going away to visit my parents. So, like, rather than stream, I want to focus my attention on having a nice time with my family. So, but I'll probably come back in the new year to complete what hasn't been completed yet. What is that thing? Yeah, I mean, that's like, yeah, you know, like, proofing against future you. I mean, and I guess that's ultimately, yeah, how big is the thing I'm trying to do? How complicated is the thing I'm trying to do? And how likely is it I am actually going to come back and want to, like, look at this again? Or is this, you know, just a one-off bit of UI that, you know, I'm going to use for one stream and maybe we'll retire, maybe we'll use again if it's good, but, you know, those kind of things. Yeah, curious about my time frame for this stream. So I think I'll probably wrap up in about an hour. That brings us to 6 o'clock. My aim is, by the end of this stream, I want to have finished Sonic & Knuckles and Sonic Advance. That's my goal. And that's probably when I call it a day. I'm saying that's going to be about an hour. It may be less. My hope is it isn't longer, but I can make no promises. I did the same thing again. Oh well, at least there's fewer rings over there now. This is like, where the hell am I going in the game, isn't it? Getting lost is fun. Oh god, it was not fun in Triple Trouble. In Triple Trouble there was this bit where you have to go through the right combination of tubes. And every time I took the wrong thing, and then I'd lose a ring, and then I'd get switched out of it. And by the time I came back into Triple Trouble, I'd forgotten what I'd tried previously. So it was like back to square one every single time. It was, not fun. It was, wouldn't recommend. Abandon all hope, ye tried Triple Trouble. I mean, I guess once you know it, and if you'll remember it for next time, and Bottomless Pits. I had no idea where I was going or where I was meant to be going. I'm right at the beginning of the level again. But I don't think I got that far into Sky Sanctuary, so I don't feel too hurt about that. Am I going left or right? That's the fun part. Oh! Was that? No, that was progress. I am meant to go left here. Aren't I? I feel like those spikes are meant to warn me not to go left. Oh, God. Okay, I'm going to try going... Well, I do not have much time. Why do you do this to me, game? The arrows are pointing that way. Okay, it's got to be this way. I've got to make the awkward jump over the spikes. There has to be a pipe. Please be a pipe. Pipe. No. I need to get into Sonic Advance and go through a pipe. Where am I going? Where? at least in Knuckles Chaotix, I can tell where I haven't been, because if I touch rings, I've not been there yet. So I'm going to try and hold... Okay, that was good. That was some good holding left. I'm trying to hold on to the left button when I'm playing, because I want to get to... Please, please, game, please. Am I going around in circles? Please, checkpoint, please, please, please go to a checkpoint. Don't do this to me, game. Don't do this to me. Oh, God. No, it's gonna be tight. Is that the spring? Is that the spring I need to jump on? I just want to... Am I meant to go up? Ah, okay. That's alright. That's alright. Life is full of difficult challenges and we all have to learn to accept them. Oh, I was doing so well. I finally feel like I got the measure of that level. I don't know where I am or where I'm going. The only thing that will help me is knowing that I must have got rid of all the rings in this level. There we go. Let's climb up here. Is there anything up here that I can go through or over? No. Okay, this time I'm going to do it. I'm going to beat Egg Rocket if it's the last thing I do. The entire level looks the same. Every bit of the level looks the same as all the other bits of the level. Well, that's the excitement. I can feel the fatigue setting in. I can feel the tiredness. So I think, like, I'm definitely going to be finished in 1 hour. Otherwise, I will drive myself bonkers. I need to go outside, get some fresh air, and I'm going to see an improv show tonight. Streamed online, but it's Bristol Improv Theatre. It's doing an improv show tonight. I was supposed to go to the live show at the theatre on Friday. Had tickets to that, but I decided not to go in the end because I same hole again. Because I didn't want to I didn't want to bring back any disease. I didn't want to end up going there and getting infected, and that. So like with the Omicron and everything. So I decided against it. But fortunately, they are doing a streamed version of this year's improv show, Christmas show. So I'm going to see that tonight at 8 o'clock, and I'm really looking forward to it. But how will I be able to laugh and chuckle if my brain has turned into Sonic Soup? And these are the concerns of the day. This is what I have to plan ahead for. And then once I beat one game, I will rewrite the set of games that should appear. And then we'll get a random choice of next game. So yeah, what will be the 2 games added new to the list tomorrow? There's Bomb. Yay! I think the thing with Bomb is you're supposed to not let him get hurt. Okay, so the tube is where I want to go. It's not... Okay. Oh, look at that! That was pure skill. Beautiful jump there. And there's the thing of knowing if you make a mistake, how far you will get set back. Like, how long did it take you to get to this location? Because it took you 4 times as long as it usually would, because you've had a bunch of other games to deal with at the same time. Alright. Oh, is that a door? Can I go through there? I can. Where am I? I'm in some kind of botanic base. I actually want to get those rings because I want them to put me into Sonic Advance. That's the focus of my attention right now. Yeah, very lounge music. It is. It's this kind of... It's very chilled. And that must be my way out. Let's play Knuckles Chaotix with Vector the Crocodile and Marty of Armadillo. They're going into a flashing tube. Just don't look directly at the tube, it is flashing quite wildly today. So I need to go left in Sonic and Knuckles, otherwise I will fall off the world again, like I've done so many times before. So, I'm going to try pressing nothing. There we go, that was the right move. This is good, avoiding the rings. Avoid the rings, just focus on making progress. I guess from a kind of speedrunning perspective, you largely do want to avoid getting rings unless you are deliberately trying to get rings to make it, like, less painful in some, you know, to focus on a specific part of the run. Because it's like the context switching is what will slow you down. Which is kind of interesting because, like, from a kind of speedrunning perspective, like, the thing that makes the run fast or slow is all in your head. You know, it's your ability to context switch. I think that's kind of interesting. It's something... I guess it's something you don't see a lot of games challenge. Like, I'm trying to think of games which challenge your ability to context switch. I'm trying to think of any off the top of my head. I mean, I certainly... There's a game I made that was installed on the National Video Game Arcade. National Video Game Arcade had one of my installations. It was a game called Dash and Bash. And you had to run around a room hitting these buttons attached to a wall. And, like, some of the puzzles in that were all about context switching, about search for this, now search for this. And the idea was I wanted to kind of put in different kind of mental WarioWare, that's a good one, yes. Different kinds of sort of challenges so everybody has an opportunity to be the smartest person in the room. Like, one person might be really fast, one person might be really strong, one person might be really observant, and each of these people should get a moment in the game where they're going, oh yeah, I'm awesome, I'm the best person in this room. And that was one of the kind of design goals of that. game. But yeah, it's figure out what you're supposed to do and when you only have like a handful of seconds to do it in as well. I do like WarioWare a lot. WarioWare is in the shuffler, so that's something I want to do at some point, is Sonic R versus WarioWare. I don't know why those two in particular. I think it's just Wario, like the kind of the nuttiness of it, and maybe like the fact that you have to keep on delaying for WarioWare in a game that's supposed to be so fast, and it's like, oh, you just got a ring, now you have to do a WarioWare. I do have no idea where I am going in what's it called, in Chaotix, but I am kind of trusting if I just stick with it, it'll take me somewhere. Because it's not as it, like, seems to have not really been any challenges in the levels so far. Like, I'm trying to think of which bits in the levels. Yes, Wario switches on micro game. I guess it's every time you succeed or fail a micro game, it will switch you. But so far, there's not really been much risk of death in Knuckles Chaotix. That long stall with the is a good sign I need to be taking a break soon. So I'm kind of glad I'm on the final section of Sonic and Knuckles. But having kind of figured out what I'm supposed to do in this level, it doesn't feel so painful. I'm talking specifically about Sonic Advance now. I do have plenty of time on the clock. So, for this segment, I think I'll be alright. That's cool, that's one of those moments of just let it be, let the game do its thing, and I shouldn't have let the game do its thing, I should have been pressing left. Oh well, I know now. I remember. That's the challenge. Right, what is next? Okay. Hold left, hold left. Good, good. Well done, Sonic. You did smart. You're a good hedgehog. I hope I didn't drop down and undo all that nice progress. Well, if you were keeping track, I got to the end of a level in Chaotix. I feel like I'm kind of dissing this game really hard. There's a lot to like in it. Thus far, I feel like the most thinking I've had to do in this game so far has been going, what? Oh, wow. This is the magic. What have we got? Is this Speed Slider again? I guess the thing is, though, with Chaotix is it's really a game that is designed, you are supposed to be going for all the emeralds. I guess that without the emeralds, Chaotix is a bit of a kind of non-game. Like, you know, there's no challenge to it or anything, because it's about you want to gather the rings and then use them in the special stage, because the more rings you got, the more time you get in the special stages. And the special stages are really interesting. They are some of the most interesting special stages in any Sonic game. So, like, I guess I can't hold it too much against it. In some respects, I am, as they say, playing it wrong. Okay, am I going backwards? I think I'm going backwards. Am I meant to break through that glass? Yes, I'm going forwards. Just forwards for a segment where there's no rings. Okay, is this forward progress? That is forward progress. I feel like I'm like that picture of the anime guy looking at the butterfly and going, is this progress? I'm near the end of Sky Sanctuary, which is nice. Which means we are very close to the final two levels, Death Egg Act 1 and Death Egg Act 2. We are, I guess, at the 1/3 mark in Sonic 3. Sonic Advance 2, Jesus. These are the final two levels in Sonic Advance 2, plus final boss. So, yeah, come on, Alistair, you can do it. There's something funny about the idea of a crocodile throwing a bee. Charmy, get on this thing with me. Thank you. He just picks up a bee and throws it. I did like the Chaotix were in Sonic the Comic, which my brother and I used to read religiously. And there were cool characters in that. I really liked the Chaotix. I had this great, like, there was this very strange issue I remember. The story was called Heroes and Villains. So Sonic ended up getting, he had to go to, in the Sonic comics, the Special Zone was this other world that existed inside, like, on the other side of the Star Posts. And it was where the Chaotix team lived. And there were all these, like, planets and things on it. So it became a bit of a spacefaring adventure. He had to go into the special stage to save it from Super Sonic, because Super Sonic was evil in the Sonic comics, in the British Sonic comics, sorry. And evil British Super Sonic had been separated from Sonic and stuck in the Special Zone. The main character's not realizing that there was a whole world on the other side of it that he was now threatening. So Sonic goes, the Chaotix call Sonic and say, we need you to come help stop Super Sonic, and then Sonic ends up getting stuck there. So he joins the Chaotix crew. But there is this episode called Heroes and Villains, where it's the Chaotix team are in the city which they live, called New Tech City. And they introduce Sonic to the thing they do, which is they go and they fight villains. And there's these big punch-ups that keep on happening regularly in this city, where all the heroes fight all the villains. And it's all these kind of, like, superhero-type characters, all having a big punch-up. Except both teams thought that they were the heroes and the other team was the villains. And they were really just getting together to have a big punch-up. And that's all it was. And Sonic's like, what are you guys doing? I always liked that as a kind of contrast between, between Sonic, and the Chaotix team, is this sort of, they seemed, at that point you go, okay, they are a bit scrappier of an outfit, like, of a kind of hero team than Sonic and friends are, and that sort of, I always thought that was a nice kind of bit of characterization. I think they're both like comic series are strange in their different ways. I've only read bits of the Archie ones, but it was very creative, and in many ways, for large chunks of it, were quite true to the comics. Like they seem to replicate a lot of the kind of, what I pictured the world like quite faithfully. Like, it was only as it went on they started to take a few more liberties and add more kind of characters that sort of didn't look like they came out of a game that looks like this, like a lot of characters were distinctly small animals, although they did start to become kind of tall animals after a while. Yeah, it's probably just because it's what I was used to, so it always seemed normal to me. But I always imagined Sonic with a British accent. Like that. Sonic, or in my head, he always spoke with a British accent. And it's like, I could get why they gave him an American accent in the cartoons, because, America is like, is cool. People with back-to-front baseball caps, live in America. This is my, like, talking about my seven-year-old view of the world. But yeah, Sonic in the comics, in my head, he always talked with the British accent. So, and it was weird in the cartoons to hear him talk with an American accent, even though it kind of sounded right to have him go, way past cool, man, and stuff like that. To have a kind of Bart Simpson-ishness about him. Not that I really would have been able to tell you what Bart Simpson sounded like, because, like, we didn't get The Simpsons on terrestrial TV until the end of the 90s, I want to say. Maybe 1997 at the earliest. So, yeah, when Sonic was on TV, I didn't know what Bart Simpson would sound like, but that was sort of, do you know what I mean? Like, that kind of, cool dude kind of American kind of California surfer kind of thing. But in the comics, he always had a British accent. Even though he talked quite cool, he spoke with a lot of vernacular, I'm sure he did say, like, Mondo and stuff like that. But, yeah, no, he always sounded British to me in my head. And I'll be honest, I don't think in my head he had a voice that said attitude. But he definitely had, his dialogue said attitude. Because Sonic in the British comics, he was not like, cool and relaxed and everything. I mean, he was cool and relaxed when he wanted to show off. But a lot of the time he was kind of, like, salty, impatient, he would, he would get frustrated at Tails and the others for not being able to keep up with him. And it was, he was a bit more arrogant. I think, I don't know, from, what I've read from the Archie, and I may be having this totally wrong, but he did seem a bit more kind of straightforwardly heroic. Whereas, in Britain, yes, he was a hedgehog with attitude. That attitude did not necessarily mean a cool attitude. It sometimes meant a kind of bad attitude. I think impatient is probably the way to put it. There was this lovely story in it where one of the, well, it is all about interpretation, yeah, and especially when it's all kind of, text and still pictures, it is harder to say, like, you know, the inflection that a character says their dialogue with, a lot of that is down to you, the reader. So you put, you know, your own spin on it. I think I meant to go this way. But yeah, yeah, I can't remember where I was going, but it probably wasn't anywhere massively interesting. I know I can ramble. I'm sure, however I started that discussion began with a totally different, like, line of conversation, and I ended up, like, going, oh yeah, that was it, the Porker Lewis storyline. So one of Sonic's friends, like, it was the Freedom Fighters, and they all wore kind of like, Sonic's pals wore these kind of biker jackets with a Sonic emblem on the back, and they were the Freedom Fighters, which I guess is the same name that they had in Archie. Porker Lewis was this pig. He was one of the Freedom Fighters. He got stuck on the Miracle Planet, which is a planet from Sonic CD. He got stuck there for a year and got caught by the Metallixes, which were the Metal Sonics, of which there were many. And he, like, they made a robot duplicate of him and and he was stuck there for a year. And so there's a level, a storyline where he revealed that he'd come back kind of traumatized by the experience and couldn't face being a hero anymore. He wanted to leave the team. He didn't have it in him anymore. And Sonic was the only one who wouldn't understand. Like, all of the others were like, you know, were very understanding. But Sonic was like, no, you can't do that. You're going to let us all down. And Sonic had to learn to accept that, you know, he'd, like, that it wasn't his place to tell people, you know, what they should do. You know, like, it's like, as far as he was concerned, it's like, no, the right thing to do is to fight Robotnik. And, like, Amy Rose and Tails had to talk him out of it. And I really like that story because it kind of, I don't know, you know, it was full of character moments. Everything that happened in that story was because of the characters' personalities, and that's satisfying, you know? Satisfying storytelling. So I always remember that issue very fondly. Okay, so I think I may need to be a bit careful. Oh, rings. Rings are defense. And then jump over to the left. I was holding left. Maybe it's where I jumped from is the problem. I think, yeah, that makes sense that the Archie was, like, a lot of it was based on Satam, because I think a lot of that stuff did kind of carry over. How did I get up over there before? Maybe I didn't jump onto it. Maybe I just walked onto it. Okay, so this is the one that I'm going to, like, write about in my memoirs one day. But yeah, and I feel like, I think British comics took stuff from the cartoons as well, even though they started before the cartoon. They, like, as the cartoon came out, like, if you've ever seen the design of what Robotnik looked like in the British comics, like, they changed him in, like, the 20th issue to make him look like the Adventures of Sonic the Hedgehog design, which was good because it was kind of more sinister than what they had before. Even though you think that character, he's kind of bumbling with his big wobbly bum, like, there is a lot of room in that face and those big deep black eyes to put, like, anger and menace, and so I think it was a good choice of design. even though it was meant to originally be quite slapstick, it worked as quite a menacing Robotnik. And then Robotnik, like, they kind of phased out Robotnik having, like, badniks, you know, robots with animals trapped inside of them. And the robots became these kind of, like, metal soldier people, and they were called troopers. And they were basically, like, the equivalent of SWAT bots from Satan. They had these kind of fanged teeth that went upwards, you know, like a lower jaw of fangs, and they were nice, like real nicely designed robots, and they looked like big and intimidating. I'm getting good Sonic the Comic memories now, as I fail to remember which direction I'm supposed to go through this level. And I'm kind of just playing that as if I have the lightning shield, and going, oh yeah, I don't have the lightning shield. Oh well, I can damage boost through all that. Hold on to right. A really bizarre quote about the design of the Adventure Robotnik. Do tell, is it about how they wanted to make him sexy? Because, like, I really like that sentiment, and you can see it in the design. That's what makes him so great from a kind of slapstick point of view, is that I mean, Robotnik thinks he's God's gift, and that comes across in the animation, the way his bum wiggles and everything, and that's part of the fun of the character. It's part of that sort of, you know, he's like a pantomime villain, and I quite like that. You know, he's like a pantomime dame, even. Animation sexiest fat man. I mean, it makes sense. It makes sense as an idea. Like, whether or not you're supposed to, as a viewer, actually find him sexually attractive, I suspect you're not. But he moves like he's sexy. You know, he moves like, you know, like Ursula from Little Mermaid, and that's part of the fun of the character. Is you know, he's big, he's bold. And so it is weird that that same design worked very well in the British comics as as a design for a menacing Robotnik. And it's like, because they could really, like, the artist could really make him scowl. Like, that is a face, because it's got quite a big mouth, and it's a very good kind of scowling mouth, where all the kind of, you know, flesh around the eyes all kind of buckles up under it, and it's like the pointed eyes kind of going inwards with the eyebrows, and then the fact that his eyes, like, the whites of his eyes are jet black, and then he's got the red pupils. Like, all of that is quite menacing. Yeah, I kind of only just thought of it. I mean, I wonder if Ursula was on their mood board when they were playing through the designs and doing the test animations. But I think that's the thing with the Adventures of Sonic the Hedgehog. You feel like they had a lot of fun making it, and that's always a nice thing in anything. You know, if it's a cartoon, if it's music, if it's a game. If you can sense, yeah, I think they enjoyed putting this together. And you can see that in Adventures of Sonic the Hedgehog. Like, it's so daft. Yeah, and I wonder how much, like... Now, I like the Sonic Adventure Eggman with the long red jacket. I really like that jacket. Like, that's... So, yeah, but I guess the original Eggman, he was sort of meant to be a bit more kind of... friendly, maybe a bit just kind of silly looking. I don't know, like, he looks like a strange little, like, alien kind of thing, really, isn't he? I wonder how much of that came from, because apparently the design for Eggman came from, like, a pitch for the hero, that the hero was meant to be this round character who would roll around, and Eggman, in, like, the Mega Drive games, his design was an early version, like, came out of that early version of the character that became Sonic, which is kind of weird thought. Just got to stay on the platform, that's all. Just stay on the platform. And try to stay in the level on this one. Don't go dying again. Oh, I did not think I should duck there. I guess that's, oh well. I can get those rings back, but that is... Losing rings is something you don't want to do just because how chaotic it all becomes if you do. Oh, that looks like it might be the way I'm meant to go. Hold down. Down is a safe button to press. I think I'm meant to go up here. So now we're into the bit of the level I'm less familiar with. Here's the bit that always... Oh no, no. Please, please, please. Let me grab a ring. Okay. Get it from the bottom, and now I'm just holding left all the time. That's how you do it. So you have to hit it from the bottom, you always have to hold left! Okay. Well done, Alistair. The vertical level. Oh, don't fall. And it's like the vertical level with the time limit, so every time you fall, it hurts you a little bit more. Okay, I've got rings for safety. I'm making progress. I'm going down to the fans, and then the fans take me to the left. Oh, I'm charming now. I did not realise I was charming. Just go to left. I don't care about that. I just want to get out of... Okay. Please be the path to success. Please be the path to success. I do not want to have to do this bit of the level again. I don't want anything to crush me. I don't want anything to land on me. I don't want to get hurt while I have no rings. Use the damage boost. Oh, I'm charming. I can fly. There we go, checkpoint. Checkpoint is good. I like checkpoint. Oh. I'm close to checkpoint number 3 on the Egg Rocket. And we may have another race on our hands for which game is going to be completed first out of Sonic Advance and Sonic and Knuckles. But I think it is going to be Sonic and Knuckles. I think it's safe to say that. Sonic Advance does have mid-level checkpoints, so every time you see a bit of the rocket fall off, that's a checkpoint. Oh, I'm no longer charming, but I was still doing his weird dash move. And that's a checkpoint. Whew. This is good. And I'm in space! Hedgehogs in space! I feel I can kind of relax slightly that I'm past that bit of Sonic Advance now. I'm looking forward to being at the end of this finale. It feels like this has been quite the journey so far. And I don't know how... I'm just going to take this relatively safely. I used to be able to play things a bit more dangerously, but I am just going to go a bit more carefully because I don't want to jeopardize the progress I've made. Go on. Which way am I meant to go in this game? Oh, I've got to go back and get the ridey doody, which I think is a technical name for it. Okay. Oh no. Okay, there goes my ring. So I'm gonna have to be careful. No. Oh, okay, okay, that's okay. I think I can be quite safe if I just duck in a corner and just take it slow. Corners are safe. Just take it easy, take it easy. And don't jeopardize all the great effort you've done so far. Getting Zelda 2 vibes right now. Now that's a game I haven't played before, so oh, is it the where you fight Shadow Link and you can just kind of duck in a corner? I guess I wasn't all the way over. Okay, I think I'm right by the boss though, so I don't think I'm too far away, so I'll have to have another go at that. And I need to go down and get the spinning top. I think this is where I need to go. Get the spinning top. And now there's no more rings, so I'm not going to end up jumping off this thing. I squished Tails, so I can tick that off my to-do list. How can I have 128 rings and no idea where I am or where I've been going? can feel myself starting to run out of juice somewhat, so I really do want to get to the end of the Sonic Advance and Sonic and Knuckles, but I may make it a hard cut off at half 6, otherwise I'll turn my brain into soup. Shouldn't exhaust myself, but that's what I'm here for. Well, I'm on to level 5 on Botanic Base already, so if you've been getting sick of this music, well, you won't have to hear it much longer. Right. Okay, I was like, yeah, take it slowly, take it slowly. Yeah, whatever. My brain hasn't liquefied already. I mean, okay, it was... I took a break after I did, after I beat Sonic 3D Blast and Sonic Triple Trouble. And after that, I'm glad I took the break. I'm just going to take it one by one. Just let it just chill for a while. No, I can't get it when it's up there. I just won't. I refuse! I guess if you get it from directly below, you can probably hit it when it's up top, but it's like I was getting it from the side. Oh, no, that was a bad move, Alistair. Bad move. I'm glad I got the ring back. I'm just gonna keep on holding to the left and make sure I don't get hit. So it does seem to be able to hit me in certain spots. Maybe I need to duck in the corner. Oh well, at least I got my ring back. Nearly there, nearly there. There we go. Whew. Getting there. One boss down. So, we're getting... This is the final stage of Sonic and Knuckles. I'll be honest, I feel a bit like my heart sinks every time it sneaks me into Chaotix. It's like, yes, the weird controls, hooray! And the characters are going to bounce around and I'm going to get lost and I'm not going to be able to see the bad guys. Oh no. Not more bloody Chaotix. Oh. Hypnotics, you're quite a fan of this. Would you call yourself a fan, or would you... Are you a fan of this or a speedrunner of this? How would you rate yourself? On a scale of I love this game to I tolerate this game for speedrun purposes. Both, okay. Fair enough. I wonder if there is an extra thing, because when I did the Sonic Advance trilogy shuffler, and I think there is an extra thing added by having 4 games than 3, because you can kind of be less sure of what you're going to switch back into. Like, you are expecting a little bit of a... Wait. Like, if you get bumped out of the game that you're concentrating really hard on, then you will end up... The number of times I've gone back the way I came in Chaotix, it's like... Because I just forget where I was, and where I was, like... And I don't really have much of an idea of where I was going. I could just where I kind of was. Right, the sign says up. Okay, that invisibility will be good for me. The invincibility will help me. Am I doing this? I went backwards again. I went backwards. I am glad you like it. I'll be honest, my brain is starting to melt at this point. It's... I think the thing that melts your brain the most is the context switching. Like, the visual effect of having it switch games, it's like... You know, I can just deal with that. It flicks between games. But as soon as you need to concentrate on something, like, okay, there's this bit, I need to get it just right. And you have to switch in and out of that context all the time. It's that, okay, I need to focus on getting that bit just right. And now I've been thrown out of that game. So now I have to try and get back into it. Or, like, find a way to, like, I need to keep on remembering what it was I needed to do. So the hard parts of Sonic Advance have really put me in that situation. Sonic 3D put me in a bunch of that situation. What else was good? Sonic Triple Trouble had this kind of maze-like segment that I just kept on forgetting which routes I'd already tried. Like, over and over again, I just had no memory for it. And was like... Hi Black Doom, by the way, welcome to the stream. But yeah, this has been a lot of wild fun. I think the interesting thing is how different games become like awful in different ways. Like, just based on what game they are. So, Sonic Advance, like, got a bit nasty when Bottomless Pits got involved, and then the Egg Rocket stage is very vertical, so you keep on falling down and losing your progress. Sonic and Knuckles was fine until Lava Reef Zone boss, where there's this run of platforms that you have to jump on and then jump off again before they crumble, and they all have rings on them. So, you will always, yeah, they have rings on them, so you will switch out when you don't want to switch out, and then when you switch back to it, you'll be right in the middle of something every time, and that took so much concentration. And then, yeah, Sonic and... It was real hard to visualize Sonic 3D. It was really hard to kind of get a feel for where I was, and then Sonic Triple Trouble was fairly mindless, and then there were these levels where... Which way am I going? Okay, I'm going that way. Triple Trouble was fairly mindless, and then there were these levels which had a kind of maze-like structure to them, and it was just impossible to remember where I was and where I was going, and it is funny that you can be on autopilot for a length of time, and then one game will just become absolutely infuriating. Awesome. Well, I mean, if you have regret for it, Black Doom, then it's good regret. You know, you regretted trying something stupid. You know, it's like, if you don't try new things in your life, then what's the point? You got to keep on throwing yourself into new situations outside your comfort zone, and that's what helps you grow. So, okay, I think it's fairly straightforward to beat Egg Rocket 1 now. I think I'm right near the end, so as long as I don't time out, I'll be okay. Seem to remember Egg Rocket 2 being largely fine. Ugh. Oh, maybe I'm not where I thought I was. Egg Rocket 2 being largely fine, and then the boss being a bit awful. And then I just find the final boss of Sonic Advance difficult at the best of times, like, even without any switching things. But it does that thing of, you know, if you make a mistake, you'll switch out of the game and you'll have to do a bunch of other stuff before you can have another go. And that's the stuff that messed with me when I did the Sonic Advance trilogy as a ring shuffler, and that's where that game got to me. Cleverly vaulting over the rings there. I mean, there's been segments where I have intentionally avoided touching rings, but I guess it depends on the game. Like, Sonic & Knuckles has been largely quite safe, so if I kind of just sort of autopilot on it, I've largely been able to do just fine. Okay, this is a death, so this might be a bit where I need to start concentrating. Oh, take ring damage, hooray! Yeah. But it's, you know, it's all part of the challenge. That's, if I was afraid of it, I wouldn't be here. I have come here to be trolled by the game. You know, I've come here to have it try to mess me up, and that's my happy place. Oh, it just went black briefly. I don't know if you saw that. The entire screen just went totally black. Oh well. Seems to be working again. Whatever was broken shall be rectified. Oh. Checkpoint. I like checkpoint. Oh, is that the Route to the final boss. Is that the last doorway? It might be. I feel like I know the Sonic and Knuckles levels. No, it's not. Okay. I know the Sonic and Knuckles levels by the back of my hand, except for when I'm like being context switched in and out of them, and I kind of forget all of that. Like, interesting. If there is one game I have played more than any other, it is probably Sonic and Knuckles. I mean, that was... When I was a kid, I played that obsessively. Like, yeah. So... Oh, I thought I'd fallen off the level, but there is something to pick me up and catch me. Right. Oh no, I'm gonna fall back down there in Chaotix and then, like, forget where I was, and then... Oh, wow. I was not... Wait, I need to... No, wait. Oh, no, I'm getting... I mean, it's my own incompetence here. So, I let go of run, and then I let go of hold. And that is how I get over there. And then I see rings, so I know I'm making progress. Round and round I go. Why am I doing this? Oh, I guess I want the lightning shield to protect me from the electricity. And then I am losing fewer rings. Because then I can go on this platform. I don't need to ride the platform. I can just stand on the electricity. Oh, do I have a boss coming up? There it is. What's happening? Oh no, my buddy. I guess I just can't hit it when I'm electrified. I have fought this boss before, but like 15 years ago. I can't remember what it does. Whatever hit me. Something hit me. I know not what it was. Okay, cool. So I'm back past this bit. I've got a checkpoint. I like checkpoints. That's the platform I want to get onto. There we go. On the platform. I want to avoid getting those rings, but I also want to avoid falling onto spikes. There we go. I only found out recently about that dash move. I've never used it when playing Sonic Advance before. Well, I figured it out. There we go. Got through Botanic Base Act 5. Oh, thank you. I don't know if that's the intended way to beat it. But the important thing is that I did beat it, and I can feel very good about myself for having done so. Right. Oh, I haven't had the clock level. I quite like the muted colours. Just enjoy them while they last. And they're gone. A real kind of where do I go kind of level. I'm hoping not to get too lost. Oh, down I go. Okay, boss time. Oh. What? You can die in that bit? Well, every day's a school day. Speaking of dying, dying in Egg Rocket. Exactly the place I don't want to die on. Stage. I just want to progress through the level. Right. There we go. Nice and simple. Sonic's not posing too many problems yet. It's really Sonic Advance is the one that I kind of want to. I want to like be in because I feel like I'm so close to the end of that level. Alright, okay, so it is final boss time in Sonic and Knuckles. So, I don't have stats for the time spent in each game. I'm just tracking what the time was when I completed each one, just to build my journey. So I don't actually know. I'd have to go back and watch to see what the start points are for each game, which is something I probably should have thought of beforehand, but that's, I guess, why to do the you know, you have to eventually go, well, I'll watch it as it is, and if I'll notice stuff I forgot to add. But it would, yeah, it would be nice to see how long each game took rather than when it stopped. Oh no, I'm interested in the stats as well. We know that Sonic Advance and Sonic & Knuckles have been in from right at the beginning. So if we assume everything that ends up in the shuffler takes as long as it naturally wants to take in the shuffler, then we can build a picture for, like, Sonic & Knuckles is an 8-hour long game, for example. That's how long it is with all the shuffles switched on with 4 different games. I mean, when I've seen people doing the Ring Shuffler where it's the main 4 Sonic games, and they remove them once they're done with them, Sonic 2 is usually last, and Sonic and Knuckles is usually, like, second from last, but there's not usually a lot of time between them. It's usually kind of, you know, they'll be near the end of Sonic 2 when they're at the end of Sonic and Knuckles, if that makes sense. But there shouldn't be much cause for me to drop rings now. So this is going to be the end of likely to be the end of Sonic and Knuckles soon, so we will get to find out what the next game in the shuffler is. Now, as you can see, the list of games in the upcoming games list is wrong, so I will have to edit that to make it make sense. But I think after that, what I'll do is I'll finish this game, I will re-roll things. I think I will leave Sonic Advance to another day. Might have a go at it tomorrow morning. Do another stream tomorrow morning. Finish off Sonic Advance and see what else comes up. Finish today with Sonic and Knuckles. And then, like, tweak the list of games in the shuffler. Because as you can see on my left-hand side, it's got some games on there twice and some games aren't appearing, like where's Dr. Robotnik's Mean Bean Machine? So I want to know what games are going to be next. So I guess there'll be probably tomorrow morning, that's morning GMT, I'll figure out what the next game is. Like, I'll beat Sonic Advance 1 and figure out what the next game is, and maybe I'll beat another game as well. Maybe I'll beat Chaotix. I am just taking it slow. I used to be able to get... I'll go for a Howlster. No, I used to be able to get more hits in. I'm not going to chance it now. Keep it straightforward. Do I duck or jump? I think I'm meant to... Okay. Oh, well. Okay, here we go. So now I have to do it without rings. I can't remember if I'm meant to jump at that bit. Oh, mate, no, that's when you go to jump at the emerald. Is where it launches the laser. That's when you hit the emerald. I remember that. You never forget the strategies from when you were 8. And once more. Okay, one more finger. Ooh. Thank you very much for the luck. And yes, I am chopping off the robot's fingers. Robots shouldn't have fingers. It's the one thing I believe in life. Robots with fingers is weird. R2-D2 good, C-3PO bad. Why? Fingers. I guess jumping for the emerald does effectively give you a little extra airtime, so it is easier to do. Yeah, someone clip that, and then when, like, the robot uprising happens, like, you can use it as evidence against me. Like, when the robots are going, oh, we're looking for all the robot-hating people. Maybe, wait, well, okay, if it's C-3PO robots, then yeah, they'll have it in for me. R2-D2 robots, if R2-D2 robots take over the world, they'll be like, this guy knows the score. Like, we're gonna call you Cool Guy Alistair from now on, and I'll say thank you. And there we go! One more game done. One more game done. Oh! Okay, even though I am right in the middle of Sonic Advance, this is me for now. I am going to have to call it a day here, but I'll probably give it... check in again sometime tomorrow and do another couple of hours and just see where I can get to. I've got my COVID jab tomorrow afternoon, so and then I'm going home. So this will be continued in fits and spurts over the course of, you know, I expect I won't do another long stream until, you know, the new year, but I wanted to get this started. I want to see how it works, and I'm enjoying this, and I want to come back to the challenge. So while the end sequence to Sonic and Knuckles is going on, I'm going to stop the clock, and I am going to close that so I can open up the text file and then edit back in the right names, and I'll open it up again and we will find out what the next game is. So, it is in a folder called Game Shuffler Clock Git, and it's under Save Data. So, oh wow, it's not been... Oh wait, no, because it's in the under builds, there we go. I was like, oh god, it's not been saving. So, what should we have? So, Sonic's... Okay, it looks like it's just a UI thing. So I've got 2 copies of Sonic and Knuckles, Sonic 3, Sonic Advance, and Knuckles Chaotix. So let's change that to pending, that one to active. So fortunately, it does just seem to be the UI. It was saving the right text files. So I am going to bring up the UI again, and it should load with the correct stats. Otherwise, I can repopulate it based on what what was at the end of this stream. Build GameShufflerClock.exe. There we go. Made with Unity. This is how cool kids do their UI, I guess. So, here's the list of games. In the upcoming games list, the next game will be one of Sonic Spinball, Sonic 1, Sonic 2, Sonic Advance 2, Sonic Pocket Adventure, Sonic 2 for the Master System, Sonic 3 for the GBA, Sonic Advance 3 on the GBA, Sonic 1 for the Master System, or Dr. Robotnik's Mean Bean Machine. So place your bets. What will be the game to replace Knuckles Chaotix? Chippy wants Mean Bean Machine. I love Mean Bean Machine, and I think it will be a very interesting combination with the others. Let's find out in 3, 2, fun. And they are whirring, and the next game is Sonic Pocket Adventure on the Neo Geo Pocket Color. So, and you can see the UI's got them wrong because it's put in Sonic Pocket Adventure twice. Oh yeah, you can see my mice on there. But hey ho. So, Sonic Pocket Adventure will be next up when I return to this. I also noticed that it says 4 hours and not 7 hours, but I can go back and edit that as well. Yeah, the clock is way off. Ah, well. I know how long I spent, so I will change it. Something like 7 hours 51, but I can go back and edit. Bugs in my code, everyone, but that's okay, because it's just kind of UI stuff. So, the UI will need a bit of fiddling. Okay, so what I need to do is create a save state in each one of these for the next session. So, I've forgotten which game it was. So, I'm going to save in slot 1. Oh, sorry, I'll save in all of them just in case. The games in Shuffler. So that's Chaotix. Sonic and Knuckles is just done. Sonic Advance is still going on. Sonic 3 needs to be in there. And we have just added in Sonic Pocket Adventure. So if I switch game into Sonic 3. Oh, it switched into Pocket Adventure. Switch into Sonic 3. Switch into Sonic. Maybe I have to get in a ring. I'll get a ring and then that will force it to switch. And then... Yeah, you're having a lot of fun looking at a blank screen at the moment, but I promise you, this is fascinating from my end. So let's just get it to switch into a new game. There we go. I'll make sure to back these up as well. So, Chaotix, I've made save states for. Pocket Adventure don't need to. Sonic 3 don't need to. And the other game I am running right now is Sonic Advance. So let's get rings until I get into Sonic Advance. Please. You're getting to enjoy a lot of this. There we go. No. Okay. How about if I just toggle it so it's only Sonic Advance? Okay, let's... There we go. We've got save states. And then... Let's close the game there. There we go. We are back in the room. What have we got still to come up? So, next game up will be... Let's bring up the clock again so you can see it. We've got Sonic and Knuckles done. Chaotix is still going on. Pocket Adventure and Sonic 3. And there we go. That's all set up, ready for next time. So the UI is going to need a bit of fiddling. But hey ho, c'est la vie. That's the entire point of doing these streams, is you find stuff that's broken. So yeah. That would be good. A button that saves all the games in the rotation at once, or like get it to automatically make save states during the game. That's something to remember for the next day. Thank you very much for coming along, everyone. So, I think I will pick this up tomorrow sometime, see if we can finish off Sonic Advance, it's put Sonic Advance 2 in the rotation, even though it picked Sonic Pocket Adventure. So, okay, I will figure this out. But long story short, look after yourselves, keep on being awesome, have yourselves a fantastic day. If I don't see you again, have yourselves a fantastic Christmas, or whatever holidays you celebrate. Have a fantastic holiday period. Look after yourselves, look after each other. Thank you very much for coming along, and have yourselves a fantastic day. Alright, bye everyone!